Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome everyone to SimSpeed TV, and whether it be good evening for those of us who are here in Australia and New Zealand, it's good afternoon if you're joining us from Europe, or good morning if you're joining us over from roughly around the good old US of A. Welcome to, I do believe now well and truly, the biggest hosted event on iRacing. Welcome to the third edition of the Majors 24, the sixth event of the Majors series for 2023. Split number 2 here can be brought to you live on SimSpeed TV. My name is Daniel Yeaman. Joining me in the comments box to get things underway for at least those of us here tonight, Stu Brown. Jay Kennedy will be on production for this one, and joining me on the microphone later on for this opening phase of the race. And Stuart's my first time covering the Majors 24, and actually my first time seeing this event in action. I've had the fortune of covering Majors events last year, back when the international region was a thing, but with the new Pacific region format for the rest of the schedule. But this year clearly is the big one, of course. 10 splits overall this year, hundreds of cars in total. So we've got some stats for you later on, but yeah, this is going to be a monumental race. The fact that we're doing a 24-hour event, and it's not run by iRacing, and entirely run thanks to the hard work of everyone at the Major Series.
Yeah, absolutely. An event of huge proportions. Likewise, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, wherever you are joining us on SimSpeed TV across the globe. First event participating as well. I'm driving in the event later on with our team. But first time as a participant and as a commentator, and absolutely at the pinnacle of organisation in terms of the way this has been set up, and totally blown me away, to be brutally honest. There's 533 entrants in this event across 26 countries, and just trying to organise that, your mind boggles as it's come up on screen now. 4 broadcasts, the top 4 splits being broadcast by 4 separate broadcasters. There's live race control for 24 hours in the top split, and race control splits 2 through 4 as well. So absolutely off the scale, and as you said, completely independently run, other than using the fantastic iRacing platform, but completely independently run. So before we even get there, a marvellous job already done by all involved at the Majors crew.
100% indeed, as we'll take a moment to get yourself acquainted with the Circuit de la Sarthe here from the top down. A couple of hours southwest of the capital of France, Paris, as we then zoom in from the France-wide view down towards the circuit itself, and you'll see about now the outline of the track making its presence known here. Of course, occupying such a vast amount of the countryside here, but I mean, well, what more is there that needs to be said about this place, Stu? Such incredible history, being the home of the premier sports car race in Europe, and has seen its changes over the years, but since 2000, settling on this configuration with so many important, famous, and special corners to make your way around this place.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the Portrait Curve is probably well known. The Mulsanne Straight, probably the most famous straight in motorsport globally, and changed over the time, over the history of this track to slow it down with the chicanes to comply with FIA regulations over its many iterations. I think there's 13 or 14 progressive major changes that have been made to the track over its life. You know, the scene of Ford versus Ferrari, for those of you who are familiar with that film. Many famous names have raced and challenged to try and take victory at this track in real life. You know, we talk about the likes of Jackie Ickx, who's won the race 6 times. So there's too much to cover, but look, fortunately we've got 6 hours to get through it. Highlights for the drivers, particularly on these early laps: 33 turns, hard to pick out one particular turn, but particularly as they get through Dunlop Curve and the Dunlop Chicane first time around, and that fast-flowing right-hander at Tetra Rouge, it's going to be really tough for the drivers in high temperatures, low tyre warmth as well, for them to actually get through there, as we have 50 or 60 cars make their way through lap 1. So going to be tight there, and certainly through those first 10 or 12 laps.
100% it will be indeed. The flow, as you say there, from the start-finish line through to Tetra Rouge, especially on the open lap, is going to be so critical. Slowdown penalties will be absolutely killer off the race start. Then you get a chance to sort of try and settle in down the Mulsanne, then hit your braking marks at the end of the straight, and then take a breather again down to Indianapolis and Arnage, and then load the car back up through that final part of the lap through the Porsche Corvette curves, built back-to-back there, and the Ford chicanes indeed. But, well, yeah, as I said, so many places to think about, and a lot of things to keep your eye on around this place. And one of the things you mentioned, Stu, of course, yeah, manually operated race control in the top splits, including our split here, number 2 tonight, which means that we are going to see some competition caution/safety cars here this evening. And thanks to Bruce J. Kennedy, who actually got them written out here on screen for both of us here in the comments box 3, but for all of you at home to also see as well, because it is a little complicated, and I think, yeah, trying to get your head through this, it's probably worth taking a moment to try and read and comprehend. But the basic gist being is that it will start. Any safety car will be called when the overall leader in LMDH heads down to the Porsche curves. That will be the sort of trigger point for the admin message to get the caution procedure underway.
Yeah, and it's a randomly generated caution procedure, so there's no caution within the first 30 minutes or last 30 minutes of the race. Randomly generated throughout the span of the 24 hours, excluding those 2 periods. And we are going to have 4 as a maximum cautions throughout it. So it's very much up to the race leader to make sure they control that. And you'll see there'll be cars that will be allowed to go through if they're a lap down. So those things will benefit people throughout the race. And important to point out as well, it's difficult to a traditional iRacing endurance event where we see at Spa or the recent Nürburgring, where these rules don't exist. So it very much makes this more realistic in terms of how the real 24-hour of Le Mans will be run. Next week, of course, they don't have exactly the same safety car procedure, but it's the best that we can do in the sim.
Indeed, yeah, and that's just there you go. Let's go to page 2 of the procedure there now. So yeah, there's a lot of things. Again, also waiver rounds to be granted to make sure we get classes in the right position for those who get stuck between the outright leader and a safety car. So there's a lot to get through, a lot of thoughts to consider. So hopefully drivers in particular are all on top of this, because we need to make sure that they get these done right as we approaching the race start. Still about 10 minutes till we'll get the green flag here in Split 2. Drivers currently in the middle of a 30-minute qualifying, or as it is known well in the real world for the World Endurance Championship, the Hyperpole session here at Le Mans. So a chance to keep our eyes on the Majors supported charity. As always, the Major Series does make sure to put effort towards supporting a charity through each of their events, and almost seemingly appropriately, Stu, for this one, Medicine Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, going to be our nominated charity, which, thanks to all of the qualifying attempts that drivers have been taking part in, certainly will be helping with the charitable donations that will go towards MSF at the conclusion of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. So there was a pre-qualifying done over the last 3 days where everyone who wants to participate in the race gets to set their time as a team. That sorts our order for our splits 1 through 9. And you could buy additional attempts to have a crack at that qualifying effort, one included with every race entry for every driver. And there were 674 additional attempts made by drivers throughout our grid, and so close were the splits that we had drivers as late as 9 o'clock this morning local time doing or running attempts to try and move their team up 1 or 2, which might change which split you actually ended up in. So highly competitive right throughout, as we're going to see across the next 24 hours in Split 2, which we're bringing to you.
Yeah, well, time ticking away. And yeah, good point, you say up to 9 o'clock this morning. That's about 14 hours for those, to give a general international reference for all that one there. But yeah, great to see a lot of drivers who are having another crack at it and making sure they put their best foot effort, because the fact that it's also combined qualifying times means that everyone's got to hit their marks. And whilst it'll be Stu and I mostly covering the commentary for this opening couple of hours, we are also joined by a third person to the booth. Welcome Ross Banfield into the SimSpeed commentary box as we approach the race start. And Ross, looking well, welcome to the comms box first of all, and looking forward to hearing here, how are you looking forward to this race, given when we get underway in a couple of minutes time?
Oh, I was actually just browsing the entries right now as I'm loading in, and I see some big names actually, like Casey Carrain and Blake Reynolds. Run with him a couple of times. There's some really quick people in here. I'm just remembering from running officials with them. So this will be an interesting race. The strength of field is definitely misleading on this one, with it being 3,000. It's definitely some heavy hitters in there.
Without a doubt, you're not wrong. Casey Kerwin, defending eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion. We've got Daniel Gray, relatively popular Australian streamer. Also, as you said, Blake Reynolds in up the front of the field. We've also got Oliver Furnell, Basic Ollie, running in an LMDH car. As well, so there's some of the bigger names that we noticed on our Split 2 entry list. So I can also see a couple of teams and drivers in our chat this evening. I can see that Franco mentioning Delta V Racing. Good luck to you guys. Can see your LMDH car currently sitting 11th at the moment, but we'll have a look here for a second at Blake Reynolds in this 66. Penguin RC Simulation is the team name that he'll be running under this evening as he brings his BMW to the line, looking to improve on a 3-minute 27 or 3:25.5. Unfortunately, that will not be the case, as our last couple of drivers taking advantage of their third or fourth and final laps here to get themselves in the best possible starting spot they can.
Important to recognise as well, a lot of these laps not counting. I'm just keeping an eye on people who are getting an off track, which is where they exceed the track limits and get a slowdown. That cancels their lap. So important to get a banker lap in here. The drivers get 4 laps to set their lap time for Hyperpole qualifying. And it's important to get that banker lap in so you don't find yourself starting down the back of your respective class.
Yeah, indeed. Just having a quick look at, we've got most of our drivers total. We've got 19 BMW LMDH cars, then 18 LMP2s, and 17 GT3s. And it's actually a couple of BMW LMDHs that are actually out of position on the outright standings board, but I do believe they should be gridded by class. So we'll just put them in the back of that group as we have a look here at Felix Gretschel finishing up his lap. That was a lot of steering input, though, through Indianapolis and Arnage, and possibly flirting with the off-track there. at that slower part of the track. But again, it's a nasty kind of track here. I'll throw to you here for a second, Roscott. So of course, you have to set these cars up for such a high speed down the Mulsanne straight that you might end up sacrificing the mechanical handling and the low speed cornering. As we see here, Gretchen actually does get a better job of pulling up through the 4 chicanes. And this will be an okay lap, I think, looking to beat a 3:23.2. If you can, the 43, close but not quite there. 3:24.0 will round out his qualifying attempt.
Not sure if Ross might have ducked away there. Track temp.
No, sorry.
Oh.
I didn't realize I was muted. I was gonna say, looking at Kevin now, looks like what's his time to beat? Do we have one?
Director Joe Kennedy, or producer, throwing it up there. There we go. Excellent. Thank you. So we can indeed show you current versus fastest. So the 111 Delta V Racing LMDH looking to improve. 3:24.9. Being told it's looking all right here at the moment. So as one of our last LMDH cars, Stu will ride with him here as he heads up towards Indianapolis to complete his 4th and final lap in the qualifying session.
Yeah, it's going to be important here to get the run through Indianapolis down to Arnage, get the car pulled up, get into the banking there, and not use too much of the exit curve. You can see the line off in the dirt there. It's a tricky corner here as well, to make sure you don't clip too much curb and get a good exit for the run down towards the Porsche curves. So the high track temp here, it's got the tyres up to the temp, should be on the limit here as we watch him through the balance of this lap. That BMW LMDH hybrid BMW.
Yeah, coming up to the Porsche curves. This, from my experience, is usually where you lose or gain the most amount of time, depending on your car setup. So we'll see if he's able to make up the time or if he's just going to keep that fastest lap.
So you're trying to work and improve on 12th in the class here as we're coming up, well, through the Corvette curves. The 4 chicanes are all that are left here as you try and flow it through this fast opening set pair and then down to the slower pair. A lot of steering lock, another car in this LMDH class that has not got a lot of mechanical front end grip. 3:24.561 is an improvement and gets him 2 spots in the process. So into the top 10 for Kevin Dauget in the 111 Delta V Racing. See here our 1 LMDH car, and in fact the only car I should add, Stu, to not set a qualifying time in any fashion. The Not in Vain Racing number 440. Luke Santos, I think, either in the or behind the wheel during practice, or might have jumped in momentarily, but nevertheless, actually, it has attempted to do laps, but no valid time on the board.
Yeah, he's done 2 laps. I'm not sure why he hasn't started and had potentially that one last crack, but he's out of time now, so it's too late as we have a look here at Cy Andra, who's trying to improve on their current time as well. Looking good.
Second place here, the Satellite Racing number 38 entry. About a quarter of a second off the hyperpole, which is currently held by the wannabe SRT. Number 55 throws it over the 4 chicanes, and that will unfortunately invalidate that attempt from Cy. Well, certainly was trying to put his best foot forward. That will wrap things up there, as a couple of cars left to go. And in fact, being told this is the last car on a qualifying lap here. Hailing from Australia, the Mark 1 esports machine with Alex Bird behind the wheel here, looking to go better than second. That's a bit of gravel though on the outside. It's a faster lap. Is it valid? It is valid. And is it good enough for pole in GT3? It is. Bird takes the Mark 1 BMW to the top, just as we're approaching the checkered flag in session.
Emmerich Bedrinas here. Quarters the way through his lap, so he's got to navigate the Porsche curves still and close out his lap. Trying to improve on a 57.78. Currently sitting 49th overall on the grid. About 16th in class, sorry, 13th in class. So it's important not to grab too much of the curb there and end up in that wall. It's difficult here. You've got to get the car turned in and hug that curb as much as you can. It's an off-camber change of direction here for the cars. They don't like it particularly if you push too wide there. He's done very well in the Porsche curves not to get a slowdown as he makes the run down here towards Corvette. and then he'll get through the Ford chicane. Needs to not be too aggressive on these curbs. He can end up with a slowdown. He's done well. He's got to get it pulled up. Use plenty of that inside curb. He does. This is looking good. He's going to get the improvement on the lap here. I think he is. When he's just made an improvement, moves him up 1 place into P12 in class.
I actually jumped 2 spots there to 11th, I might add. So second of the Delta V racing entries there will just unfortunately be outside top 10, but still solid spot start. And with that all said and done, with about 10 seconds left, I believe we will get a chance to now start working our way through the grid here for the second split, the third running of the Majors 24. Your LMDH and outright pole position going to go to the wannabe SRT 55 Balas Pala. And I'm going to actually apologize in advance. I am likely going to end up unfortunately butchering a few names as we work our way through this order as we get started. Cyanja we saw there at the end of the session, unfortunately not able to improve, but we'll have the Satellite Racing 38 on the front row to start this race. P3 is going to be in the hands, well, be held by the number 43 at the Valoris Motorsports team. Felix Gretschel qualified that car into that spot. Nico Schweitz, or Schwetz. Apologies, Nico there. And the Writer Engineering Esports 76 sharing that second row with them. Rukanor Racing Red, number 1, starting out at P5 with RD Simsport sharing the third row with them. P7 is going to go to the 831 High Caliber Autosports entry there, sharing that position with, well, row I should say. 8th place goes to ST Racing with DE in the 588. The 101 Virtual Drivers by Simware Machine is going to start at P9 in the top 10, rounded out by the first of our Delta V racing machines there with Kevin Dalgett. Going to start that car as well as qualified. The Wizards, number 64 entry with Turo Malaran behind the wheel, sharing the 6th row with the Project Dynamic Academy 712 of Andreas Hauser. Basic Ollie in Team BRT, the number 39, sharing row 7 with Project Alpha's Lennart Rath, number 71, there in 14th place. Really slow motion racing, opting to go for a BMW LMDH here. The number 29 set at 15th place. Fiercely forward black, and the 124 going to start from P16. Looks like Akos Borsiani and Ali Hunt behind the wheel there. And then our last 2 cars in LMDH, Blake Reynolds in the Penguin RC Simulation number 66, sharing that 9th row in class with the WS Racing Esports number 32. As I'll now hand to you, Stuart, to walk through our LMP2 drivers.
Yeah, no worries at all as we have a look at the LMP2 class now, and it is Casey Kerwin of the Motorsport Game Staff team in P1 for their class. P19 overall. We'll just read through their class position. P2 is Mads L. Gents. Step back a step to Christopher Bella in the Dingus Racing team car with Connor McClellan next to him. Then it's Jeremiah Kaiser with Jesper Eriksson, followed by Shinsuke Kuno and Morten Sterengard Feltz. Mark Kutzer and Luca Becker coming in at 9th and 10th, followed by Feld Ilg and Martin Stanman. To go to 13th, it's Peter Hudson and Gaten Anger off P14, with Tony Alsmanian, me, and Ili Dudnitsen, followed by Joran Verenberg and Kiko Santos. And that is all of our runners as we head back into the GT3 class. Ross, if you want to have a look at those for us.
Sure, we got Alexander starting up front, followed by Lucas Devert. I'm going to probably butcher most of these. Sad. Sorry, guys. Let's see. We got Gareth Higgins, and then Thomas Cox in P4, followed by Jacob, in P5, and is that Mackie in P6 in the Mercedes. Luca in the Ferrari starting P7, followed by Alex also in a Ferrari. And then P9 we got can someone help me on that one? Baton, and then 12th or 10th we got Finn.
I might have to cut you off there, Ross, because the LMDH leaders are through the 4 chicanes. The French tricolour is in the air. There's single file off the straight. The Majors 24 is underway as we get this race off. And yeah, single file for LMDH cars. And green flag means all of our other classes have gone. GT3's in the Porsche curves. LMP2's off the exit of the Corvette curves as we get this one single file once again for the prototypes. There's, trouble up at the Dunlop chicane for Felix Gretschel in the Valorous Motorsport number 43, having to rejoin the track, and that's going to cause a couple of moments for a couple of drivers, but otherwise I think we've gotten away okay as everyone else works their way up to racing speed here at the start of this 24-hour clock.
Yeah, as the GT3s just start coming through the Ford chicane, they're making their way across the start-finish line for the first time as well. Looking like everyone getting through relatively smoothly as we have a look at Felix Gretschel on screen at the moment. We're just trying to take note here of everything that's going on. So he's lost 10 positions from his starting position down into P13. So we'll bring up some replays and things as things start to settle down a little bit. On the left of your screen now, you do have the brake by class, red LMDH. You've got the blue for the LMP2, and you've got the orange representing your GT3s. Spoke about how treacherous this first lap will be for everyone. It is a feel lap for them. With the high track temps, you can see off the top, a great shot there of the Mulsanne straight, all the way back down to your LMP2 drivers as well. You just got to make it through. It's 24 hours, but this first lap is always intense.
Yeah, can't win it on the first hour, but you can definitely lose it. I'd be curious to see how the drivers feel each other out, seeing if they want to try and jockey for position, gain a few spots, or if they just want to hang back, save fuel, and try to gain positions through pit cycles.
Ross, I can tell you back further in the GT3s, there is plenty of jostling going on down into the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Jostling for positions. The drivers themselves are equally running 2 and 3 wide on the entry into that corner. So they're not jogging on the spot to find out too much as they now assume single file for the second segment of the Mulsanne straight.
I did actually see earlier on in the first segment, did have one of our GT cars taking the first of the slowdowns, but we'll look at this here. The top two, and Alex Bird and Lucas de Vries, have pulled away, leaving Thomas Cox here in the Blocco Motore, number 81, pardon me, 83, apologies, to head up a train of cars here, 3rd through 7th in class at the moment, with a look at Gia. Meanwhile, 2 LMDHs round at Arnage. The number 29, really slow motion racing, has been joined the Project Dynamic Academy, 7-12 in both spinning off. I think locked brakes is the case of what happened there for those cars, because with the regeneration on the rear axle, does mean you want to run your brake bias forwards in these cars, and I think they've just gotten victims of maybe having done their qualifying runs and they're not quite adapting back to cold brakes, given how hard you want to be on them at that first corner for Arnage. The other thing I wanted to pick up on is we've got an iRacing black flag already been issued to the Not in Vain Racing number 440, which is one of our LMDH cars, and currently unfortunately sitting last in class. We're going to head to our first replay here. Ross, I'll hand to you as we're looking at the start of the lap. Now this was going to be that, which car was it again? Oh, it's the 43 on Beto. Yes, the Valorous Motorsports car. That bit of a hit check there through the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah, it looks like he kind of got pinched a little bit, and then, with the other guy was trying to avoid getting a slowdown, so there's no place for him to go, and unfortunately he was the victim on that one.
Oh, your GT3 cars have worked out of Arnage there for the first time, and you can see our top two have checked now as they head for the Porsche curves. We'll see what the rest of this pack here do, because with 5 cars, they could potentially work their way up to the lead here with Stu, but at the same time, they may just need to settle in and focus on their race in the opening stint rather than chasing pure pace. And the other thing to note was, I'm seeing the virtual drivers by Simlicar just slow at Tetra Rouge, but it's okay. Looking at the GT3 cars in particular, of course, being our only multi-car within a class, if you will. Of course, the prototypes being single make for the time being, at least. There you go, slow down for the Blocco Motore machine. Thomas Cox behind the wheel, unfortunately, will drop out of P3, but looks like he gets his slowdown cleared by the time he gets to P5. And there are other cars taking slowdowns further on back in the pack. What I wanted to say in all of this is, obviously great diversity is possible in the GT3 category, but a lot of teams opting, it seems, to go with the BMW M4 here today. for their race car in Split 2 at least.
Yeah, popular car. I mean, the Ferrari's a good all-rounder if you're looking for something that's good across a diverse range of driving styles, but BMW and the Mercedes-Benz both good in a straight line. So I'm surprised with the lack of Mercedes in this split, but yeah, the BMW by far and away the car of choice. We're having a look here at another replay. I think this may be, yeah, it was the slide that we saw before with Akos and Adrius coming a cropper. And I also noticed as well that there was a slowdown issued for one of our front runners too. I've just missed who that was. Julian Castro got a slowdown for running wide, which cost him a couple of places as well. So having a look now, Blake Reynolds, who with Sim Racing LMDH, he's got the camera on, joined the stream. He's having a look over at us. Maybe you can feel our presence watching him as he gets around in the 66, currently sitting in P12. Not a bad start at all, up 5 spots early in this race.
Yes, indeed. As back half of our LMDH field is starting to fan out a little bit here, but at the same time, that's not the worst thing in the world. Allow you to get yourself to get into your rhythm. Of course, the cautions will come out later on in this race. That will pack things back up again. And look, for all you know, just being able to have a bit of space to yourself, not the worst thing. And yeah, in all I'm saying, the right behind the Wizards, number 64 LMDH car as well. So got a bit of slipstream that can be worked with here as well. I think at the moment, I'd say our LMP2 class is the more active and exciting car, as I've just seen. It's in and around 12, 13, 14. Got a couple of LMP2s that are getting a little bit, well, getting a bit excited down the Mulsanne. Things have calmed down a little bit by the time we get to Indianapolis and Arnage Ross as they go single file on the way up to the Porsche curves here.
Yeah, so this is the part where you can really feel how your car is set up. So people either kind of set the car up to be good in a straight line or good in the Porsche curves. You got to find a balance between the two, but you can really tell which guys have their car kind of set up for the straight line versus the ones that are trying to take advantage of carrying that speed through the turns when they get in the dirty air. So you'll see a lot of them having the lift, and then other guys just have a straight rocket ship. So you can kind of listen up into the throttle and hear if they're lifting a lot, then chances are they don't have that much downforce going through the Porsche curves. And you can see he's definitely got a lot of speed as he's flashing to tell him to let him by.
First driver into pit lane, Andre Reddington, has made his way in. So he is either repairing damage there or serving a black flag. Black flag, I'm being told. So he's going to drop way down the order. He's going to have a lot of work to do here as the pack is still relatively compressed early on in this race. So not the ideal start, but plenty of time to recover, of course, with the balance basically of a full 24 hours still to run.
Yeah, we've got a long race ahead of us here, and that's like, of course, those who have been on iRacing for a while, can be getting into a 24-hour event is no mean feat. And for us here in the comms box, or at least for Jay, I should say, he's only covering half the race, and it's still going to be one ordeal, that's for sure. Doing the opening 6 hours here for us, at least in Australia tonight, and then coming back to bring you the final 6 hours of the race for Split 2. I have a couple of different folks in the commentary booth during that time. I'll be staying with Jay for the opening 6 hours here, and we'll have some other faces show up for later on in the show as we have a look here at our top 2 in GT3 for a moment, as finally that Not In Vain Racing LMDH gets out of the pit lane. It did have a black flag to serve. I think they took the option to get some fuel in the car and do pit service, Ross. They're now in the middle of our GT3 field. As a result, your LMDH leaders, by contrast, are heading into Arnage as we speak.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting to be caught up in the pack. This is probably the worst case scenario for this team because you basically have to get around all these guys, and some of them may not be expecting you so early. They're also pretty tightly packed and not really wanting to give up that draft, so looking for people maybe not being as cooperative as they want to be, trying to get past all these guys. Hopefully he can get it done before the turn. Let's see. He's just going to barely miss it. Probably get them by the next straight.
And it'll give us a good example as well for everyone watching about the difference in speed and strength between these two classes. So while there's a massive difference in terms of straight line speed, the speed through the corners isn't really that different by the time they actually get through the braking zone and get in through the corner. So the LMP drivers really have to focus, and the hybrid drivers really have to focus on the exit, making sure they're optimizing that time in those easy or relatively easy to pass zones down the Mulsanne straight. And getting the job done there nice and cleanly, because the last thing they want to be doing is getting on the outside, particularly as the track starts to dirty up, getting on those offline attempts to get around lap traffic. And as we head into the darkness as well, it adds that extra complexity to them doing that. So plenty to think about, but not an ideal situation for them to be doing it this early on. Equally though, it means they can probably dispatch a majority of these cars quite quickly on those straight passing opportunities. As now we've got on screen here the battle for 5th in our LMDH class.
Indeed, and yeah, I think they've actually completely cleared the GT3 class in that number 440 prototype. So they'll now just have to, well, a long time of clean air before they eventually catch back up to LMP2s. But you can see here, nice string of single file running here. It's Peter Sidcar driving the RD SimSport number 4. There's Marcello Meyer, that's the ST Racing with DE number 588 entry. Sarthe, unfortunately for Sai, down 5 spots off the start of this one so far in that satellite racing machine. So Sai definitely be hoping to push back forward here pretty soon, I would think. You then got in behind the Delta V Racing of Kevin Dalgate and Andy Fernell in the BRT, basically goalie there in the 39, and also the top 10 now rounded out by the end of this pack here with Lennart Rath in the number 71 Project Alpha machine here as they work out into the second of the chicanes, as we stay on board with basic Ollie here in the number 39. You'll see try and ease on the power because that hybrid spin up, of course, also turbocharged V8. So you've got quite a lot of torque available to you in the low end. And it does mean that mechanical grip is at a premium in these LMDH cars, Stu.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just having a look at the lap times, relative lap times, the last time around of this group of cars. 3 100ths between all 6 cars, all 5 cars in that grouping. So nothing literally between them other than a piece of paper. And all of them just playing the waiting game at the moment, seeing who's going to do what. And just wanting to try and get an understanding, as Ross mentioned earlier on, about who they're racing with, how they drive, where they're potentially quicker than the drivers that they're grouping with, where they maybe need to brake or adjust their brake markers a little bit, and saving some fuel too. We talk about the yellow flag interventions. That's also going to play on strategy as well, because they're randomly generated. You know, we might get some of these cars that have pitted 1 or 2 laps prior to the safety car who are going to get disadvantaged by that when it happens. So really is this early phase of the race just about feeling the car out, feeling the track out, and getting a good understanding of who you're running with before you start to permutate what you might want to do with this first segment of the race before we head into the dark.
Yeah, as we check in with your LMP2 leader, we didn't get a chance to see him on the road yet, but one of our more interesting looking cars there, the number 95 of Casey Kerwin, and the team name, as you saw it on screen a moment ago, yes, and you can see it on the dorsal fin of this car, Motorsport Game Staff. I wonder just maybe what that might be, having a nod out there, but you can also see Daniel Gray as branding on the left side of the vehicle there. We'll probably see Mr. Gray we will see Mr. Gray in the car at some point, I'm sure, during this. Then again, might not be till towards the end unless he's willing to pull some midnight hours, Ross, given that Mr. Gray is from Australia. But also, Casey Kerwin here, starting the race off for this team, but he'll be jumping out of the server because he's got commitments elsewhere on the iRacing service to come in just the next couple of hours.
Well, he's definitely putting in work for the team. He's going to be leaving them in a great spot. Looks like he's actually broken the draft from the second place car, which is absolutely huge. So he's putting his team up for a really good standing, I guess you could say. And as long as the safety car doesn't come out anytime soon, it looks like they might be able to take advantage of this lead that they've gotten.
Yeah, I believe that's what you, Stu.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've just seen that Blake Reynolds has had an issue, so I'm going to have a quick look back at that. So just about to come up on screen. So we're looking at the Wizards LMDH here, car number 64. Oh, and he's got... Oh, and he is in big trouble. So Blake Reynolds just avoids that there. And it was 64 of Tua Malaran, who has grabbed some grass and then ended up grabbing a whole heap of Armco. And he will be serving some repairs once he gets that car back round into pit lane. So I'll keep an eye on what happens with that car. Car number 64, unfortunately, suffering some damage early on.
Goes one step further, Stu, then just some basic repairs, unfortunately, for the Wizards LMDH team. That's going to be... Oh, we've got two BMWs around at Arnage in the meantime. There's just see here, unfortunately for Tua, not even able to make it pull it up for the second in the Mulsanne chicane. That's going to go straight through the tyre bundles because that mechanical black flag is going to hurt. So we've had not only the Obsidian Edge black number 12, but I believe the other car that my camera caught there, and I'm just going to find them on the team list.
Gareth Higgins.
Yeah, being told. Yeah, the number 37, which, if I can find them, magic would be nice.
Yes,
it's
Gareth
Team
Higgins.
Shazoo. Gareth Higgins said, yeah, apologies there. I was looking in the LMP2 class, I'll explain why. And just like the LMDHs, I wasn't expecting to see it in the BMWs, say there, Ross, but rear end locking up on the curb into Arnage, and around they go.
Yeah, he might have not been able to see the curb with the car in front, but that is like the #1 spot you got to watch out for. If you don't commit all the way, you will catch the tire. You know. Ooh, that is bad. Oh, he is struggling.
He's doing a good job to keep it on track, though. That left-hand front wheel is pointing severely to the right. Yeah, no.
Oh, he has no aero. Yeah, he lost all his front aero.
So that car is in significant pain. But yeah, a bit of synchronized swimming, a bit of synchronized spinning there, back in the GT3s as well. So early trouble for a number of our drivers. It's not what you want in a race like this. So having a look here at the battle, 4th and 5th between Christopher Bella, and the garage is French by Hyperion Esports team, and Luca Becker from Project Dynamics 710. In the Delaras, the LMP2 class.
Now, not to pick on the LMP2s, we've now had the LMDHs go synchronized spinning at Arnage. We've had a pair of BMW GT3s, of all the GT3s, which do make up the majority, nevertheless. They've gone spinning in synchronicity at Arnage. I will kind of expect now we're going to surely have a pair of LMP2s do the dance and complete the trifecta, although producers I can, they tell me it must be, maybe it's only a BMW thing, and so thereby the Delaras are saved from such misfortune. As I think those LMP2s I think will just avoid catching the stricken 64, which is just about made it to pit entry. As meanwhile, we're going to look here at the battle again for 5th in LMDH, Ross, but it's almost splintered for a moment into two groups of 3, but by the time they slow down here for the first in the Mulsanne chicanes, they'll pack right back up before getting on the throttle for the second part of the straightaway.
It looks like we got a bit of a draft terrain going on here. We got some people just looks like the guy right in second place is pretty happy with where he's at, but you can see the guy behind. I'm pretty sure I saw a headlight flash there, so maybe he's looking to move up a little bit. It'll be interesting to see if they want to stay with this or if they're going to try and break away from the pack. I'm curious to see. I'm guessing that right now they're in fuel saving mode since we're kind of good way into the stint. So we'll see if anyone tries to pull any moves, but it doesn't look like they're looking to do that right now.
Yep. As towards the back of the class, the Penguin RC simulation of Blake Reynolds has just overtaken the virtual drivers by Simware 101 Julian Castro, but this group here is getting very spicy because Syandra had an absolute shocker dive bomb at the Mulsanne by Basic Ollie's actually get that one pulled up and stays on the road, so takes a spot, but now fragments the group with the ST Racing and RD Simsport machines able to pull away, leaving Basic Ollie now the head of a 4-car train rather than 6. Whilst at the back of the group it's Lennart Ra and Devin Dalgay going side by side, make it 2 by 2. Nope, it's now side by side for the front as we're approaching our first parts of GT3 traffic, as these two still side by side into Indianapolis. They've got to give up, and it will be Basic Ollie who has to yield first.
Excellent pick. You set up an excellent pick there, taking advantage of that traffic. But man, it's definitely getting spicy. I did not expect that. I was thinking they were all happy staying in line, and then the second it changes, they immediately throw the gloves off and start making passes.
It all started back at the second Mulsanne chicane, actually, I might add. Stu was watching this group, and the car ahead of Sarthe, which was Marcello Meyer, who still is up the road, which is now broken away from the group in the 588. It was a little wobble on the brakes, but then Sarthe very wide of the apex through the middle of the chicane. And I think that was all the impetus that Basic Ollie wanted. Is look at this here through the Corvette curves. We've got GT3s trying to find their line, although I saw the Simrings.com DPL, one of our other Australian entries in this race in the second split tonight, going 6 miles wide of the ideal racing line, but able to get back on the road without too much fuss as then they navigate through the 4 chicanes. You can definitely see through that low-speed stuff that our GT cars and the LMDHs pretty much the same speed. It's once they finally straighten out, of course, that we get to see that acceleration and top speed difference.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about in terms of the traffic and congestion and trying to find your way through. That's just about as good an example as we'll get right throughout this race. A pack of your GT3 drivers battling for position, and the guys in the hybrids coming flying through Porsche curves, finding their own way around, and the potential impact from that. Everyone got through clean, but definitely stuff that they're going to have to look out for.
Another thing to look out for with the BMWs is that because of the downforce, they can actually brake a lot harder initially, but then since they don't have ABS, they tend to suffer in the slower speeds. So initially they're stopped faster, and then the GT3 will outbrake them. So it's something to watch out for. You can accidentally outbrake yourself trying to pass the GT3.
Definitely something to watch out for, as you say, and the effective draft as well. I mean, there's lots to consider as they're too wide here. Down into the chicane through the Mulsanne, and there's a Ferrari just trying to get out of the way there. He's doing a good job holding his line. They work around him. You see there, the GT3 cars generally tend to sit in the middle of the track down the Mulsanne straight. It's a little friendlier on the car. Seems to work better for them. They're doing that there, and these hybrids are making their way around as they're squirting off behind, trying to keep that draft as well, potentially looking for a move down into the second chicane.
Drivers scrapping here in the middle of the pack. That was the Lawrence Motorsports 37 still looking to recover after lap 1 at the Dunlop chicane, tucked in behind 14th place, and was tucked defending their spot, I think, from the WS Racing Esports car. They're up behind Project Dynamic Academy with Andreas Hauser and Penguin RC Simulation of Blake Reynolds. So 4 LMDHs, 12th back to 15th, trying to stick together here, it would seem, as you then got the GT3s around them trying to sort themselves out, and other LMDHs I'm sure will be looking to capitalise and take advantage and get on the train here. But looks like as I think we're getting towards the top of the GT field, and we will be as we saw some LMDHs passing Alex Bird earlier on. Oh, meanwhile, Sarthe lost the spot to Basic Ollie up at Indianapolis. As Basic Ollie, though, outside of your GT3 leader at Arnage, going to lose that spot straight back there, Stu. And again, just the ability of drivers to pick and choose their battles in the multi-class equations here. It's going to be so important. I've just seen a Ferrari GT3 nearly lose it in the 777 off of Arnage. It's going to allow our battle pack, we're looking with Reynolds a moment ago, to get very feisty, I think, here.
Yeah, 2x2, 3 wide indeed down there. And there's a Mercedes trying to do his best as we head into the Porsche curves as well to keep out of the way. As Felix Gretschel and Julian Castro as Hauser as well, just trying to make their way through and battle in their class.
Definitely
good
an early
driving.
game of chicken.
Yeah, absolutely, and good driving from everyone as well to get through that. You don't need to be having these battles this early on, but it looks like it's going to happen whether they like it or not as they continue to move past our GT3 class leader. And then they'll have a breathing space before they trying to catch up to those Delaras as well. So it's a full 24 hours.
Yeah, I found this track to be a real kind of mental teaser, because a lot of times you feel like you're a lot faster than the guy in front because of the draft, but then when you get past them you realize you're not as fast as you thought just because now they have the draft. So a lot of these guys are probably getting sick of being behind after driving, 80% of their pace, and they're trying to get around to push more at like 90%.
Point two as well, with the long straights and stuff, you can actually switch off. And if you're not paying attention, you can forget where you are on the track. There's 3 areas in the Mulsanne where it's easy enough for you to sort of lose that a little bit, as we've got a slow car on track that looks like Julian Castro in the virtual driver's car.
Oh, he might have a meatball. He went in backwards.
Yeah, just grab the grass. Oh wow, big snap. No, he's gonna have damage to that car. Maybe not a meatball, but definitely damage. Good pick up there, Ross. He snapped over, grabbed the grass, and went around into the arm coat.
Yeah, just slight overcorrection. He'll have to be really careful if he has damage on the rear, because he's more likely to spin. I found that when you damage the rear of these cars, it may not look that bad, but all of a sudden you find that you have no arrow going through Indianapolis, and then you're going backwards again.
Yeah, the other thing is, well, he ended up backwards in the wall there before Tetra Rouge, but awfully similar in setup as to what we saw, of course, with the Wizards LMDH, which unfortunately is still in the pit lane, and I would suspect will be there for quite some time, if not completely done with the race, which would be very unfortunate after just 6 laps of running, given there are no fast repairs here for the Majors 24, which means that you got to look after your car as much as you can. Back on the live pitches as we're approaching the opening half hour complete, and the car seeming to be calming down for a moment. And your top 2 here, Stu, in GT3, Alexander Bird and Lucas de Vries from Mark 1 Esports and Arvensis Racing, respectively, have done an absolutely fantastic job to walk away from everyone else, who is somewhat packed up behind, but for these 2 out front, they've got no one to worry about apart from themselves and the last trickles of traffic coming on by them.
I was going to say, take into consideration as well that they've just had the entire hybrid field move past them as well, and in doing that, they're only 4 tenths or 3 tenths apart. Still, after the start of the race, is a fantastic effort, and just shows you that we're in for a challenge at the front here. They're 7 seconds to the good over Milnek, who's in P3 in the Netrex Grand Prix Black Racing entry. Yeah, I don't know. What do you do from here? Like, you're trying to save a little bit of fuel already this early on. How are you trying to manage the race this early into the stint? They're about halfway through for the GT3s. I think they're going to get a lap or 2 extra on our prototype classes. So what are you thinking? What would you be doing, Ross?
Honestly, if I was them and I was happy with the pace of the guy up front, like, you got to kind of know mentally from practice what your pace is. And if the guy isn't that far off your pace, you're better off just hanging back and saving a lot of fuel, because it'll pay dividends later on. Like I said, that safety car will be the real X factor here, but if that safety car doesn't come out, you can gain a lot of spots just by saving fuel. So that's what I would do if I was happy, but it doesn't look like he's happy. He looks like he's trying to get around him.
Yeah, so this is the battle, I think, for 6th, as we're seeing a Ferrari about to become the meat in a BMW sandwich between Jacob, Gia and Higgins, 6th, 7th and 8th. Looks like there's a flow down there. He's taken too much of that curb, which is easy enough to do. It's very inviting. Looks like it's going to save you a heap of time, but cost you. As we head back through turn 1. Just having a look here at the 87. And he's just managed to get that pulled up.
He came in a little hot, realized it midway through under the braking zone, and then the rear started locking up.
It was Kickoff Santos. And Julian Castro in pit lane after that off track where we saw him backwards into the arm coat. So he's got some damage to repair there. Could not put him out of the race. But certainly he won't be in there for a little bit yet, but it's early enough. And remember as well, we did cover at the top of the show the rules around the safety cars as well. So if these guys do end up going a lap down, which here is a long way, but if they do end up going a lap down, they will get that lap back through a wave by under a caution. We know they're going to be cautions during the race, so it's not all over if you get it repaired here. And even for the likes of Tua Malaran, who had that off, he is only 2 laps down at the moment. I say only, but he is only 2 laps down really early in the race. So if they can get that car repaired, he's every chance to get back involved and get into the compressed field when he's back out on track with those repairs, as the pressure piles on here in this battle still that we're looking at on screen.
Yeah, the wave arounds here at this track is absolutely mega, just because it's so big. Like if you're looking kind of like an IndyCar or something at the Indianapolis, it's so short that by the time you go back into the pits to take your service to try and not fall behind, you're already down a lap again. So these guys will have that huge advantage of being able to, you know, get the start, go into the pit real quick for a splash and dash, and then back out, and then gain that time back, the safety car. So a lot of people, there's still a lot of hope, even if you're down a lap or so.
Yeah, it's definitely not game over. Definitely not. So the drivers will be looking to get those repairs done and get back out on track, as Didier Brobel here is putting the pressure on Nico Chihewetz in P2. It's allowed Ballas Pala just to check out our race leader overall, and obviously in class in the 55 entry of wannabe SRT racing. So these two here just continuing to fight away. Hasn't really allowed anyone to do anything as we jump back to the leaders of the GT3 class with Alexander Bird and Lucas de Vries. Still within that 4/10, the Mark 1 Esport entry of Alexander Bird there. So sponsored by Racecraft, good Australian company providing sim gear locally. One thing we also didn't talk about, ability for teams to protest in this race. So again, another thing that we are brought by the Major Series, which is fantastic, is if you feel you've been hard done by or involved in an event that wasn't quite of your making, like in real motorsport, you can lodge a protest with the race officials. Of course, live race control in the top split, in the second split, they will review it and potentially impose a penalty. So that may come into pass at some stage throughout this race as well. We get round to complete another lap here with our GT3 race leaders. Alexander Bird just not looking too fussed at all. De Vries just closed that gap ever so slightly, but just doing his thing. Having a look at a super slow-mo here. Great pictures through the chicane in Mulsanne. You can just see how much curb, a little bit of slide there as well. A couple of drivers trying to get the car pulled up. It's really important to get the car turned and be back on the gas to maximize your pace down through the second part of the Mulsanne straight. Everyone there, relatively similar line as you would expect, given the caliber of the drivers in this split. Pictures there to us by Jay Kennedy. Thank you for that one. Jeremiah Kaiser in Project Dynamics 711 entry.
Nope, one.
Is it really stopped?
very much. It is indeed. I was just checking my timing, said they may have crashed, but that was just the case of them coming into the pit lane. So no harm, no foul there. But yeah, expecting that to be about 2, maybe 1 or 2 laps off the expected pit stint, but nevertheless, Jeremiah Kaiser up on the Jacksons. Oh, hello there.
Oh,
The basic Oli machine has gotten entangled thanks to the Project Alpha 71 of Lennart Wright, unfortunately locking the rears. So hey, we're now 5 from 5 for being just purely BMWs, getting all kinds of loose at Arnage on the ankles. We'll go to the close-up replay and see it goes, oh, before he even touches the curb, I think there, Ross, but just hard on the brakes. And the rear end, with the regeneration and the braking power, not able to maintain the traction.
yeah, I'm going to rename that curb, or that section of the track, Spin City. I can almost promise you that you're going to see a lot of that throughout the race. It's a easy spot to get caught out, and especially later on in the race when you're mentally drained, you might kind of forget about that and end up like that guy.
I wonder as well if someone might have accidentally flicked on an indicator there, and the other BMW drivers just get confused when that sort of activity happens. So Couldn't quite see it there, but yeah, definitely causing trouble. I think he got a slowdown there as well, just to compound the problem. He ran wide through the Porsche curves as Lennart Rahart is into pit lane in the 71. Ali Hunt as well, and Nico Schwitz as well, all jumping into pit lane in the hybrids. Potentially to get out of a little bit of traffic, perhaps. There's plenty of mess happening as well back in the GT3s with the Dalaras or the LMP2s having caught up to them as well. So there's no rest for the GT3 drivers in terms of looking in the rearview mirror.
They've had a lap or two's rest, and now Casey Kerwin's starting to carve his way through, and then he's followed in short order by Mads Jensen, although the gap now up to at 2.5 seconds as Jensen's going to get checked up in Arnage by one of our Ferraris, trying to stay out of the way more than anything else. And then there's 5th place on backpack in LMP2. Garage is French by Hyperion Esports, Dingus Racing, Valkyrie XP, Racetech Competition, and a 5th car in Scuderia Fermata. Still close together as they work their way up to the Porsche curves, and on board here with Gaetan Unger in the Valkyrie XP car. Let's see, they try and maintain the rhythm and the speed through here. Stu going to have to check up for this BMW that's in front of the Beta Frost number 51, which unfortunately is sitting down in 50th place in the class, but doing the right thing there, maintaining his line and rhythm. And now the space opens up through the Corvette curves. All these two LMP2s to pass on by before the end of the lap. And actually, a couple of them, several of them even, will dive down to the pit lane.
You can tell they've been practicing that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the majority of the LMP2 cars, except Dingus Racing, the exception from the top 10. In fact, nearly everyone in LMP2 filing on in. Yep. Let's see if there's any other outliers. The only outlier is the Dingus Racing number 92. I hope they have not miscalculated that one there. And the Project Dynamics 711, which has already come to the lane. So there we go. 11 laps from the tank of the LMP2 cars as Dingus of Colin and McClellan carries on here, Ross.
Yeah, I can almost promise you that they all have enough fuel to make it another lap, maybe 2. It's just that once you see that one car pull in, you want to continue saving that fuel, saving that tires and staying with the pack. You don't want to really lose the draft. And so these guys might be trying to break free. They might be kind of sick of the drafting, and so they might try to get separated from it. My curiosity is like, how will this affect them when the safety car comes out? It might pay dividends if they don't have to pit.
It's a good point. We are into safety car time now, so we're more than half an hour into the start of this race, so random safety cars can occur from any point now on until the last 30 minutes of the race. And it is something that the Dallara drivers and the GT3 drivers are going to have to contend with, because they've just finished getting past the GT3s or getting through some of the GT3 traffic, and now they're going to have to do it all again, albeit the GT3s will be due in for their first scheduled stop in around about 3 or 4 laps. So it's going to make that traffic situation a little bit more hectic, particularly during these first couple of hours of the race.
Meanwhile, at the end of lap number 12, in comes a host. In fact, nearly, actually, no, pretty much the entire field of LMDHs, barring a couple of drivers to have stopped early in this race. So there we go. I'd say 11 laps, maybe 12 if you aggressively save from an LMP2. 12 laps from the LMDHs seems to be the norm. I think, therefore, I doubt we'll see a 13th lap stint from those cars. But it means we're also looking at just under, or between 35 and 40 minutes for the fuel tank stint for these cars so far. That there, Julian Castro in that 101 machine. Can try and get some more laps on the board. Unfortunately, the virtual driver by Simway Car was in the pits for a full 6 minutes, repairing the damage from their little slip up out of the S's here before Tetra Rouge, as the rest of your field will come on out of the pits. Get back to racing speed. We see there the 43 Valorous Motorsport. Felix Gretschel still aboard in the Penguin RC simulation with Blake Reynolds still nose to tail here, Stu, after that opening stint, although they are got quite a bit of a gap ahead and behind them for that pit stop.
Yeah, a few driver swaps as well in the pit stop process. Not here on the Penguin car, not in the Penguin car, I should say. So, also just touching there on Julian Castro and what we spoke about earlier in terms of the safety car. It's actually worked out quite well for him. He's come out with the rest of his class in terms of when they jumped in through pit lane. So, he's lucky enough to, when he catches that safety car, that will compress him back up to the field. So that damage he got really not affecting his race all that much overall at this point in time. Blake Reynolds here heads down through the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Gets a good exit here. He's looking pretty comfortable in the car at the moment. Nice and casual, relaxed. We've got him on screen there in our driver cam. I'm just happy to sit here in the draft.
Here's kind of a great example of how you got to drive with the hybrid cars with regenerative braking. You'll see he'll pull up really close to him, and then he'll basically start braking a little earlier to try and gather a little more battery. And so eventually he'll work up enough battery where if he wants to, he can overtake the car in front. So he might be setting that up for the next lap or two. Be curious to see if he pulls a move on this guy.
Yeah, good pick up there, Ross, absolutely. So a challenge, or a different challenge to drive these hybrid cars. They're not as easy as just to get in and drive. Not that the Dallara is either, but certainly more complicated in terms of the way you manage them. And a slowdown there. So Blake Reynolds gets that position and moves up over Felix Gretschel, who grabbed that slowdown there, unfortunately for him. So Reynolds now with the clear out. So Connor McClellan did make it round that extra lap in the Dingus Racing Machine. He served his pit stop and now completes. We have a full set of Dallaras on full fuel out on track. So did he gain any advantage from that? His last lap
Oh,
around.
trouble in the first chicane. The 777 Valkyrie XP car is backed in the gravel.
Big damage.
I think might have been either with the Project Dynamic Academy. Actually, I'm going to have a look at that one before it goes through. Yes, it was the Project Dynamic Academy 713 on the way in to this first chicane. We want to try and grab a replay of that if we can. As our first bit of car-on-car contact in the race, although a bit of an air gap you'll see here in a second, Ross and Stu, unfortunately. Pause this one here. That angle doesn't quite help. There's a bit of a little margin between those two cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tends to happen when you have a bunch of people from different locations together, but it's just unfortunate. It's something you got to keep in mind when you're racing with this wide of a field. So he thought he was clear, and he thought he left him enough room. Unfortunately, the netcode god said no.
Yeah, it can definitely be a problem, as you say, with a global participation. Unfortunately, the transfer of data sometimes doesn't always happen in the most efficient manner. And the sim judges it as two cars coming into contact. So just having a quick look as well at Ballas Pala. He's checked out, still 2.5 seconds at the front, but through the pit stop sequence, our second and third place gap has widened at the front of the field. Now at the procession, Dallara is making their way down. This is Jeremiah Kaiser and Jasper Eriksson. Sorry, my apologies. It's actually Mads Jensen and Jeremiah Kaiser. He's looking to make a move. Not quite far enough up here. And the sparks flying out the back there. The Project Dynamic car just bottoms out a little bit. To head through Indianapolis. Down to Onage. Important to get a good exit out there. You can see the difference. There was a little bit of a spin up there for Ericsson and just dropped him a car length or so off the back of Kaiser as they head towards the Porsche curves. Won't be close enough to get anything done here. It's really easy to get a slowdown through these Porsche curves as well. The exit of the Porsche curve, which will highlight for you. Get the car turned back through this complex. It's important here to just hold that right-hand side of the track, left as you're looking at it now. Get the car stable to transfer the weight across for that one there. It's a good example of it. Keeps the car off that curbing. If you get all four wheels onto it or across it, you will get a slowdown. That's Jensen doing a good job. Sorry, my apologies. It was Kaiser and Jesper Eriksson. Just have a look here.
Didn't like this shot through the forward chicane, I have to say. As you can see, the driver's using a good amount of the curve through the left-hand component, but not a lot through the right-hand in some respects. It really seems to be a bit of a... Depends who you are and how you like to drive through the forward chicanes here, because picking up the car, trying to get it to rotate on that right rear tyre as you actually basically unload the car up on its suspension, then either take it a little flat through the left-hand, or the right-handed to exit the chicane, I should say, sorry. That's the left-hander entry, right-hander exit. Or actually hop it back up on that either red sausage or just the yellow and blue serrated curbs, as we watch now some of the LMDH cars make their way through their ROS. But yeah, it's a great example of how we can observe the car dynamics here, and how drivers are both attacking the car and also how their cars are responding a bit to the way they throw it around the circuit.
Oh yeah, especially you can see the difference in the classes and how you got to drive them. The LMDHs with their tight suspension and low ground clearance, they can't really hit that curb as much. But you see some of the GT3 cars, especially like the BMW, will just kind of yeet it over that red curb. But if you take it wrong in the LMDH, you can find they either damage the car or you spin out. So that's probably why they're avoiding it for the most part.
Which is definitely a thing that the drivers are going to have to be careful about, because that kind of damage is notorious for being hard to repair. Pardon me for a moment as we take a look at our outright and LMDH leaders here. As apologies to Balazs Pala, something along those lines, but also Nico Chavets. Two cars here at the top of the field, wannabe SRT and Reiter Engineering Esports. 55 and 76. Less than a second between the two of them, and it's about 2 seconds back to High Caliber Autosports in P3 from P2, that is, as they work their way down into the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. And I'm trying to remember actually, because of course, well, for those if you're in the know when it comes to the race tracks of the world, over the other side of the world at Daytona, they renamed the bus stop chicane into the Le Mans chicane. I'm just trying to think. One of those Mulsanne chicanes, I'm pretty sure, is now called the bus stop these days officially, as part of a sort of acknowledgement of the future of sports car and prototype racing in particular, with the new LMDH regulations, or as they're known in IMSA, GTP class, and also the hypercars that will be eligible for the hypercar class, as they are currently in WEC, and when they make their way to America, IMSA as well. Just remember, I actually might go and have a look up and see if I can find which one of the chicanes that might be.
Yeah, I did check the track map beforehand, and I didn't see it on the update, but I did remember reading something about that actually. So I think you're onto it as well. We've got the Mustang coming into the GT3 category as well next year. We'll do some test laps at Le Mans next week, from what I understand. Just a couple of other race updates as well. Just quickly, Turo Molinaren is back out on track. He's 7 laps down, and we did see as well that William Amson ran straight ahead and lost a couple of positions as well. So we've got another one around. 710 of Luca Becker in Project Dynamics 710. He's gone round out of the curbing, and I imagine potentially grabbed too much of that curb. Did he? Have a look at a replay here.
Have a look here.
Coming in.
LMP2 cars stuck in GT traffic. Massive check up through the four chicanes, and well, actually from that angle, it looks like a little kiss from the number 45. Christopher Bella aboard. The garage is French by Hyperion Esports entry, but yeah, unloads the 710 of Becker, which, well, it looked like a light touch there, Stu, but you have to say, let's go actually on board with the 45. With these cars unloaded up through the chicane, it's probably the worst opportunity, in the sense that, yeah, very easy to make a little tap and spin the car around.
Yeah, you look like you'd already lost a little bit of the back there as well, so maybe some netcode coming into it, or just a little bit surprised by the checkup in front of him. But nonetheless, not good either way. Just seeing the end of the replay there as well, the challenge of the drivers going into Dunlop Curve. As we're having a look here at Schweitz. He's going to get the job done using that battery, I reckon, that Ross alluded to earlier, to get that move done relatively easily. You can't see him doing that just from draft, not in these cars. So good move there, done nice and clean. How did you go down with your investigation? Did you find out whether there has been that sort of mutual name change in the chicane?
Unfortunately, my usual source of info, which is just going to racing circuits.info, says no, but I've just found a motorsport.com article from the start of 2022, which speaks of this one. And we're being told that if you look at the official official maps for Le Mans circuit here, yes indeed, chicane Daytona now the first chicane on that Mulsanne straightaway. So there you go, that backs up the little article, I've just read there. Yep, and then the confirmation of the article. I've actually read the subtitle, bang, right there. But yeah, my usual source of info, which is going to racingcircuits.info, had an update. Oh, trouble in Indianapolis. The Finnish Endurance Academy number 69 who is in the gravel. Yeah, what got them there? Meanwhile, we've got side by side on.
He had a little help.
Here in LMDH.
He was checking up because the Ferrari kind of got in his line, and then he got a little tap in the rear. The other guy wasn't expecting that checkup.
Yeah, and then there was a little bit more, a bit further up as well. Another run wide on the exit there from the BMW of William Amenson. You can see there, just that checkup as you spoke about, and he's just copped it out on the gravel.
Ooh, someone almost lost it at the Porsche curves. Who was that? It was Martin. That was close. He almost went in backwards, entering the Porsche curves.
So this is closed right up as well here, because Pala was about 3.5 seconds to the good in the lead of this race. Not sure what's happened with him. He's just got caught in traffic and it's treated him poorly. But Schweitz here is right up in the zone to have a challenge for the outright lead of this race. So we'll keep an eye on that battle as well. As you can see in the background there, a couple of the GT3s starting to head into pit lane. As we reach their pit window, in fact, a large number of them.
13 laps to their tank, it looks like will be the answer. As big trouble for the Palaz. Wannabe SRT in the wall at the end of the Dunlop chicane. I think his boys just kept it out, but that is going to be one heck of a setback there for the 55. Now, apparently they've gotten into... Oh, no, so they've been given... Yeah. Oh, big netcode tap, and it's taken one of the Ferraris with them as a result of having to move off the line just as the Reiter Engineering Esports LMDH, went to go around him for a move at the Dunlop chicane. He's pulled out because of that GT car, and oh man. And we're being told mechanical black flag for that Aerokinetics red Ferrari that unfortunately was just the innocent victim in all of that one there on the racing line, minding their business, Ross.
Absolutely heartbreaking for that team. I can imagine. I've had it happen before. It's just out of your control. You're doing everything right, and then the netcode gods take it away. But hopefully they'll be able to get it repaired, and they won't go down too many laps. And the safety car, they might be able to get back in there.
So Kickoff Santos has also got a black flag here. Just being told by Jay Kennedy, who's on the ball. Oh, wow. No, a bit of a hip and shoulder there and into the concrete. He's going to get that straight into pit lane. You know what? That could have happened at a lot worse place. There's a lot of damage on the 87 there of Kickoff Santos in the MV. I think it's SKM Lab 03 racing team car.
Yeah, that's going to be a doozy for the repair.
Oh.
Ooh, and another one. Oh, man.
That's
this is
live.
chaos.
That is live, and that is a big, big accident.
The
That might be
Rukinor
race
race.
over.
Three.
Oh my word, the Rukinor Racing red entry, number 1 of Didier Brobel on board the car. Down at the Mulsanne corner. That has gone horrendously wrong. All of a sudden here, we're talking just about to approach the hour mark and things have gone absolutely sideways. And it was with an LMP2 car that they were trying to pass there. You can see the number 35 of the Willig team. And I have to say, that's a big error from the Rukinor driver of Didier Brobel, Ross or Stu, because he's just moved across the nose of the 45 or 35, sorry, that was just trying to stay to the left of the road on approach to the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, I need to watch the replay because to me it looked like he already got the move done, and the guy was just like, "I'm not going to lift." I'll have to double check that though.
Good point. No, that's good. That's a good point.
And there's a huge amount of damage to that car that's going to be in pit lane for a significant period of time. If he can get it there, you can just see just not wanting to turn at all. So have another look at the replay here. Let's just see if we can work out what Ross is saying. He's got the move.
He's already across. Yeah, he's already got the move done, but you know, sometimes as a driver of the slower class, you can get a little frustrated, especially when people start making last-second moves like that. I don't think he was anticipating to put him into the wall, but at the same time, it feels like he didn't really give him anything once he made the move.
That's
and probably,
but yeah, back to you, Stu.
Oh, sorry, Dan. I was just going to say, and Brobel there probably equally could have kept trying to keep the car in a little further, noting that he was going to be turning right. Obviously, after that one there, we're having another look here. So I said Brobel there just moves over on him. I think he might have thought he was clear as well. Potentially his spotter telling him that he had the room to move because he was on the right line for the next corner anyway, even if he ran wide. So probably the old classic a racing incident, I think.
Oh, yeah. No, after that view
one.
actually kind of just changed my mind because basically that LMP2 was in full send mode. There's nothing he could do. So it was more on this guy, the LMDH guy, to back it off. He could have just waited for the straightaway to pass.
Yeah, all of a sudden here, the race exploding into action. And starting to take some pretty hefty damage. So unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing that car back out for a very long time, if at all. As we'll check in with your race leader, Nico Schweitz. No. I'm going to get tripped up by this because I'm used to I see SCHI because I learned a little bit of German once upon a time. I think Schwei, but there's a second H in there for Nico, and that's going to absolutely true. But Nico, yeah, Schweitz.
Yeah, I reckon
I might go with that, and then hope I'm not being eviscerated. But on there, just also noting in the YouTube chat, in what was the move on? I mean, having thought about that, and then Ross sort of feels like he's on the LMDH there for coming back across. I think you have to also think we're not even an hour into this race. The LMDH, it's late. Oh, don't get me wrong. There was definitely a late move into the Mulsanne corner. I think the LMP2 driver also maybe it's a question of whether you also consider lifting out and just allowing that move to happen. If you at the same time, I guess as you said, Ross, that LMP2 driver might just be in their rhythm there and not thinking all that much about an LMDH coming up at them in the last possible second, because these two cars will have a pretty similar top speed here, given. Well, if they're anything like the real-life cars, given that the hybrid energy up in top gear will basically be none at the end of the straights.
Yeah, I was about to say, before the chaos started breaking out, that we should start seeing stuff around hour 1 and 2, because if you're not used to endurance racing, this tends to be where you start making mistakes, such as what we just saw there. The other thing with the LMDH and LMP2 incident that I would mention is once he kind of felt the guy was going to make the move, he could have started lifting a little bit, but I think he was thinking that the LMDH guy was going to back off last second and was kind of taken a little off guard by it.
To check in and see if anything comes of it, as we're coming up to 30 seconds to the hour, and bring up another little something on screen for you all at home, of course, as we sort of touted the Majors Series, and particularly here the Majors 24, bringing drivers from all across the world take part in this event. And I'll actually just show you the distribution of nationalities represented here in Split 2 alone, because it is quite substantial, although there is some strong representation from quite a few countries, it seems, in particular, as here they are ordered alphabetically by country name. And yeah, a fair chunk of Australians here, Stu, operating, well, joining us here in Split 2 tonight. 21, although top honours and bragging rights, if you will, goes to the contingent of German drivers there of 26 in total to their name. You can also see that there, a good number of drivers from the Netherlands in 23, and same for the United States there as well. France, not too far back though, there with 22 as well. And Great Britain around nations represented with 20. And a strong number of Hungarians here too, with 12 there to round out our double-digit nationalities here in Split 2, Stu.
Yeah, absolutely. And just interestingly enough as well, to put some context around these numbers in terms of the real event, France 44 times the winner or winning nation of this race, the UK 42 and Germany 31. So if it gives you any type of form around this track, I'm not sure if there's any attachment we can make to it. But what I really wanted to shout out to was our single entry nations. So Brazil, Estonia, New Zealand, close to home, basically Australians, and Russia as well.
Don't forget Oman there in there too.
Oh, and Oman.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, drivers from around the world, whether it be, single drivers here and there, whether it happens to be, a battery of drivers from a single nation, well-represented regions of the world. And just like that, we've crossed over the 1 hour mark in the Majors 24, as I actually see the number 69 Finnish Endurance Academy has started to drop down my timing screen and disconnect potentially here, which that would be very unfortunate for that car, already tangled. Being told also a possibility they've completely given up the car. I'll actually do a quick cross-check of the entries if I can, because they are, the intel confirm they are in the pit lane, and I'm just going to have a quick look at the drivers to recently join or leave the server.
Would have just jumped out of the car temporarily because of the length of the repair.
One driver disconnected recently, although they then came back, so that might be a bit of a false flag on that one. So yeah, and a little interesting. We'll have to wait and see as to whether, if things change there, perhaps. As hang on a second, they're just still.
Yeah, Andre Reddington just set the fastest lap of the race, 3:25.11. Of course, in our hybrid category, as you would expect, but just dropping that one in there as he makes his charge back through the field. So he's up 38 positions on my timing screen. Not quite accurate there, but certainly now chasing through this pack.
Yeah, I'd be expecting to see the times get faster as the traffic thins out a bit. I feel like a lot of the LMDHs have been checked up a turn or two throughout the race, so we'll start seeing those times drop.
Another thing as well to consider is the track temperature starting to drop slightly. I think it's about 44 when we kick the race off, down to 42 at the moment. So I expect to see that slowly drop away as we head towards the evening. Just past 4 o'clock local time in the race, 4:17 to be precise. So a number of hours until we get to the darkness, but it will continue to cool.
I wonder if we'll start seeing people start to double or triple stint when the track temps drop.
Yeah, certainly in terms of drivers and stuff. I mean, it doesn't really save time in the pit stop. It doesn't. So it just depends, I guess, on how fresh the drivers are and who or how they're playing around the strategy. I think the safety car might have a bit of an answer to that as well, or add to the complexity of that in terms of the strategy that they play out. So it definitely heaps to unfold in terms of the strategy that these teams employ from here on in.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking of when the safety car comes out. Let's say that you have like quarter of the tank used, do you come back in and just not take tires and just do a splash and dash and try to stretch those tires out a little more? We'll see.
Be very interesting to get a read on some tyre wear numbers as well, to see what we could do there. But yeah, that's a really good point. Just the splash and dash, make some track position. So just staying on board here with the 39 of Oliver Furnell. In clear air at the moment, but he has got a random LMP2 that he's approaching. He continues to make his way back up on. Sticking with our top 4 in class. I'm going to run wide there in the background as well. That might have been Blake Reynolds in copper slowdown for that one. Did have our first protest lodged as well. The 711 issue that we did have a look at some length down into the Ford chicane where there was that contact in the checkup. We'll keep you up to date on what happens as a look of that. We called it a racing incident. We'll see if the powers that be do the same. And when that comes across, we'll give you the update just to keep you informed. It's the only one we've had so far.
Oop, we got a wreck. Let's see. It was Nico. Nico just hit the wall going into the Porsche curves, it looks like.
It is.
Oh.
That is a very different looking race leader. Nico.
That is huge.
Chevette. No wing. Looking far more like a Trans Am now than a hybrid BMW. We're going to have a replay of this one. Let's have a look. Do you want to unpack that one, Ross?
Yeah, just got a little loose, a little too much trail brake, and unfortunately, yeah, that car is not doing so good. I was gonna say with these cars, once the rear end goes, it's really hard to get it back under control, especially once the tires kind of superheat. So he was probably trying to send it a little bit and realized he was going in a little hot, and then a little too much trail braking. That's all she wrote.
Another angle of it here.
Yep.
And in fact, yeah, just snapping away almost even a tiny bit before braking as he finished up the left-hander in the Porsche curves. But, well, that's a big mistake after contact with the wannabe SRT. That was, well, just trying to get its way around a GT3 car into the Dunlop chicane. Now the Writer Engineering esports car finds itself out of commission for the time being. So the high caliber Autosports Blue 831 will inherit the race lead as we're looking here at Syandra, trying to start chasing them down, navigating our top 2 in LMP2, still Casey Kerwin and Mads Jensen in those positions as they work down the second part of the Mulsanne straight away. As I've just seen the wannabe SRT car lose a couple of spots to fellow LMDHs, and it's looking a little slow in a straight line. I think, yeah. Unfortunately, I think, yeah, for Balash Pala, I think, yeah, they didn't take many repairs at their pit stop. I think they're going to be waiting on a safety car in that number 55. As just see that at the top of the screen as well. Incident under review. But we're going to go to a replay here first. Or you're getting it ready, says producer Jay Kennedy. So we'll get to that in a second. But actually noticing there, yeah, Dunlop curves, entering Dunlop chicane, that our previously leading LMDH cars apparently will be reviewed for their contact, it seems.
Yeah, we did have a look at this one before. This was their big impact with the Ferrari that ended up with the mechanical black flag. Which,
I have a feeling that one will just be a racing incident, unfortunately for them.
Bit of net code there as well. I did notice too that Jeroen Vredenburg did almost join the BMW spin team, but just a corner later at Orange, just rotating the JE Motorsport entry as well. So he dropped a few positions Sorry, he didn't drop any positions as a consequence of that, but did rotate that one around and managed to get it back going again. So some mistakes coming in. You did touch on it, Ross. An hour in, if you're not used to doing these races, it can certainly catch up with you very quickly, particularly without any driver swaps as well, as some of our drivers have been running from the flag drop through now.
Yeah, I think another thing to note with kind of Nico going out, who is the leader, is it kind of shows the difference in how they have the cars trimmed out. If you are going for endurance racing, sometimes you don't want the car that's, you know, fully tuned where it's super fast but loose. They were probably going for that strat, and then unfortunately kind of caught up to them because they let the guard down for a split second.
Yeah, you're right, tuning them right on the razor edge. You really want to tune them for a window where you can just pump out lap after lap with the heat as well and the change in temperature across the race, as we see here. Some more traffic to contend with for Akos and Noah Chiller. And the 29 and 32 entries, really slow motion racing in WS Racing Esports. Just managing to get through there, through that section, which is probably a little challenging.
A little bit of contact with Peter, the car number 4, and then the GT3. Looks like no real harm, no foul, just a slowdown, hopefully no damage for the 2. Looks like it was Shane who was on the losing end of that one.
It's interesting, Jeremiah Kaiser is back in pit lane. And I'm not sure why he would be back in pit lane, as we have a look at a replay here.
I think they're only doing 10-lap stints is your answer.
Of the contact, big slide there. Probably just not expecting that hybrid to be that far up and not really running out of grip. Big slide in the
Always
BMW.
the faster classes car's responsibility on that one. So I'm gonna put it on the LMDH. That move was not on, unfortunately, for both of them. Hopefully they didn't get damage from it. But yeah, the LMDH should have just waited a little bit. But I can understand where he's coming from, because when you get stuck behind a GT3 through that turn, you lose about 2 to 3 seconds just from the straightaway speed.
Maybe a question of a protest. We'll see. But potentially just a routine stop there for Jeremiah Kaiser. Into lap 19, or onto lap 20, I should say. So,
Yeah, as far as I can tell, Stu, that car actually only doing 10-lap stints in this race. So that's the reason for coming down. What feels early is, the Wizards LMDH just had a moment down at Arnage, which I get the feeling is going to make it another one for the Lock the Rears camp in a BMW. As I'll just confirm that for us. Oh, there was a GT3 possibly involved. There was a GT3 involved, and it was actually some BMW on BMW action. There, a bit of a Delta V Racing BMW 395. So we'll see here that the Wizards car actually makes his way by. This should be all set, signed, sealed, and delivered, but you'll see here that the Delta V GT3 shuffles over a little bit into the right rear of the Wizards LMDH, and bit of contact. Thankfully, no walls were hit, but time lost in the gravel, and a bit of disturbance to the rhythm at this stage of the race. As we go back to live pictures on board with Peter Sikdar in the RD SimSports number 4 machine. Should have chased down Kevin Dalgay in the second of, or I should say the leading, I guess, Delta V Racing entries in this split today. Blake Reynolds 2.5 seconds back has got Felix Gretschel on his rear bumper. I'm going to try and grab that P785 if we can, because it is getting pretty close. As there you go, LMP2 leaders down to the lane once again. They only get 9 laps to their tank on this second stint for Casey Kerwin and Mads Jensen. But we do have one LMP2 going through, the number 30 Bright Esports car, going to stick it out here and do a 10th lap on this tank. Meanwhile, looks like, yep, the rest of the field pretty much, barring the number 888, sorry, Gaz X Racing team of Martin Statman, as well as the Dinkus Racing 92, which went 1 lap longer than everyone else on the opening tank, Stu. Going to go a lap longer again here. But they're now joined by a couple others. But in saying that, they're all spaced out, so they can't work together. And there's traffic to worry about as well, for good measure.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty going on in the background here. There's protests coming through from teams as well. Jay Kennedy's starting to have his fingers bleed, working on the keyboard, trying to keep up with everything that's going on. So we're going to have a couple of replays coming up for you, so stick around for that as we keep working through what's going on track as well, getting through these stops. Did see this from them before last time around, that they did manage to squeeze out that extra lap.
Looking at the LMDH leader, he's been slowly pulling away from the number 2 Sai. Looks like just with the ebb and flow of traffic, he's been losing a little bit of time every lap. So we'll see if that continues, and or if Sai will be able to kind of close back up.
We've got a new fastest lap of the race. Andre Reddington again with a 24.9. First driver under the 25-second barrier, or 3-minute 25-second barrier, as he continues his drive back towards this field. He's still about a minute away from the next in class, which is Ali Hunt. But as we will say, probably every hour at least, there's plenty of time still to go in this one. I'll not say that in the last 2 hours or so, but certainly here.
Well, for the Not in Vain Racing team, I have to say, I think, well, they're not really worried about fuel saving. They're going to try and keep that foot pinned. Obviously, unfortunately, a black flag for what happened to, I can confirm for you, was a slowdown penalty at the Dunlop chicane on lap number 1, which they weren't able to clear it. As we're going to go back and look at another replay here, the AAA LMP2, which is the GazX Racing team. You can see here, Contact Indianapolis with the, now I believe that was the Finnish Academy Esports, Finnish Endurance Academy team, the number 69 there. That's been sent in for review.
And the complaint there is, Dan, that they believe that there was time for 69 to the 888, my apologies, to check up and slow up without the impact. So an interesting decision to protest that one. We sort of saw it as a checkup, but we'll see what comes back from that one from race control. Definitely always a taint when your vehicle gets damaged when you look at these things too. So they've got a 20-minute window as well if there is a penalty handed down. The team that is on the receiving end of that penalty has 20 minutes to appeal the penalty that's handed down, potentially maybe provide a different perspective on what happened as the drivers submit these things. We are going through a number of drivers swaps here. Interestingly enough, Syandra staying in the car, but starting to get changeovers, get some fresh arms and eyes behind the wheels of these cars.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they're just trying to keep their fastest driver out as long as possible, try and gain as much time. We'll see. We'll have to check the times when they do a driver swap, but this is where kind of the dynamics come in that are interesting, because a lot of times you want to start your best drivers out in front in the first part of the race just so you can deal with the traffic and, you know, get the best position you can and avoid the chaos, and then you kind of bring in the consistent guys in the second half.
That is
definitely
always, the right plan to make. Because got to go get yourself settled in, try and be in a good spot, and then have people you can trust to either do a couple of hours here and there, or at the very least just keep it on the road, keep it out of fuss, and be able to hand it back to those that you want to push onwards. As we see the 888 return to the racetrack here. currently now 12th in class for the Gazex Racing team. Martin Statman still aboard that car. But see them get up to him. So yeah, just a little bit double checking our numbers on fuel strategy, and it looks like, yeah, around 10 laps to a tank for our LMP2s. Given that the lapping in the 3-minute 36s at the moment. At 36, as I've been told, yeah, long stop, and indeed Kankamaz is definitely a long stop for Balash Pala, and given he's carrying some damage from that Dunlop chicane incident, Stu, definitely was down on speed, so going to take each opportunity to try and fix things up since they've not had a safety car in this early part of the race to give it to them for free, as it were.
Yeah, an interesting decision because, you know it's going to come at some stage. How far away are you on pace with that gap will close, obviously, unless you're going a lap down for mine. If the car's driving well enough, you probably want to keep going. So, see, doing 3-minute 42 last time around. Of course, that includes entry into pit lane, so I didn't catch the lap before that. But you've really got to bear these in mind. One of the good things about it's going to create variety in these strategies and the decisions that the teams make. They might even be used to it, of course, because it is different to what we would normally see in a traditional iRacing endurance race. So, some different permutations. Having a look here at the Dingus Racing 92 entry. On McClellan at the wheel. This is his second stint. We'll see these guys pop into pit lane very shortly. The last one, in fact, on the nose into pit lane they go. Bit of good drive from McClellan, actually. Up 5 places at the moment. Of course, he does have to go through pit lane. But positioned well. Flick back now to Casey Kerwin in the Motorsport Game Staff car. You would assume will be finishing up at the conclusion of this stint. Actually having to jump out and fulfill some other duties that he has. Busy man on the sim. As well, he's got quite good prowess in dirt as well as on the oval and the bitumen. A very accomplished iRacing or sim racing driver.
He is indeed, Stu. Yeah, I mean, obviously his major accolade being the defending eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing champion and 2 race wins in this year's edition of said championship to, well, based on 2 race wins, and given we've got multiple race winners in this year's running of that championship, should be well and truly locked into the playoffs as a result of that again. So we'll have a good chance to defend his title and still putting on strong results to lock things up with points all the same. On top of that, currently running in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup All-Star races, which that's what he's heading off to next for the series finale, which for that championship, which is heading to Le Mans, and for the All-Star races, he's picked up, I believe it's 2 race wins at least in those ones there. I actually wasn't aware he's got some experience on the dirt racing side of things, but given the way he seems comfortable in all things asphalt, not too surprised. And Drew's J. Kennedy in the background telling me here that it's Slick Sim Sports, the team that he's with when things get a little bit muddy. So, and as you said, a well-accomplished racer around here on the iRacing platform. And,
yeah, I've raced against him.
Oh, apologies there. There's a couple of things in the background. Ross, jump back in for this one here. As we've got Basic Ollie making a move to get himself up into 3rd in class on the ST racing machine.
Yeah, taking the inside, the preferred line. Got to be careful for that lockup though. And nice clean. Looks like not too much drama there. It looks like we'll see if the guy is happy with giving up that spot or if he'll try and take it back in the next lap or 2. But it looks like Ollie is planning on charging ahead.
He puts a car length in between him and Eusta Cantor. Now, I do believe that's definitely a driver change there for the 588. Yeah, it is. Eusta just getting in the car, 2nd lap for him here on the road, whereas, of course, Basic Only been in since the start, although it's going to have a GT3 car that's going to back him up here through the final part of the Porsche curves that will allow 588 to range back up behind a little bit, though compromise entry to the Corvette curves in return. Traffic taketh, and traffic giveth, and then it also taketh away at times, so we're just going to roll with it as a new fastest lap's going to go onto the board. It's your race leader, the 831 of Henry Alloyd, the High Caliber Autosports 831, moving that benchmark to a 324.7 in race trim here. And yeah, still warm conditions out, Stu, but 29 degrees Celsius air temperature, 41 Celsius track temperature, as it's just approaching 20 minutes to 5 in sim time. See that pace pick up, I'm sure, in the not too distant future, as penalty coming through apparently here, or will be soon enough, for that 888 LMP2 that got involved with the incident down at Indianapolis with the number 69.
Yeah, so that's a penalty for the checkup there. Apparently avoidable contact, deemed by race control as well. So he might just see him come in straight away now if he's got the word, which I'm assuming he will have. Get that drive-through penalty done. So first one contrary to our call, boys. But you know what it is. You can hear me losing my voice here. I've been talking for way too long today. But he keeps going on. Gets through the chicane.
Yeah, hasn't been
heard yet.
Even the black flag yet in sim. I can see it has not been issued. It would be neither in chat as well. So that's the reason for that. Word on the street might be that Bruce J. Kenny's been given a bit of an extra line into the Majors Discord to be able to let us know about some of these things coming through. As a quick look there at, yeah, good old slide is the 888 ran wide of the preferred line through the Porsche curves. Just, I was wondering if, it was maybe there's a timing such that he saw a message and got distracted. No, just a little out of rhythm. Whichever way you put it here, as the clock ticks on forwards, and there in behind them now is the Samsoy Kanan Esports number 7 entry. It's Askari Harkonnen behind the wheel of the number 7. We'll go on board with him now as they run down the first part of the Mulsanne. Might want to also check in just up the road with the Dingus Racing and Race Tech Competition LMP2s who are heading into the first Mulsanne chicane, because they are right on top of each other. And now we've also got the Hydra Race Geodesic LMP2. So we've actually got 2 groups of 3 forming up here from 8th to 10th and then 11th to 13th, Ross. So traffic still, well, drivers still keeping together in their groups and looking pretty racy in this second hour of competition.
Yeah, no, I was just getting distracted by all the sparks being kicked up by the thing. They really got that thing trimmed out. So another thing to note about ride heights when it comes to tire pressures and everything is, as the tires wear off, you do lose a little bit of that ride height. So be curious to see. Ooh. Ooh. Looks like he got away relatively unscathed, just lost a couple of spots. So besides being a little upset, I think they'll be all right.
And confirmation that black flag penalty for Trillette has now come through from the Majors race control team, so they will now have to serve that penalty to clear that one and be able to carry on with their race as we go back to live pictures and this first scrap of cars. As we're going to Gucci go back real quick to the replay 1 time on board with your GT3 leader Alex Bird, and we'll just see the 111 emerge on the left side. He actually has jumped on the radio already to say sorry.
Yeah, caught off guard. I didn't see it coming.
Well, maybe didn't think it was going to happen around the outside that close to the entry to Arnage. Small error, but looks like they've gotten away with it for now. We'll see. As we just quickly throw up there the gap from P1 to P2. The Aventus Racing BMW has dropped well out of contention in this, well, not contention I should say, but well back from the class lead and now sits in third. So the biggest gap between any 2 drivers, first, second in class, is down there in GT3. As we then switch back to the fight for 4th in LMP2 with Jesper Eriksson in that number 30 bright esports car. trying to fend off Gaetan Unger in the Valkyrie XP 77 machine as they work another lap here this time once more.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to protest the 888. Get away with it.
Apologies there. Potentially some minor technical hitches in the background. Have Stu Brown.
Yeah, I'm back again now.
There we go. Excellent. I'll hand back to you here then.
Just looking at the 888 there, I wondered if they might have put in a protest against that to contest the black flag. It has been issued though, you were spot on. So I was just wondering in the delay there if maybe they were going to protest it, but looks like they've accepted that penalty, as you've called it. There's still a number of other protests that have come through that are still under investigation, so they haven't played out yet. Extra camera angles being asked for, so we'll see what comes of those as it comes through on race control. Battle for 5th here. Warming, developing in the LMDH class. Sort of started to stabilise now again throughout. And there we go there, confirmation from Jay. No further action for the incident between 55 and 76. So that was... okay, so just getting further information again that because the 76th has withdrawn from the race, they are withdrawing that application. That was, of course, Nico Schwertz driving along in what became a very, very damaged looking LMDH. So their night and day is over, or the 24-hour race for them is over. He did,
Unfortunately, had some mega pace.
Yeah, absolutely, Ross. He did just that time of day when they just got caught out being a little too aggressive. You touched before when I was just having a quick break there that Alexander Bird has checked out into the biggest lead in the GT3 class. You'll note that we had that down at 3/10 basically for the entire first hour of the race. So that is a big change with the change of driver there as well through 997 and the 28 entries. But no driver change for the class leader.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame them if they're having this big of a lead. Why change something if it's working? So expect them to stay out as long as possible or until the driver kind of throws up his hands and says, I can't anymore. So they're probably keeping them as long as possible. And this is the other interesting part about, you know, this track is you can look really close on paper, but then the second they break the draft, they kind of just start walking away. So,
Ooh, little moment, sorry to butt in for the 979 simrings.com DPR of Philip Worley. It's another BMW going around at Arnage all by itself, I think. I'll just double check that one there. Make sure I'm not.
Yeah,
went
it
around.
was. Yeah, he did.
Self spin. He was in pack, and yeah, on the curb. Another BMW locks up and goes around here. So unfortunately, we add you to the list of hapless victims, Philip. And thankfully, all the cars able to avoid him there, Stu.
Sorry, Dan. It's really easy to do there and I was seeing what they've been doing in our testing. If you don't get across that curb or back across that curb on the turn in, and you start turning in, the inside of the left-hand rear wheel actually grabs the curb and it flicks the car. In the Ferrari, it's almost controllable, but the BMW is a little less compliant. So with that front engine setup that it's got, as we're having a look here at Blake Reynolds on screen, under pressure in the 66 entry, Penguin RC Simulation LMDH, and Blake currently sitting in P7. He's maintained that fairly well actually throughout all those stops, but it's Mick Anderson behind him who's giving him a little bit of a hurry on here. I was touched on it earlier, saving battery. Look for that flashing light on the back of the car. If we see it on Mick Anderson accumulating some charge to make a challenge on Blake Reynolds at some stage. Reynolds will be aware of it. He's managed well through these first couple of stints, so won't be too concerned. They're up 10 spots in class and obviously overall.
I'm noticing he's getting such a better exit compared to the guy behind him. I'm wondering if he's just trying to hang back and just stay with Blake and take advantage of his pace difference. Just stay in the draft, save fuel and tires.
Yeah, well, it does make sense. So we still await our first caution of the race.
Just fits inside the box, but yeah, we've been espousing Casey Kerwin's success across various disciplines in iRacing, but also, yes, yeah, Blake Reynolds, another driver of note, and oh, there we go, and it fit a little bit better in there. But yeah, Blake's no slouch on the ovals either. 7 NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series podium finishes across his career in that series specifically. So, I mean, yeah, we've got a lot of speed up and down this field. A couple of names in particular standing out to us here today, but plenty of drivers putting their best feet forward here, as that might be a slowdown there for the RD Sim Sport car. Maybe, where are they? Number 4. Nope, that was basically on the limit, but still within the limit there at Tetra Rouge. And the time for saving looks to be over, as to the inside, the number 4, Mick Anderson will move, and Reynolds rolls on out nice and early. No need to contest that one into the first Mulsanne chicane there, Stu.
No, not at all. Particularly not at this stage of the race. Just steady as she goes. It's all about keeping the car clean, so that you can prepare for that final run, that final battle that seems to always come, irrespective of the race. You can have a look there. Not sure why there's headlight flashing going on particularly. Thomas Cox probably more intended, I think, for the LMDH and the LMP2 that are caught up in this battle for 3rd place. Of course, that car was running in 2nd place prior to our last segment of pit stops, so Matheson, I'm going to go with Matheson getting into the car. He's going to get a slowdown here. Did you see that squirm on the BMW, just trying to grab traction?
Yeah, he wasn't expecting the guy to make the move. I was like don't do it. But he went for it, and it worked out, but it definitely put him in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, and you know, there's no slowdown penalty given as in the S's.
You got to spinner in that contact.
Robert Heffel at a 47 WS Racing Esports car has just been given a touch from an LMP2 car, and oh, that's actually bent that car something fierce over the curb. And oh dear me, that has really done that car in. I was not expecting that. Yeah, car was A-okay, but right on the left rear, contact has been made.
That's not the toe adjustment they were looking for.
Heffler has pulled away. It has absolutely destroyed the rear of the car. And he's trying to get it back to the pits now down the Mulsanne, and he's limping his way back. I'm very shocked by, unless it's broken the right rear corner, or has he rejoined on the curb? I actually need to have a look at this one closely on my personal angle, 'cause there's a live picture, Ross, as he tries to limp that car back down, back to the finish. It's going to be a long trip back for him, though.
Yeah, he's got a real handful, a real task to get it back. I mean, he's got to be real careful, because he might take someone else out when he's trying to get it home. But we'll see if he decides to tow it. He might throw in the towel by like the Porsche curves.
And not to be the bringer of doom, but based on what we've seen so far in the decisions from race control, I think that we may see the 35 entry on its way through pit lane if a protest is lodged. He was nowhere near far enough up to make that pass. He was going to run out of track well and truly before he got to the apex of the corner. So damage, unfortunately, for them. And I'd say 35 will be trundling through pit lane at some stage in the not too distant future.
Yeah, they tend to throw out the penalty to reflect how damaging it was for the other cars to race. So it might be a hold for a little bit, not just a stop and go, because they definitely put a dent in that other guy's race.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've just taken a closer look from one of our chase cams that I can use while spectating the car. You know, I don't think that's the contact, because the contact's on the left rear, right, guys? I think, in a bit of a shocker, that car has broken as he rejoined over the curb on the S6. It looks like the right rear corner is actually the side of the car that's taken the hit, which, well, by virtue of that wasn't the side the LMP2 was on, leaves it somehow braking when he hopped back on track over the curb. So we'll go on board with him here in this moment of replay once again, because, yeah, up the inside goes the LMP2, and then he's going to... Does it brake on the curb? It's a bit hard to tell.
Weird. Yeah, I mean, with the new damage model, they have it calculating so, like, you can wear the parts out over time from running over curbs and stuff, and maybe that was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
Definitely a weird one. He's still going, but yeah, he's actually going at a fairly decent rate of knots into these corners. Just the braking for, say, the Porsche curves. That was one big old wobble moment, and he's going to try and get out of the way of traffic. And the right front corner is going to take a hit, and yeah, that side-on view I got of the car, yeah, that just confirms it to me that it is all in the right rear corner that the damage has been done.
Am I thinking of a different car? Did this car not suffer damage earlier on in the race that it had repaired?
That's a good question. Unfortunately, I don't have I don't have an answer for you on that one. I can think it might have been a different car that looks similar, which is also possible because there are a couple of cars in blue in the GT3 class.
I remember thinking it was fortuitous that he had a suspension sponsor with broken suspension, but perhaps that was just earlier on in this incident. There's a lot going on the track at the moment.
Action never ceases to amaze. Meanwhile, I'm actually just reading some news from the greater world of motorsport in real life. Formula One qualifying in Barcelona might be one worth watching back. I promise not to spoil anything. I am definitely going to go be watching that. Although, unfortunately for you and I, or you being Jay Kennedy and I being me, yeah, that's not going to be till about 5 a.m., which is 4 hours from now. For those who are actually, no, it's going to be a bit more than 4 hours, but you 4 hours and 17 minutes, because we're about 10 minutes behind the ideal schedule, as it were. But it's apparently a little bit interesting when it comes to the grid order for Sunday. I'll say that much and no more. As we can then turn our attention back to the racing we've got for ourselves here at the majors. A little note there at the top of the screen, which is probably worth bringing attention to. Incident between cars 710 and 45, LMP2, both LMP2s, I should say, back at the Ford chicane, which was almost an hour ago or so, it feels like, in traffic with GT3s. More information required from race control as the evidence supplied. Not sufficient for them to make a decision, apparently, here just yet. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether we get any more from that one there.
There's plenty of little niggles going on throughout the field as well. Just having a look separately at Peter Balassa in the 29 LMDH entry. He's got Noah Chiller closing him down. So just having a look at comparative lap times. 3 drivers now dipped below the 3:25 mark. His race leader, Henry Oloid and Sarthe Andra, who joined the first man to break that mark, which was Luke Santos in the 440 entry.
Track temps have definitely dropped a bit, so expect to see those times come down.
Yeah, definitely. So now
Oh.
down out of the 40s, 39, as we're having a look here at Shusuke Kuno in the 18 Scudera Fermata entry. Looks like he's had a solo incident there. Got a number of our GT3s jumping into pit lane for their next stop. Some driver changes. Timothy Febben jumping in to the Mark 1 Esports entry. He is no slouch, so we'll keep an eye on Febben as we have a look at this replay here. A little aggressive on the curb, grab some grass, and around she goes. There'll be no broken suspension on that one.
If you're going to lose it, that's one of the best spots. That's for
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely it is. Joe's having a play with some cameras here. Oh, yes, this is what I was hoping it would be. Have a watch. And there it goes. Just at the top of your screen there. Disappearing off into the gravel trap. But no damage done really there. Oh, Jesus. Decanter just getting aggressive here on the back of Gretschel. Oh.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm seeing that battle. It's getting spicy. They've been trading for the last couple of laps, so they got to be careful, though. I'm starting to see a lot of marbles on the side of the track, so when they go for those outside passes, they got to watch out for the lockup at the rear.
And, of course, the clock is counting down, not up. So, you know, we're an hour 45 through this one. So, is it the time to be doing this? Probably not. Coming up on traffic there. It's the Mark 1 car leader of the GT3 race at the moment. He has just come out of pit lane, so have to deal with a little bit of traffic again. We're too wide here. Down into the chicane, the second chicane, not the renamed one we established earlier. So Kevin Dago in the Delta V Racing 111 entry, putting the pressure on. What can he do on Mick Anderson? Just ahead of him here. Is he going to press the button, get that battery charge into the rear axle and get this one pushed through? Not yet. As we head down.
So yeah, fun fact with the battery with these cars, I believe you can make 4 changes a lap before it locks you out. And so you start with balance and you can go up to attack, and then you'd have to go down 3 clicks to save. So you can really only make about 2 changes throughout the race. So you'd expect to see people switch between balanced and saved, I'd say. And then when they want to make the pass like you saw on Blake, they'd probably switch to the attack mode.
That is true, yeah. You've got the 4 race modes. There is also the option to shut off the hybrid if for some reason you desperately need to recharge the battery. And you actually can, if you've got a mouse handy, rather than cycle through all the modes, actually just jump from, say, one mode on the extreme to the other. But, I mean, yeah, I've not done a huge amount of driving personally in the LMDH. Unfortunately, last time I made a proper attempt at what was the Daytona 24, and things unfortunately not so great for us there, but ended up being pretty limited with our deployment fiddling, as we've got ourselves a fight here for 6th. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Vertex car versus the Dingus Racing Machines. David Duino and Connor McClellan behind the wheels of those cars respectively. As meanwhile, we've had 3 wide resolve itself down into Indianapolis into single file as well, one of those cars is the wannabe SRT 55 trying to hunt its way forward. As speaking of which, that was a little wide for one of the GT3s there. And a nice little slide just right amount, or the acceptable amount of wheel spit there, as we're just being informed. Yeah, a small mistake for Casey Kirwan down at the Mulsanne corner there cost him some time on the way up to Indianapolis.
Yeah, just ran a little bit wide there. It's easy enough to do if you grab too much of that AstroTurf on the outside. You get an off track. So have a look at a replay here. Turns in. Oh no, he's just outbraked himself, unfortunately. Managed to get it pull up and back on.
Cost him quite a bit of time, and now the P2 guy is almost in draft range, so another checkup or a mistake, and he might have someone tagging along with him for a bit.
Most importantly, kept it off the walls, kept the car clean. Important to do. Keeping an eye on the protest. Nothing new, no more information there as yet.
Meanwhile, got some tight fighting for 11th and 12th in LMDH, and lovely, there we go. Just as I was about to bring attention to it, the producer Kenny on top of it here. Peter Balassa and Noah Chiller for really slow motion racing and the WS Racing Esports entries here. They've been going side by side into what was the Dunlop curve and Dunlop chicane, and now nose to tail as they head down the Mulsanne. But yeah, neither of these drivers really willing to sit back, it seems, out of the slipstream pulls the WS Racing car of Chiller, but he's only going to pull alongside for the Daytona chicane, so he has to try and tuck back in, but he isn't able to tuck back in fully. So both cars slightly compromised on the exit, and going to have to try this again with a car length in between, and a bit of tow off of a GT3 car, which will help stave off an attack into this second chicane, I would think. Pit stops starting now for our LMP2 cars for the third time in this race, and driver change for that Outson Motorsport LMP2 that was hunting for second. Michael Peterson putting aboard, and yeah, a couple of cars taking opportunity for a driver change here. It looks like Stu, as the scrap continues on the road between these two LMDH cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly enough, in those changes as well, Casey Kirwan retains the seat in the 95 as well, so no driver change there for him, but around him plenty of fresh legs in those cars. Very close there to contact with that GT3 as we try and make way through the traffic again. You can see there more GT3s coming up.
Yeah, I'm expecting Casey to stay in for as long as possible just because of the driver fair share, and with his commitment he might not be able to come back, so he's probably going to try and knock out all the laps that's required in one go.
Yeah, absolutely. Good move there for Noah Chiller to get through unimpeded. He's got a good run on here as well on Peter Balassa. He's not necessarily in the best position here though to get this move done. On the outside there's going to be marbles if he gets too wide, and Balassa just lets him through. He's done a really good job getting that done there, hasn't he?
Yeah, those guys have been going back and forth for the entire lap. It's almost to the point of being detrimental for the both of them, but I guess with no one else around, they just kind of want to get past each other. But yeah, I was watching them started this lap. They made contact at the Dunlop chicane, so we'll see how this turns out.
Approaching the back of our GT3, my apologies, race leader Timothy Femini slows up into there as well. Doesn't get as much curb, and that's allowed the 29 of Peter Balassa to catch up onto the back of Chiller again. So this is going to be on for another lap or two. So we're having a look here at second and third in the GT3 class between Ponzi and Thomas Cox. One of the rare sightings of a non-BMW GT3 here in the Mercedes of Ponzi. Ponzi, my apologies.
And I have to say, look at the lap times for your top two in GT3 versus everyone else who recorded a lap last time around. Well, those in the top five, perhaps I was limited to that. If Thomas Cox can get through here, and here's a good example of that fact, we could easily see the gap that the Mark 1 Esports car has built up, because I can tell you for now that the lap times between the top two of Phoeben and Ponizzi were basically identical, barring a millisecond here or there, as here comes Thomas Cox to the inside for the Daytona chicane. And at 2 seconds a lap faster last time around, I think he'll be able to get up the inside here and take the spot. Yeah, Ponizzi will just settle in, you'd hope. Maybe try and either save some fuel, go for a counter. We'll have to wait and see, as the last of our LMP2s, having gone an extra lap on the field, we'll bring it in. The Bringus racing car, having gone long on the opening stint and the second stint, got another lap in the tank here of that 92. And so we'll re-inherit the class lead.
It's going to keep amplifying for him and that team as the race continues. Excuse me. So we'll get a big benefit out of that.
Well, at the rate they're going, it will take a full 10 stints to get an extra lap, but we'll talk about that later, as we're going to do a replay here with the 997 of Mikolaj Pononzi. Just noticing here clearly, no intention to fight with Blocco Motore, 83 of Thomas Cox, and rolls out nice and early to get some fuel saving done at that second of the Mulsanne chicanes. Stay somewhat in touch if he can, but indeed, yeah, LMDHs are now starting their stops. Thank you for that, Ross. So actually, we might just take our attention and see how things go. As it looks like we've got 3 cars doing driver swaps, which includes your Satellite Racing 38, High Caliber Autosports, your race leaders, and basically Ollie will hop out of the car and hand over to one of his teammates, as we'll make it more drivers who are just coming into the lane now, getting their driver changes and stops complete.
Yeah, so Flynn Lazia into the 66 from Blake. We've seen as well Josh Benson jumps into the car too, as does Ryan Hardinger. So majority of the drivers in these have jumped ship. Blake will jump off and have a well-earned break after a couple of really good stints from him. And as high as P7 throughout that stint, as we have another look here at Thomas Cox and Ponizzi. Can he get the job done here? He's not really closing up, as you say, probably now just content to participate rather than put the pressure on. Maybe save a bit of tyre and a little bit of fuel being in that draft.
Looking at the lap times, actually, for P2 and P1, he's actually slowly gaining on the other car, so the leader's losing his gap a little bit since the driver changed. We'll see if they can keep that momentum and catch up.
I guess for your information, Ross and Stu, it's not a huge shock. Nothing on Timothy Phoeben per se and his pace. A handy GT3 driver amongst the Australian contingent here and just in general, but relative to Alex Bird, a former driver of Vendaval Sim Racing when that operation was still active, and having competed at some of the highest levels of iRacing's GT competitions on the platform, a driver like Phoeben will be a bit of a step down in terms of raw pace potential, I would suggest. So I would also explain why, I guess, Bird didn't really look at any time to be settling for second and was leading the entire time. We'll see here Thomas Cox, though, yet to do a driver change, I think. Let me just... Yep, Thomas Cox yet to change out of that car for Blocco Motore. Clearly on Alex Bird's pace. Question is whether the others in that car will be similar to Thomas's pace, or maybe fall closer to, say, Phoeben's pace out here on the road.
If I was that Mercedes driver, I'd be taking notes on this guy's pace because he's definitely braking a lot later and sending it a little deeper. You definitely gain some pace notes from this guy, so keep an eye on them. They're definitely something to look out for later in the race.
We're having a look at roll bar cam here. A bit of a different perspective, sort of on the left-hand side of the helmet of Thomas Cox. Get into a heavy braking zone down at Mulsanne Corner. On the run down Gulf towards Indianapolis. Zoom in, have a look at that camera. Not sure if I'd love that as a driver or not. It's a bit distracting. But it does give you a good view.
At all their curves. 021 LMP2 entry of JE Motorsport Team Blue has gone backwards in through the gravel. Or exit the Porsche curves, I think actually might be a more appropriate one. So, a quick look here, see if this was solo, had an LMDH around the outside. And all there's been contact between the 021 in LMP2 and the number 4 RD, so number 4 RD SimSport car in LMDH, as that angle doesn't quite tell it. We might want to try again if we can, see if we can get a higher up angle or maybe something perhaps at a later point. But yeah, it's not going to look, it wasn't a good look from what I saw for the RD SimSport car if that does get protested in due course.
Yeah, second time for that entry involved in an incident. A single car spin earlier on in that stint prior to the pit stop. So, look here. Great. There isn't really anywhere for JE entry to go there. So I've got to turn back in.
Yeah, as a driver that made the mistake, you got to expect someone's going to make a move when you make a mistake like that. He looked like he wasn't expecting the guy to take advantage of the mistake he made.
Yeah, you should have defined this. To me, that's sort of a case of it looks like the LMP2 car doing the right job through the right-hander, exiting the Porsche curves to give space if the LMDH wants to go around the outside, as the Valoris Motorsports car did. But then just needs to turn in to head back left for the Corvette curves. And yeah, the RD SimSport car wanted to follow through straight away, but we had to lunge it in there as the LMP2 had already committed to loading up for a turn. So I'll go double check and see if that's any sign of that one being sent in pretty shortly.
I was just watching the background there. Connor McClellan nearly and maybe not didn't get the 92 entry pulled up in time of Dingus Racing into pit lane. So he hasn't got a penalty there. He's done a good job to pull it up, but he had everything locked up and was sliding his way towards that control line on the way into pit lane.
Safety car's out.
Safety car out on track. That could not have come at a better time for Dingus Racing. They jumped into pit lane and they will benefit from that. They will retain their position or close to it.
Was he one of the guys that stayed out an extra lap? I can't remember.
Yes, so they're a couple of laps, a lap and a bit extra each time around. So how do we see this notification for the safety car?
So it's been called via the in-game race chat.
Aha. Here we go. So this will be the first working of this for everyone. Who does this play out best for?
Well, basically the race leader has stayed out, which means that everyone who is in behind, well, they could potentially come to the pits and take a free stop here, relatively speaking. And the answer, well, not necessarily free, but Satellite Racing, BRT, RD Simsport and Delta V Racing are going to be your 4 cars that opt to take service here, as the race leader has already basically gone through the Dunlop chicane. And yeah, basically now it's everyone's game to just, at most of race pace, catch up to the 831, which is your high caliber Autosports race leader. As apparently we're still on replay here, according to our production feed. As there we go, that helps get things back in order. So there we go, safety car confirmation on the top of your screen. And so we now await the drivers to all pack up here. Given the fact that the race leader has opted not to come down the lane, I do believe we will not be seeing any wave rounds if I got my head around the safety car procedure correctly. Unless being told it's between the class leader. So actually those LMP2s who are in behind the 831 will be released, because here is your LMP2 leader, still the Motorsport Game Staff 95 machine. He's only just coming up to Arnage at most racing pace.
And just some other news as well. Car 47 did lodge a protest for that impact from the LMP2 car 35, the pink car that we did see on screen. Got lodged about 5 minutes ago, and immediately a drive-through penalty slapped on car 35. Of course, that was the BMW that ultimately ended up with the broken rear axle. Saying they're out of the race, but LMP will receive a drive-through penalty to 35, with William Tuffley currently at the wheel.
That was pretty open and close, so I wasn't surprised that it came back so fast.
No, absolutely. So he'll have to serve that. Can't serve that under safety car conditions, I wouldn't believe. So that will hurt. He'll have to wait for this sequence to finish and then jump into the lane.
So a host of our GT3, in fact nearly all of our GT3 cars opting to take service here and top up and possibly fresh tyres too for a fair few of them under the safety car, I think, because they've about halfway into their stint, so they can also whack on a fresh set of rubber here. So this has worked out pretty well for most cars. The exception to the rule looks to be the car that was running in third, the Netrex Grand Prix Black of Nicolaj Ponizzi, as well as a couple of cars towards the back of the class, have opted to stay out instead. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out here, as your top 2 and LMP2 are the also coming into the lane. Quick splash of fuel for Casey Kerwin. Outson Motorsport, Mads Jensen might have switched drivers here. No, it's just a very long stop, which, yeah, very long stop there indeed. Wonder if there's going to be a driver change there, which didn't eventuate for the 36. Doesn't matter though. Oh, apologies, Michael Peterson.
Interesting.
Peterson.
Interesting.
New driver in the car. That's a good possibility, yeah. So this caution's come at the right time for them in that case, because Mads Jensen back aboard the 36, and they've not lost a spot relative to Casey in the process. So whilst being a lengthy pit stop, it's worked out perfectly for them in that respect.
Because if he is having technical issues, having done 4 laps now, he has to do his driver fair share as well. So hopefully he can get those fixed. Otherwise, that will impact the outcome of the race for them.
I'm guessing it's probably network. Sometimes you can kind of tell that the network's about to give out on you, because you'll see the quality bar start dropping. So maybe he saw that and just decided to let his internet stabilize before coming back.
Generally, as soon as I get into a car, the quality bar just drops from the driver that previously occupied it. So different meaning for me.
And actually,
yeah, definitely the quality of the driver, as far as I'm concerned. Jay, the producer, just joining me in giving myself a beating. So we're here 2 hours and 10 minutes in. Our first safety car has come out. if you're just joining us, we've had a number of cars that are out of the race. Unfortunately, around 5 of our cars have dropped out. We've got LMDH cars, 2 or 3 of them have dropped out, and a Ferrari from the GT3 field as well. It's been an interesting race so far. Fairly routine pit stops across the field. Driver changes, got a few who have done all the laps so far since the race went green. A couple of changes for the lead as well across all 3 classes. But overall, guys, the standard probably just about what we would expect given the event that we're looking at here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty clean, relatively speaking, except for that, like, the cursed hour where we lost, like, 3 people at once. But other than that, I haven't seen too many issues from the drivers. One thing that will be interesting, though, is a lot of people with their initial strat that I was talking about putting your fastest driver first to get as much distance as possible, that has all been kind of thrown out the window with this. So expecting to see the P2 and GT3 to jump up to P1. So Thomas will probably take that spot when the green flag goes.
Yeah, of course, closing up those gaps that they may have worked really hard to get. So when things do go green here, it will be a challenging time. Of course, the tyres, if you have come in and done your stop, will be new, so they will be cold. And of course, there's that opportunity for a lapse in concentration as well. The drivers have to get themselves mentally back up to speed so they can get on with the job without potentially losing a position or grabbing a curb, as we've seen a few of the BMWs, majority of do, and rotate the cars. There are a couple of drivers now getting let past the LMP2 class leader. So a number of the GT3s will make their way through and pass our race leader, get themselves on a lap back.
And then another thing to remember is this basically kind of choked the field back up again. So expect to see a little more chaos with the traffic when the LMP DH leaders catch back up.
Indeed. Well, while we're under caution, we'll actually take an opportunity to bring one of our drivers into the commentary box. Syandra, who was piloting the number 38 Satellite Racing BMW LMDH, has joined us for a chat here. And welcome to the commentary box, Sy. Qualifying the car and starting out here in the opening part of the race. P2 to start things off. Not quite where you were in P4, but having just jumped out of the car. How are you feeling after the first couple of hours of the Majors 24?
Pretty good. Basically, I made a big mistake on the opening lap. Cold tires, I locked up into the Mulsanne corner. Dropped a few positions, but I think we've had a pretty good fight back, and especially keeping the car clean. You know, the leaders have had some issues. I think they're still on track on the lead lap, so that'll be interesting once this caution shakes out.
I mean, it's a good point to make. Yeah, all of a sudden, the top 2 in your class went from being looking pretty fine and comfortable to having separate incidents, which have knocked them out of contention. It seems for now the number 55 wannabe SRT car took repairs at its under a green flag stop and went a lap down and haven't had a chance to unlap themselves. But yeah, as you said, means that you guys are sitting pretty strongly in 4th. You've obviously handed the car off, well, you have handed the car off to one of your teammates, James, I can see there. And I guess what's the plan now with, say, one of these full course cautions coming out and stacking the field back up? Does it sort of, how do you reset the approach now that you're going to have all these drivers around you to think about racing once again?
Right now, we want to make it to the last 6 hours. That's the goal at the moment. Especially with this long sort of line of cars in front of us, it's going to be interesting to see, especially with cold tires. I don't know how many people have practiced starting the race on cold tires, because it's very different from leaving the pit box on fresh tires, because those tires have blankets on them. But we're running out here, letting the tires cool, letting the pressures come down. So I would not be surprised to see a lot of people locking tires or like spinning on the brakes or just sliding into other cars because they haven't practiced for it.
Well, that's a good point. I'm just listening into the race control channel in game as well. I can hear Michaelette is about to start the wave around process for the other cars. That will allow you guys in LMDH to race each other more directly here off the restart once we get underway. But I think it's a good point. Good to hear that you guys obviously are thinking of the long game definitely in mind, and that just keep doing what you're doing in terms of consistent running to look after your car. But yeah, I think it's also a very interesting insight there about the tyres, I guess. Any short-term goals at all, given we have got a long way to go till we hit that 6 hour to go mark, or is it all about, for you guys, just thinking the long game and everything else is, well, secondary / irrelevant as long as the car is in one piece and running well?
Ideally, we'd want to stay in the top 3, top 2, but like within one pit cycle of the leader, because it gives us opportunities to pounce, so to speak, if we get a good strategy option or if they make a mistake or anything like that. But the main thing is stay on the lead lap, let everything shake out, don't make any stupid dives like we've seen some of the other LMDHs do. Be kind to the other classes, and hopefully they'll return the favor when it matters.
Well, great to be able to talk with you, Si. Before we let you go, Stuart, any final questions, 1 or 2 from you before we wrap things up here?
Well, nothing much. Well, thank you for the great broadcast so far, and I'll be watching while I take my break here.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Si. Great to be able to bring you into the box, and thanks for speaking to us. Good luck to you guys. We'll hopefully be able to see some good things from you guys in the next little while.
Yeah, hopefully I'll chat with you guys again at the end of the race.
That's always a good goal to have. Si Andra in the Satellite Racing entry, and yeah, apologies there. Went for the went to pass to Stu Brown, but unfortunately didn't see that he had ducked out as our wave rounds do indeed begin with our LMP2 cars. The first of them being the number 18 Scuderia Fermata, down in 10th place in class, being released now as the top 9 are all queued up behind your class leader. But Ross, this is part of the game of endurance racing, is do whatever you can to stay on the lead, and we heard it there from Si in that interview there. So these cars here, they were close to going a lap down, but they get their reprieve here as they head back around the circuit to reset on the back of the rest of the leading drivers.
Yeah, I was actually about to comment on the Satellite Racing team. I was going to say they're kind of like one of my favorite picks for potential winning that class, just because I've had a history of racing against this guy, so I kind of know how consistent they are, and listening to him talk definitely kind of confirms my suspicions that they're definitely going to be smart about this. So definitely curious to see how they handle the last 6 hours of the race.
I mean, yeah, the golden rule in endurance racing, it seems, is always just make sure you get to the closing X hours. And yeah, interesting to note there that yeah, the instruction was specifically for the final 6 hours, which does work out to a quarter of this race. But yeah, that's yeah, an important one to note there. As we see here, the 35 of William Tuffley heading around the circuit. As we're watching and noting here that they've yet to be given their drive-through penalty for the incident that occurred
So it looks
earlier.
like the 35 actually has a little bit of damage on the nose that he just hasn't decided to take. So I guess maybe it's negligible, but from my experience, any damage on the front of an LMP2 car is definitely affecting your performance.
You can see they're just on that right-hand front corner of the car, so maybe he'll stop and get that repaired as he serves this black flag penalty when we get back underway.
Ah, that's right. That's why he hasn't taken it. He's not allowed to service the car until he takes the flag first.
Yeah. It's in the chat as well. There's the driver chat that there's LMP2s that may have been let through. Potentially, you shouldn't have been.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of that exactly to try and understand where or how or where that's happened here. I'm just trying to also keep tabs. One,
Something you gotta
two,
watch out for.
three.
So They
I think I can see where that might be coming from. The top 4 in class: Bright Esports number 30, number 45 Garage. Yeah, Garage is French. I see now what they did. I know. I think I knew in the back of my head what they were going on about, but I've just literally said it mid-broadcast. That car, anyways, right there. Behind them, the number 92 Dingus Racing LMP2, and now the number 95 Motorsport Games staff car have all been waved around the safety car, whilst the LMP2, such as the 36 Outson Motorsport, the 36 here is the first car, and they're stuck in the safety car queue currently, and we know that the Outson Motorsport car was racing with the Motorsport Games staff car.
Yeah, we've
they'll
got
get
a,
into it. So
there's a big jumble. There's GT3s in the middle of those two as well, so I'm not really sure why they haven't made their way through.
it might just be a mix-up on race control. There's a lot going on, but usually they won't release the green flag until they're 100% certain that all the cars are in the right spot. So I'm sure they're going to look into it and correct it. From the last time I've seen them do the race, this happened before, and what they do is they just make them go an extra lap while everyone catches back up.
Yeah, and it's definitely the challenge of not having a physical safety car and race control with this virtual race safety car that we've got, that these things are going to happen. So you're spot on. And as we said, the Majors 24 team already still, and right through the rest, will need to be congratulated for the way this event has been run so far. So I'll get it sorted out. Certainly been dispatching with the protests very, very rapidly as we keep an eye on that channel as well, across 9 splits, no less. So doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, one thing I really love about the majors is, and I wish they would do it in officials, is for like the top splits to have the live stewards. So even if it was just on the top end, because that's usually where you need it, when people do every little bit they can to gain an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a frustration that probably a lot of teams share in those official races, is that doesn't exist. So maybe something they can take on board there. But of course, Sim as a whole, in my opinion, the best. So
hands down. But the best netcode for sure when it comes to racing. Because I've done the other ones, and it can be a little sketchy to say the least, especially when the car starts kind of in a straight line, zipping back and forth crisscross.
Good time as well at this point, while we are under the control of the safety car. Just to mention again, the charity that is supported by the Majors team, which is Doctors Without Borders. Money raised from extra qualifying efforts across the whole group is being donated towards, or a percentage donated towards, that cause. They do excellent work in helping those who need it most, and some great work there. So just to mention again, for doctorswithoutborders.org and the major support that this great event can provide. We've now got redressing happening.
Yep, they're correcting it, so here comes the LMP2s, the rest of them. So looks like sorting themselves out.
Although controversy still reigns, because now I believe the team of the 36 Outson Motorsport are the guys who might be jumping up here, because they've just been waved by after a handful of cars, which means they need to get back in order here now down the Mole Sun. Look, I see it. Certainly don't blame the challenge. So the challenge is getting these things done right, because this is, it's a very complicated process. I mean, thankfully, the iRacing relatives will be able to help out here, because those the positions on those boxes won't update as these cars go around. So I think they might have almost got themselves back in. Yeah, it's just the Samsung Canaan Esports car that got number called first has been allowed to bolt. And we might be almost there for the LMPs. And then we've still got the GT3s to think about. Actually, no, we might not be doing GT3s because it looks like the GT3 is stacked up behind the 997, which is leading the class currently. It's just that we've got some LMDH cars intermingled with GT3s. That was some very interesting stuff happening in the foreground of shot, but we don't need to talk about the car reassembling itself.
I saw that too. Yeah.
Uh,
I was gonna say, what's interesting, kind of like, and also, and one thing to remember is you gotta remember there's some agents of chaos that try to take advantage of the shuffle. And
Yeah, I was going to say, my monitor just flashed up with a whole heap of cars crashing. There's a bit of checkup. No, what have we got? Yeah, there has. There it is there. There it is.
Oh,
there.
hello, stopped.
It's not a place to park your car at all there.
it looks like they were catching up and weren't paying attention to the relative, and then kind of turned the blind corner.
So, unless I'm seeing things here, the GT3s are ahead of the LMP2s.
At the moment, they will be, yes.
Here we go.
So that's going to be so yeah, on board with one of our number 18 is Scuderia Fermato, who we saw waved around at the start of the sequence, and then all of a sudden, look, they stop and full on contact, and they come to a complete stall out. And in 6th gear too, that car is going to crawl away. So we do have the fact that the cars are meant to be on the pit speed limiters to help maintain speed, but a bit of fluctuations up and down the field is going to play around with that.
You can just see a little bit of damage there on that left-hand rear corner. So one of the cars got impacted in that checkup. Sorry, Ross.
I was gonna say the pit's just open, and if I was them, I would definitely come in and fix that, take advantage of the fact that they're going slow, and they wouldn't lose much time. But that's definitely like very frustrating for both cars to take damage on the pace lap.
Yeah, particularly for something so innocuous. There was, did we miss? Was there a kangaroo heading across the track like we see at Bathurst, or something similar? Just seemed to come to a halt really for not a lot of reason. Maybe Jay might be able to cue us up a look out the front of that car to see just what happened ahead as well. But we're almost there. I feel we're probably half a lap away from going racing. At least getting notification that we'll be going racing. This is the first of a potential, and it is random, of a potential 4 safety car periods throughout the race. I think next time around probably drivers will have a little bit of a better idea of what is required. Through come some of the LMP2s. Of course, they've got to wait for the field to compress again before they're able to do this. Is that's William Tuffy in pit lane. So is he serving his penalty? He has to be. No, you can't serve a penalty under a caution, so he must be getting repairs done. We'll be able to find that out. Having a look here on screen at the 710 making, the 711 making his way back up.
Now, in all of this here, we've also got LMP2 drivers who are coming into the pit lane and getting stops done whilst the rest of the field is cycling in the queue, and that is probably not helping race control's efforts to actually get these cars in the order that they're meant to be, because all of a sudden they drop down as they hold in the pits, and then positions exchange. It's definitely a complex situation. It does mean obviously we are absolutely chewing on the race clock here. I think we've been under caution now for probably close on 15 minutes. It feels like. Yeah, guys, but look, I mean, that is the complexity here of a manual wave around procedure. without any safety cars on track and with the pit lane being open the whole time and having to rise and cross your T's with a manual procedure like this, it can be time consuming, that's for sure.
Credit to the drivers as well. They're in the chat just letting race control know where they were when the caution happened. So just jumping in and saying, you know, we were the car that was running last in the LMDH class, so that they've got a little bit of an idea. Can one of you guys confirm whether or not the 35 of William Tuffley actually served the stop-go, or if he was in doing a service?
Not issued yet, so any time in the pit lane so far has been just pit service.
Understand. So he's still got that to come. He had a long stop then, so optional repairs, you assume, being taken. It was stationary pit lane.
Yeah, just took a peek at his car. He fixed the nose damage.
Okay, so that stop's still to come. But it's the free kick of the safety car, of course. Waiting on word from race control as to when we will go racing.
So last couple of LMP2s that got stuck between the LMDH field and the LMP2 leader have been let around one final time. And, well, the intention certainly is that once this wave round is complete, we should be good to go, since our 831 high caliber Autosports LMDH leader is still in control of this field. Oh, okay. So report coming in from producer Jay Kennedy that there are teams unable to hear the race control channel, or whether it's just my specifically. Yeah, so potentially some issues there. But with no GT3 wave rounds coming, as that's just been announced over the radio. So it is going to be LMDH cars, then GT3 cars, then LMP2 cars in the order of the queue. Yeah. As I believe this will be our final lap under. As they're going to be allowed to come off the pit speed limiters here and increase speed to just over 110 kilometers an hour. Since Majors is run out of the US, that's 70 miles an hour pacing speed here has been set. So going now into our final phase of this caution procedure.
This, and Ross touched on it, has potential catastrophe written all over it. We're about to go racing with cars that will basically be on cold tyres. And we've got the GT3s smack bang in the middle of the LMDHs and the LMP2s. I'm assuming there'll be a gap of around about 20 seconds between each class. And then they'll go racing. But not only will there be battles in class or intra-class, but we're going to have those Dalaras, those LMP2s wanting to crack on with it as well. So there's going to be traffic to deal with. Track temperature has continued to fall. So now looking at 36 degrees. So it's dropped 2 degrees while we've been under safety car. So it's going to help a little bit. Starting to get towards that sort of nice temperature where the cars really start to perform. Sort of 29 degrees and below, they'll really start to grip up and we'll see some much faster times. But until then, these guys are going to have to deal with it.
I mean, right now, the temperatures are actually working against them because that's probably the temperature of the surface of the tire right now. You can see them trying to weave to put some more heat back into the tire, but they actually will hurt themselves if they don't keep it because they're heat cycle it out driving down the straights.
Yeah, that's a good point. So This restart's going to be very interesting. And Ross, maybe you can offer some insight. The batteries in these cars now with this slow running, how would they have maintained the regen in those over this extended period?
Just put it in hold. They probably just have it in hold right now, and I can almost guarantee you there's going to be one person that forgets to switch it off, and they're going to have no boost in the start and lose a ton of spots. As someone that's... Go ahead.
That's what I say, yeah, there is that, but there's also the fact that the hybrid deployment is based on throttle position, and these drivers who are probably not, or haven't been anywhere near full throttle, I would think, anytime soon, anytime recently, I should say, sorry, means that even if they've left the hybrid deployment in a normal race mode, it hasn't burned much, if any. As, yeah, we are going to restart with the LMDH cars, then the GT3 cars, then the LMP2s, which some drivers are a little concerned about, but there is to be no overtaking before the start-finish line once they restart this race here. So that might hopefully just calm things down, although that will make the opening sector a bit of a flurry here for our LMP2 leaders and our GT3, or drivers at the back of the GT3 train, I guess. A lot of possibilities here, and so drivers are going to have to make sure, yeah, play the long game here.
With some experience with the LMDH and talking from pain, where I bended basically on lap 1 on cold tires because of basically this scenario where the tires were super cold, as I was talking about. If I was their spotter, I'd be screaming to move your brake bias up a little bit, because all it takes is one guy checking up, and then you end up trying to, you know, the accordion effect kicks in, and then you lock the rears and go in backwards. That's how I ended my race of it's like a 6-hour race. I ended up lap 1 just binning it because some guy broke a lot sooner than I was expecting.
Right. Probably about this speed 2 minutes away from going green again, I'll say. As almost everyone who is still out on track has rejoined the train. The exception to that rule is the number 710 Project Dynamic LMP2, as well as the 818 Race Tech competition car. We've actually got 2 cars. We're just coming out of the pits now. Race Tech competition and Scuderia Fermata. So they're actually going to restart this race almost a lap down on everyone else. But then again, they're coming out of the pits now, so they'll be able to get some heat in their tyres. But I mean, in saying that too, they're going to be a long way behind everyone else, even going around here at full tilt whilst these drivers are being led up to the Porsche curves.
We'll see if that's a blessing in disguise, though, at the start of the race. With these cold tires at the Dunlop chicane, it'll be interesting to see if there's not a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, the LMDH cars here at the front of the field have been doing a fair bit of weaving, although your race leader, Simon Jacobson, aboard that 831 has straightened things up and is getting ready to go here. Yeah, I'm just going to keep tabs curiously. Looks like the 710 Project Dynamic car, which has gone in for a long pit service, I think might have just timed this about right. Heading into Indianapolis, the back of the train is a couple of 100 meters up the road from Arnage. The other 2 cars will be way too far off the back, I think, for that to be of effect. So let's see here now as we get ready to go back green.
Yes, I just called it. You just said on the chat, remember, cold tires, bias forward if you got it.
What a concern from the GT3 drivers as well as we head into this restart. Notice as well, Panizzi has no gap at all to the LMDHs in front of him. He's right
Green flag
on
has
their
been
back.
given as we come through the 4 chicanes and we get back to racing. And yeah, here we go. Green flag's been given, but while the prototypes up front are streaking away in LMDH class, the GTs are waiting for the accordion to stretch out, and LMP2's behind are just sitting there waiting for the GTs to switch back on as well. As you can see here, the number 30 leading that LMP2 class of Brightwater Esports says there's been a little bit of trouble at the Dunlop chicane indeed. ST Racing with DE running wide. It's tripped up the satellite racing car, and Oh, then big spin. Mark 1's around. Your GT3 leader from the opening 2 hours. Way off in the dirt. And that's going to take a bit of a... Oh dear, and just as race control Michaelette says, well done on the restart, that message might have come a moment. Oh, that's nearly killed an LMP2 there, but somehow that hasn't come to blows into the S's there. Gee whiz, okay, we've got a bit to unpack here as, yeah, okay at the front, but it has not gone so great in the mid.
Like Philip Ansell was involved in that incident with Timothy Febin as well. Look at that, 3 wide, and there's LMP2s coming through behind. The GT drivers trying to get their races back underway as well. So it is a frantic restart here, as we expected. Cold tyres everywhere. Drivers needing eyes 4 or 5 wide, front and back, to see what's going on. As we get this one restarted down into the braking zone, into the chicane. And everyone looks like they're going to make it through safely. There goes the Mark 1 Esport car. Timothy Febin trying to recover after that spin on the restart. You can have a look at it now. He's just... Well, I think that might even be netcode. Yeah, I think it is.
There's a message here from Thomas Cox, who was, as you remember, if you remember, was driving the Arvensis Racing 28 earlier, and he actually apologised for that incident. So looks like that team accepting responsibility for the incident that happened there. Into the Dunlop chicane, which is definitely unfortunate to say the least, given those 2 cars were looking very strong in the opening 2 hours. So
It's an awful feeling, as a driver, when you do something like that, because it's like you're definitely giving them room, not expecting to put a ghost car in between you and them. So hopefully they didn't get damaged.
Simon Jacobson's checked out at the front, sorry there. Oh, there's a mistake. Ryan Hardinger goes through on Robert Tower. Look at this. It is on. This, yeah. Let you take it from here, Ross.
Yeah, this is a little dicey. It's a game of chicken, because you can't go too wide into the initial part of the Porsche curves without hitting a wall. So it looks like they backed out and did the sensible thing there. But we'll see what they do coming back to the Dunlop. It looks like it's not over yet, and there's definitely a train behind them.
Scrapping was feisty. I mean, I'm definitely seeing some LMP2s keeping the foot down and finding any spare width of track that can get around some GT3s around this lap. So, I mean, absolute bedlam here to get this race back green. And looks like so far okay. Right Esports car in all of this has been able to pull a 3.5 second margin over 2nd and 3rd in the LMP2 class. So Jesper Eriksson will take full advantage. There's P2 and P3. The garage is fringed by Puriniso to the Francois Strat. And Casey Kerwin still behind the wheel of the 95 Motorsport Games staff entry. Still waiting to find out who will swap out for Casey here in this one. We're looking out the back of the 45 up through the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah, everyone getting a reasonable restart. Obviously that initial issue as Phil Ansell goes into pit lane, no doubt to repair some damage from that earlier incident on the restart, but otherwise seems to be fairly clean.
It's been in the chicane P4 of the LMDH.
Looks like Robert Towler's gone off. Oh, there's a check up there. So it actually looks like he's made contact into the braking zone, just run out of brakes. And it spun him around. Oh, rejoin as well. Everyone coming through there. It's done the right thing, but get a replay up on the screen.
A lot of guys jostling for position here as we go on to said replay indeed. And yeah, just almost into the back of the Valorous Motorsports number 43 with Ryan Hardinger behind the wheel. Thankfully, looks like no contact made just Got a time loss for Robert Towler as the RD Simsport car of Mick Anderson up the inside. Satellite Racing 38 over James Ditsuba. I mean, that's essentially phonetic pronunciation of that last name there. Yeah, look at this here. We've got 4th through to 7th. Oh, sorry, 4th, 5th, and 6th all scrapping, plus the laps car. Or are they lap down car? It's the 50. It's the 55 wannabe SRT still circulating, but yeah, a lap down on all of these cars here. They're trying to hopefully get in a position where they can fix it because they had a long pit stop under caution, I think, to just make sure their car was as fixed as can be, having already taken a long green flag stop to fix things up in the immediate. Because yeah, they're back on pace with this group of cars, it seems. So happier days for those drivers, but still got to find a lap on the race leader.
Yeah, so this effectively resets everyone's pit strategies as well. So Timothy Febben trying to make up for lost spots now. He's trying to challenge Darren Parker a little bit up the road. He's got Thomas Freeman and Steiner Vada with him. So we're getting a little bit of the benefit of the draft here.
Someone diving into the pits.
Yeah, it's our the ST Racing with DE car, which actually got tripped up. Also got tripped up in a separate moment off that race. I actually need to go back and double check that one if I can.
Oh no, there's been an incident in the GT3s as well. Looks like, I'll give you a guess which corner has caused it.
Oh dear.
And which cars are involved.
From bad to worse.
Just that corner again, they're just grabbing too much of that curbing.
Spin City.
It's turned around another BMW, it's claimed Febben again. Vada did well there to avoid it, but Febben's ended up having to do a Mike Myers-esque 42-point turn in that BMW to get it spun around on the grass, and he's lost a lot of time. So you can see that, just that inside edge of that left-hand tyre, and he's got damage, you can see as well, under the car. So he may make his trip through pit lane to get that repaired.
I guess a little nugget of knowledge for people that aren't familiar with this track is that turn, there's two ways to take it. The first way is just to stay to the right of that curve, and then the second way is to kind of be in the middle of that curve. And when you take the middle of the curve, you gain about a...
Okay, as long as it's Discord crashing. Apologies to this, folks. Momentary technical glitch, but thankfully pitches have been keeping it. Got our prod feedback, so we can keep bringing you live commentary on what's going on here on the circuit as we continue to watch this scrap here between now Casey Kerwin leading Francois Strat. Two drivers exchanging places at the Daytona chicane. And carrying on their merry. You can also see in the background of shot there the next three cars at LMP2. They're all for position. The Outson Motorsport, Samsung, Kanani Sports, and Project Dynamic 711 machines. And not too far back from them either is the Hydro Race Geodesic car, trying to stay in this battle pack as well. So guys continuing to stick together, but the LMP2 class, I think in particular, Stu, really fanning out here, thanks to having to work their way through the GTs on that restart.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of working their way through, it is time for me to bow out of the combox and go and jump into our car in another one of the splits. But it has been a great opening stint to this race. I'm looking forward to jumping back in the booth with Jay Kennedy to bring home the 3 hours to close out this race, of course, on Sim Speed. So thank you, gents, for an entertaining time. It's been an interesting race. I look forward to seeing how it progresses over the balance of the 24 hours.
Indeed. Well, indeed. Oh, on behalf of from myself, thank you for being here, Stu. Now, coming up to that 3-hour mark, not quite there according to the race clock, but only about 10 minutes away from it here. So we'll get through to about then and keep watching the racing action here on this one. So see how drivers settle in again after the restart period. Seems to be for the most part. All's mostly calm in love and war for now. Potentially seeing here might have some moves on. It's for 10th place in LMDH between Really Slow Motion Racing and Project Dynamic Academy. Oh, they're very close side by side down in towards the first chicane on the Mulsanne, but job done. Robert Tower gets a spot back, moves the 712 into 10th. And as we see to the pit lane, that'll be the Rocket Graphics, number 31. Nazar Karush brings that car to the pits. That's now done 10 laps on a tanker fuel. Safety cars included. And that will get things sorted. And with Stu Brown jumping out of the comms boxes, we'll take a look at this one here on the replay. Invite Jay Kennedy to unmute here and join me in bringing us some more of the commentary here in the next 3 or so hours for this opening stint of the Majors 24.
Morning, Dan. Hello, Ross.
Oh, big trouble meanwhile. Number 43, the Valoris Motorsports car has gone off at the Mulsanne corner, just as we're going back live. Oh, it's contact with, it looks like it's going to be contact here with the Satellite Racing entry as well. We're going to need a replay straight away again for this one, Jay.
But there's always going to be that sort of controversy happen when I jump into a call. Anyone that sort of watched me knows that I'm the biggest curse out there. But yeah, this is probably the biggest incident we've seen. I mean, we've seen some big incidents, but this is probably one of the more clumsy ones we've seen. That's just not being aware that there was a car there, because that car was there for a long time.
Yeah, that angle maybe doesn't quite show, I think, but the intent was fairly clear from the Satellite Racing machine. Thankfully for Valoris, they've kept that car away from the walls in all of that, and just had a lot of time positions lost. But been able to get back on their feet and keep on going here, Ross. Just they'll have to deal with some superheated tyres, or at least they might have already dealt with them, although certainly pressing on through the Porsche curves will keep them pretty toasty here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I just noticed the black flag was issued for the 35 car, so I guess now they got the black flag that the guys served for that earlier contact.
Yeah, it's been a while since the penalty, but yeah, we're making sure the race gets back to green and then can serve. I think it's Aochi. There we go. New fastest lap of the race as we're approaching the 3:24 barrier, and it is from your pole sitters, the wannabe SRT 55 of Balazs Pala. Fortunately for them, still down in 15th place and lap down on their on the outright leader, but 3:24.2, nearly 2 seconds faster than the race leaders last time by. And also welcome to the comms box, Lynn Kinchelo. Join us for a little bit here. Welcome in.
Good
Lynn.
morning to all, or afternoon or evening, whatever the case. Glad to be
It
here.
is still morning here. Very much morning here.
Yes, indeed. Well, good to be able to have another voice to talk to and work with here in the box. And well, how have you found this race so far? If you've had a chance to, have you had a chance to watch a bit of what we've seen so far ahead on track in this opening phase, then, or just jumping in and sort of going in with a bit of fresh eyes for this next little bit?
Poked my head in right in the middle of the safety car queue. What I'm seeing immediately is that was the first overall safety car period for the entire Majors 24, and it looked like everything was handled really well. You just mentioned briefly the wannabe SRTs are lapping a couple of seconds ahead faster. Even though they are one lap down, they are really putting on the pressure right now in the daylight hours, trying to make up as much time as they can, really.
Absolutely, yeah. The fact that they did opt to take a green flag stop after their incident back in the first hour of the race has put them on the back foot, but it's a clear sign that they have gotten the car fixed up and it's ready to race. They're just going to need to probably a bit of a strategic helping hand probably to get themselves in position, I would suggest, because otherwise they're going to have to do it on pure pace alone, and that is no easy feat when they're in the middle of the pack relative to the race leaders. I'll check that out. So they're heading into Arnage. Your leader is actually just up the road. So in fact, they're actually only about, I'd say, 5 seconds away from unlapping themselves here in this one. So actually they're not looking too bad here, I have to say, Ross. They just, a safety car would then guarantee it if they can get ahead in that time period here. We might see a Bella stay in the car and absolutely push for some laps as we're looking meanwhile on screen here at GT3s battling over 4th place in their class.
Yeah, I mean, if they can keep their head down, I'm sure they will be rewarded later on in the race. It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They're not giving up hope. They're just trying to knock out the lap, stay clean, and hopefully hope for another safety car to put them in the right position.
See, they're at the top of the screen. Race control reviewing incident between cars 46 and 83 at the Dunlop curve, and that was
the Mach 1 car at the restart.
Oh, just no, sorry, that's two of their GT3 cars. Yeah, the Blocco Motore and Mark 1 Esports machines, unfortunately getting entangled right there off the restart, which well, definitely put a damper on the Mark 1 car with maybe some damage. We'll have to wait and see how theme settles in, but it was definitely a restart to forget. Blocco Motore might be one that they are going to regret too, but more by virtue of just being put out of position as we ride on board there for a moment with Philip in the Simrigs.com DPR 979 machine. Currently running 5th class, and they've actually done a good job through this this cycle. They're up 9 spots and looking to make it up 10 if they think about passing the number 41 Bekar Anala Win Arior. I've probably made an absolute hash of one of those names in that team name itself. It's Hassan Yildirim behind the wheel of the vehicle. As I've just seen, yes, Bright Esports, the number 30 LMP2 is coming to the pit lane for service. Casey Kerwin back to the lead of the class.
Judging by the looks of things, that appears to be regularly scheduled service. Interesting strategy call, not taking that pit stop in the safety car period, but probably an opportunity to get themselves some clean air somewhere on the track.
I mean, yeah, I would agree with that assessment. Kerwin brought the 95 down to the pit lane. They were followed in by the Outton Motorsport 36.
Ooh, got a big wreck over at Spin City.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Mag Performance, ST Junior White. Apologies, not that. Picked the wrong car there. So yeah, big drama down at Arnage, and do I want to actually? I'm going to go have a look at this one, and oh, I think there might have been a front to rear contact. Oh, so have a look at this one here. So yeah, bit of a nudge, and spinning in sympathy there. As a result, goes the 310 Mag Performance ST Junior, clipping the Project Dynamic Academy 713 of Wesley Caspers in the process. If I've got that one down right, yeah, that's what it looks to be. So a bit of an oopsie there. I might see another penalty coming away over those cars.
Definitely looked like they got caught off guard with the braking line that the car in front took, and probably had a little bit of a lockup trying to avoid it, and then that's how they got into each other.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting him to square off the corner like that, and then he kind of committed to getting a good exit, and he couldn't back out in time.
Board now with Mads Jensen in the Outson Motorsport 36, looking back at Oskari Karkinen. That bright orange of the Samsoi Kanan Esports entry. You hear that it's been a good race for the Samsoi Kanan car, up 7 spots, one of our big movers in the LMP2 class since this race got underway. And now, I think, settling in to, well, no, that doesn't really look settling. Actually, I'm going to take that one back. That's not really a passing opportunity, but maybe just trying to keep Mads looking in the rear mirrors rather than looking forward at the car of Casey Kerwin that looks to be checking out at the lead of the LMP2 class here, Ross. But at this point in the race, and given the fact also that the Outson car, they've actually got 2 laps more fuel on board, came into the pits last under the safety car. So, actually that might have been a moment for the race lead in LMDH. Yes, there was a big tap and wobble down into the first of the chicane on the Mulsanne. Both cars in the High Caliber Autosports blue and fiercely forward black entries have just got away with that one there. But here comes Justin Clayton aboard the 1-2-4 machine, going to take the lead away from Simon Jacobson. And RD Simsport is about a second back from this. That's the 55 of the wannabe SRT, almost back on the lead lap here.
He's not happy.
Oh, around! Well, half a round.
Yeah, I was going to say the leader was not happy with that move. You could see when he was taking advantage of the fact that he got superheated tires because of that little bit of contact. And then the guy took advantage of it, or the other driver took advantage of that and made the pass. And so I guess he was a little flustered and then locked it under braking.
You're definitely not expecting a Dale Earnhardt kind of moment right there, especially this early in the race.
Fortunately, seems to be the way though that I wonder, has he now got some issues with that car because he's just opened the door up for the Penguin Arsenal simulation, and yeah, that's done a lot more to that car than I was expecting from a little contact at the rear. Try and get on board with the 831 here and actually see for it for myself, because yeah, oh dear, he's got, look at that's after the Daytona. That is straight from the contact with the fiercely forward car.
That's why he was so mad. Makes more sense now.
And yeah, tries to just get it in, and the rear just says no. So that is particularly cruel there for the 831 High Caliber Autosports crew, because they've been minding their business, taking full advantage of the race coming their way, and they've been given a tap at 290 k's an hour under brakes, so we'll call that 180 miles an hour, and it's knocked in the right rear and bent that steering something fierce.
Hopefully you can keep it off the wall, the final bits of the track, and just bring it in. Hopefully it's not too much repair, and he should still be in the race. If not, he may be a lap down. It's definitely disappointing from their perspective, because they were doing so well, and it was kind of out of their control. But these cars are pretty fragile.
The fiercely forward car is coming to the pit lane as well. Yeah, so this actually might be a case of 2 cars damaged. Oh, yeah, they got instantly gone. And yeah, just a little, what looks like an honest mistake, a little tap, and yeah, right rear toe link. It's had enough. It means that the RD Simsport team, Nick Anderson behind the wheel, they are your newest race leaders. So we've now had, I believe that's our 4th outright leader in the class, and all inherited through incidents as, Robert Towler now very much in the wars of the S's there. And full mechanical black flag meatball, and yeah, that car definitely looks like it's got one. Right rear corner, all bent in, and here's why, and that's, GT3 car looking up the inside. Spins himself on the curb. He's going to take the Ferrari potentially with him. but looks like the worst of the damage was self-inflicted there, Ross.
Yeah, it also could have been a little bit of help from the car behind. It's hard to tell, just because of the timing of it. But overall, in all, it could have been a lot worse for the drivers around him. So I think they were lucky to come out of that relatively unscathed. Unfortunately for these guys, though, they are not so lucky. They're going to have to go back and repair that.
BRT, Josh Benson behind the wheel. And no, car's gone over on top of the curb there. And then I think the Ferrari gets away with it, thankfully, but how much damage has the BRT picked up in all of this as well?
I've clipped that curbs many a times in practice, and it will absolutely fling a prototype back out in the wrong way. I will make a note, the 712 did the right thing in recovering that vehicle. They decided to wait on the grass and actually backed out of it down the course up until they could safely get turned around, so they're just spinning it right back up. Here's the replay again. You see all sorts of bits and pieces falling from that car. The Ferrari does get a little bit of wind damage, but I want to say that car is relatively better off compared to the unfortunate victim of the 712.
I think it did get a very lucky stripe on that one. Meanwhile, Not in Vain Racing passes the BRT 39. Traffic kind of helped them there a bit, I think. But all the same, I'm just wondering if maybe Benson, a little vulnerable. Looks okay from our cameras here, I think. And pace looks to be about similar to that 440 that's gotten up ahead of him. And the Penguin RC simulation behind hasn't suddenly clambered all on top of him, I don't think. But actually, might need to revise my statement there. That's looking okay, but just maybe a couple of clicks down and hurting in subtle ways.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like he's a lot. Yeah, he's going in. He lost a bit of his front aero. The other car right behind him was gaining like leaps and bounds every single turn on him.
Tower still continuing to get that car back to the pits in the 712. He's on his 12th lap, so would be pretty close to running out of fuel. So I suppose you could say at least it happened now of sorts. But,
yeah, look at that tire, though. He might not even be able to get it through the Porsche curves without spinning.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one indeed. Meanwhile, down in GT3, Joey Mattissian didn't have the pace for Alexander Bird, didn't have the pace for Thomas Cox, but keeping the nose clean on the Arvensis Racing BMW has given it the class lead, and the cloud still hangs. Well, actually, the cloud was hanging over the head of the 83. I'm going to need to check that again in the Majors Discord. So, hopefully... okay, no decision taken publicly yet on the incident at the restart between the Mark 1 Esports and Blocco Motore BMWs. So that P2 could still be under question, but to be confirmed in the current state of things. So they run 1-2, and they've pulled 7.3 seconds on Philip Worley, who's moved the Simrigs.com DPR car there in the background to third in the class. So definitely got some movers and shakers, well, in all three classes, but it feels like GT3 starting to see a couple of cars in particular making some big moves forward.
And you mentioned it's taken a while for the decision from Race to Curl to come down. You have to also remember that this is not the only herd of cats that they have to contend with. They've got 9 other splits going on at the same time. Everybody's running their own race in their own segment. And with one, it's a very fine-tuned team of stewards that we've got going on, but still, that's a lot of cars out on track that we're going to want to keep an eye on.
As someone that was actually helping them last year with the race, they also have to load up the replays, so it takes a little bit of time for each replay to spin up.
Now, but now in this year in particular, they did switch to a video clip format. So instead of having to load the sim up every single time for every single replay, you just send a little video clip in, and then we can just work off of that, and then send somebody over to render the ruling.
Much more optimized. Upgrades people.
Upgrades, indeed.
Cuts down on the decision-making time in terms of the process time, but it possibly does leave the stewards with less flexibility in terms of angles to review, because you're just going to have to take what you're given. But, well, all in all, I guess there's pros and cons to both, I guess you could say, as the wannabe SRT 55 has to come back down the pit lane due to it being out of fuel, which will unfortunately put it back a lap down on your leading LMDH cars. So as it's the turn of the Satellite Racing 38 to set the fastest lap of the race, James Tsuba gets closer to that 324 barrier marker, but not quite there. 1.169 though is pretty dang close. Meanwhile, 6.5 tenths between our top two here at the front of the field. Lin and the slipstream slowly helping Julian Plumet close up, but not quite going to be there for this first chicane.
And it could be a tactical decision at this particular point. It's still very, very early in the race. Why not just hang back a little bit, save a little bit of fuel? You may not be able to gain a full lap of fuel saving, but any seconds that you can save in the pit stop later on can translate into time on the road. So perhaps they're just going to sit here and wait.
It does give them the option of flexibility as well. So, for example, if you see that there's lap traffic and you don't want to come out in the middle of the GT3 field, you could stay out an extra lap and try and pass them.
Exactly. Every little bit you can give yourself in terms of strategic advantage, take that with both hands in this stage of the race. Barely 3 hours and change into a 24-hour event. Potentially some issues for two of our LMDH cars. I'm going to quickly check that. That's a car exiting the pits here. Let's see if I've got anything for you in a moment. I'll let you know if it's a bit of a nothing burger. Yeah, no, looks like my timing is freaked out about a car exiting the pits is all. And same for the second LMDH in behind. So no worries. Carry on watching our top two here as the gap is now down under 0.4 of a second as we approach Indianapolis, but again, not close enough for a lunge into the corner. So that gap opening up there, that's a telltale sign that the Delta V car behind is just happily rolling its way into these braking zones.
And watching some moves in the back of the field as well, besides the guys up here that are hanging around. But I'm curious to see how the triple one of Julian plans to take this. If he's just gonna hang back and, like we've seen before, some of the other drivers just sip on fuel, or if he's gonna pull like what we've seen with some of the other drivers, and he's just literally back here saving battery to make the pass.
Meanwhile, second Mulsanne chicane, a bit of an incident for the Medicus Kiwi Racing Green number 54 BMW. A bit of contact with the number 713, second of the Project Dynamic Academy GT3s, as that's the angle from the static cam there. A bit of contact as two cars go where only one can fit. I have to try and get another look at that one before we, I guess, cast judgment perhaps on
I was watching. It looks like basically the 20 or 54 car has the turn going in, but he still didn't clear the nose fully, and the other car just wasn't backing out. And I think he was anticipating him to back out, but unfortunately, to his surprise, did not.
That does seem about right, as yeah, all of your LMDH leaders in the meantime are on the pit lane, so they're out of fuel one lap after the wannabe SRT car ended up so. And driver change for RD Simsport. Niels Tiestas will get behind the wheel of the number 4. Looks like for everyone else, though, they are going to stay in their cars they were. And, yep, RD leads Delta V. Pretty close there. You got Project Alpha, the number 71. Now, this is a car that's also making some big moves up the field. In fact, oh, hello. Yep, a lot of cars up the field, it seems. I said GT3 is one of the big moving classes. I actually think that's a bit of a lie here, looking at my positions gained in this race. Project Alpha here up 11 spots so far to 3rd. That's matched by the fiercely forward black number 124 back in 5th, but that's a plus 11 for them too. And you know what? Let's just have a look here at straight up the biggest movers in the race, with the top dog being our number 32 WS Racing Esports LMDH. Starting, that is dead last in class, 18th. Oh, sorry, no, bar 1. We've had 19 in this race. And therefore up 12 to get to P6 here.
Just an absolute barn burner of pace.
Good pace for sure. I think also maybe just keeping, well, able to keep the nose clean on that car is helping a lot. Well, the action coming in bursts, it seems, here in this second split. And adding just a bit of spice to the mix. Although with the field mostly spread back out, one would hope peace will be with us soon enough. As we watch here, another one of our LMP2s. It's the Dingus racing car, once again going longer than everyone else to the tune of at least a lap in that number 92. It will mean, though, that the number 30 of Bright Esports will resume the class lead, but they are already halfway into a stint here, Lynn, which is going to be quite the challenge to overcome, strategically speaking, especially when everyone else is one lap into a stint, comparatively speaking. Meanwhile, we finally had a driver change in the Motorsport Games Staff LMP2. Farewell, Casey Kerwin. Welcome, Daniel Mulkenray, to the seat of that car there.
And the neat thing about sim racing is that you can go around the world in nearly an instant. Kerwin has to step away to complete some other obligations elsewhere on another old motorsports circuit. I believe it's called Monza. But in the meantime, that means we get Mulkenray here joining us. So far on his out lap, don't have much data on him so far, but appears to be keeping that car in one piece.
And speaking of switches, I'm going to go ahead and hop on off to get some real world obligations taken care of, and I'll pass the baton over to Lynn.
Well,
Thanks, Ross. You the best.
Been a pleasure to have you in the commentary box. Thank you for making it 3 on the mic to start us off, and hope you have a good rest of your day. And with that departure there from the comms box, what we might do here, Lynn, is take a short break on the broadcast feed. We'll keep the cameras rolling and allow the sights and sounds to entertain our viewers for a moment, and then we'll come back in a sec once we set and ready to roll for the remaining 2 hours, or 2.5 hours or thereabouts, of this opening 6-hour stint. thank you for sticking with us here after a short break for us on the mics here for the coverage of the second split of the 2023 Majors 24. And for those of you who might have been paying attention to our timing tower, and you might notice here as we focus on the RD SimSport car, well, when we last checked in with the number 4, it was leading the race. But two things have happened, but the most important one was after losing the race, it joined the cast of cars, which all seem to be BMWs, be it LMDH or GT3, that have, at a moment, gone around at our nage. Once again, getting themselves ever so slightly wrong on the curb. And so just like that, we have ourselves a brand new race leader. As for half a second there, I thought that was going to be a potentially questionable move into the Mulsanne corner, but we carry on here as we now get a pack of 4 from third on back. No, sorry, pack of 3, apologies, with... No,
Oh,
it's
you were
pack of
right.
4.
You were right.
I was
Pack of
right.
4.
Oh, got myself thinking I was right, then shot myself in the foot and had to backtrack it there. Well, that's a good one by me. There, if you're just joining us or you joined us at some point recently, welcome to SimSpeed TV. My name is Danny Gaiman, in the comms box with Jay Kennedy, who's doubling up on production, and recently been joined by Lynn Kinchelo. Also had Stu Brown and, oh goodness, I've now apparently completely botched and forgotten who.
We had Ross Banfield as well.
Ross Banfield. I'm so sorry, Ross. Apparently,
Man,
not
why you
great.
gotta do my teammate like that?
I'm just going to say I'm bad with names, and it's 2:30 in the morning for me in Australia, and I'll run with every excuse I can get my hands on. But before we do, try and get you up to speed with where things stand here at 3.5 hours into a 24-hour race. 51 laps on the board, and Delta V Racing, your 5th and latest leader of the race, up in front with Julian Plumet as, oh dear, we're going to have to go to a replay, Indianapolis, once we're done here for the Valoris Motorsports car. Because they've just had an accident with an LMP2. Daniel Booker
And
in the
more
project...
con drama in the Ford chicane.
Oh, dear me. All right, we've got a couple of replays for Jay to go queue up once we're done here. Daniel Booker, the Project Alpha car, up 12 spots in this race to T2, is looking pretty solid, and also only 1.3 seconds off the back last time round the line. Then you got 3rd and 4th there of James Tsuba, the satellite racing car. Kind of feels like it's been a little bit up and down, but all in all, I would have to say they're looking strong, but they've got 7 seconds to find, and they're in a battle for that 3rd place with Niels Tiestes in that RD SimSport car recovering behind, as well as Ali Hunt and Lukas Kwasnik for Fiercely Ford and WS Racing Esports. Andre Reddington then leads up Flynn Lazier, 7th and 8th for Not in Vain Racing, and Penguin RC Simulation, and that 440 in particular has been quite the rocket ship in certain occasions. The first car into the 3-minute 23 bracket since, in this race period. Then you can see a bit of a gap back to BRT of Josh Benson behind the wheel. And the number 39 with your last car in the top 10 going to be the ST Racing with DE 588, Martin Schmidt behind the wheel of that one for now. And that will round out our top 10 and drivers currently in the cycles. We now look to the LMP2 class, and I hand over to you, Lynn, to walk us through them here.
Alrighty then. Currently leading the category at this particular moment is Jesper Eriksson for Bright Esports. They're a few laps into this current stint, but they lead over the not quite correctly named Motorsports Game staff, currently being driven by Daniel Mulkenray. Just a couple of seconds back down the road will be Michael Peterson in the Alson Motorsports LMP2, all spec category. Followed closely behind, well, 4 seconds down the road, relatively speaking close, Robin Berge in the Garage is French by Hyperion Esports entry. Another 4 seconds back finds Brian Pigmans in the Samsoid Canon Esports entry. Then a little closer, 3 seconds back, Finn Adders in the Project Dynamics 711. That reminds me I need to get gas later. Anyways, next up, Hydro Race Geos... that's a long name. Let me try that again. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Vertex of Patrick McDaniel Sits 25 seconds back. We can change that order momentarily. Garage's French is just pitted. Carrying on, we get to the number 77, Valkyrie XP of Baptiste Ribault, 26 seconds back. Ilya Dunstan of Rocket Graphics, 43 seconds back, and just a couple of seconds off of them in the 888, Marenko Jorinovsky. I think I got that one right.
Done much better than me. This is the field as it is currently. There's been a couple of drivers in the pit, so this will adjust very shortly. Australia-wide Racing Blue leading on the screen there, but they will drop back in the field. They're in the pits currently. The Blocko Motor car in second. Arvensis Racing in third. Then we've got the Simmerings DPR car in fourth. They've been battling all race along with that 41 car as well. Come back to the GT field, I think, because they are going through a pit cycle right now, but we need to look at a couple of replays and have them being fairly big to the front of the field.
Well, we already saw the first of those replays. I think if it's all, we're going to look back at the same one again here in a second. No, they are going to the one that I saw as we just started to look at the results. The number 43, which is the hands of, where are they? But they've already tumbled way down, have they? Why am I having?
They have.
43, Valoris Motorsports. Unfortunately, Ryan Hardinger behind the wheel is now down 25th outright in the pits for over 2.5 minutes. And
There's something at the Ford chicane as well, I believe. Said
Lynn did point something out happening
I found
there.
it.
That is true.
Oh,
and time for us to go find out what that was, because that was a nasty one there into Indianapolis. Here's what's happened at the Ford chicane, and you can walk us through this one here.
What I noticed immediately, there was a couple of cars sideways as the overall leaders, and yep, nose to tail, they go sideways, and then the Ford chicane suddenly gains a third segment for the briefest of moments. As they
another
sit
car that
sideways.
comes in too at the last second.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of them barreling in. The 124 wisely decides to back all the way out in order to get out of the way. As we and he nails a guy on a rejoin. That is going to be a very unfortunate penalty if that does come into play, because I think he got them, unfortunately, quite full resolution. Yeah, that's a hit.
Yeah, not a good look there for that car, especially after they've done a good job to wait some more, and then be on their merry way as another new race leader. It's going to be Project Alpha. Daniel Booker. It's going to make it our 6th leader in the LMDH category, and well, for the race outright, as it sends an LMP2 scurrying off the road in Indianapolis to avoid contact. I suppose could be worse for the JE Motorsport Team Blue car, Elroy Van Milligan. They're in one piece. They're undamaged. It's just a bit of a...
It's one of those little tactical moves that you could decide to take that could save your entire race.
Absolutely. There's no point holding the fight in here if it's going to cost you potentially your race. No fast repairs available to save you if you do stick it out. And as awful, as bad as it looks on the camera, perhaps for your speed, probably worth taking over trying to stick it out and hope for the best by properly racing.
And it looks like Project Alpha has traded the lead back.
Slow down. I believe it was slow down off of the Corvette curves there. So yep, had to back off. So that 6th race leader, sorry, has handed back to the 5th. But that was our first pass for the lead, if I'm not mistaken, and as weird as it sounds, that hasn't involved any kind of contact or incident or controversy for our LMDH class, which is
At least for a long time.
Jay, you say for a long time. I feel like we haven't had a lead change in LMDH. It hasn't involved some kind of incident involving first and second at the time. But
Look, I think you may be right. I'm trying to think back, but I think you are 100% right. This battle's evolved out of nothing as well here for 4th and 5th. We saw the RD Simsport car have issues before, but they're now well and truly in a fight. Haven't had a fight for a long time.
Been working
Yeah,
their
they're
way
gonna go-
forward. Yeah, sorry, then you go ahead.
I was going to say, they're going to go side by side down the first Mulsanne straight. Going to look to be the Not in Vain Racing orange car is going to take the position going into the first chicane and just maintain that for the time being. And they're going to get a good luck with the lap traffic on the out, get this LMP2 to give them a little slipstream, and they get perfect timing with the draft right here. They should be able to defend this fairly easily.
I have to say that RD Simsport car, Niels Tiest, is behind the wheel. Okay, no, he's closing back in now that he's got toe off the LMP2. I was a bit worried that for some reason that RD Simsport car had picked up damage from somewhere. Not able to make it past the LMP2, one of our, I think that's one of our Project Dynamic cars. It is the Project Dynamic 710, which is currently running around 7th in that class. So they're obviously trying to think about their race, but that just allows that Not in Vain car to skip away to a 1.1 second gap. As they're trying to cut down a margin of 4 seconds to...
I said before, these cars were always in a battle.
Class. Yeah, you did. You certainly did, Joe.
They have been in a battle, I reckon, for the last 2 hours, these two cars, the 979 and the 41. Maybe even more than 2 hours.
If there was ever a place you were going to get stuck to another car, this is probably the place to do it at.
Yeah, absolutely. This is essentially a road course equivalent of a super speedway, although you do get the high braking areas to separate the cars. When you do get a car with you, that draft is a huge benefit to being able to not only break away from everybody else, but also, as we said before, save a little bit of fuel. If maybe swap the position back and forth, you'll be able to not stretch it out a whole lap every stint, but you can get a little bit here and there.
Yeah, we've seen only a handful of cars attempt to fuel save, and I think realistically the only car I'm seeing actively commit to fuel saving is the number 92 Dingus Racing LMP2. And they're the only ones really who look like they are going an extra lap every stint on cars.
They didn't get the luck of the safety car being called to help them with it, though. It basically put them back in the same spot they were if they had pitted with everyone else anyway, so it didn't give them any benefit then. But if the safety car, or the next safety car, if we have one, comes out a little bit later, they're in a huge advantage the next time around if there's a bit of a delay between.
Good points to make there indeed. Just looking at our timing and such, and we'll worry about that later, as that's on board with our race leader. And oh, that's worked out beautifully. It looked a bit touch and go when I was looking at the 111 and facing forward, the LMP2, and it's actually stalled out the hang on. Oh, slow down for Project Alpha, I think. Yep. They've cut the corner a bit much at Tetra Rouge, and the Delta V racing car gets to scurry off into the sunset, and the LMP2s don't even get past on the run to the Mulsanne first chicane as the slowdown finally clears as he hits the brakes.
And those slowdowns can be a real killer on a stint, especially if you start messing up the same corner 2, 3, 4 laps in a row. You can really get frustrated with that. You can lose many seconds just by the slowdowns alone, but also trying to adjust your line, making sure you don't hit that repeatedly.
Yeah, that slowdown is probably worth about a second, maybe a second and a half. I actually don't quite remember. It's cost Bulka in this number 71 more to the tune of 2.5, if not 3 seconds, to the Delta V racing car of Julian Plumet. That's if I'm getting that right. Apologies to anyone from Delta V. We've had one of the drivers, Franco, who's actually in the GT3 sister car, which is currently running 6th in that class. I'm also watching the wannabe SRT car pick off LMP2s to try and get itself back in position relative to the class. So that's another story, because here is that second Delta V racing car. P6 up 5 spots for the 395, and it's Johan Martin Meyer aboard that car for now. Next car up the road for them is not one car, but 2. It's that DPR 979 and our Becker Anila Win Arior cars that are still stuck nose to tail out here on the road.
Although, it's hard to tell if one car is holding the other up because the next car up the road has been able to do a 357 flat last time by, and they've been consistently right around in that 357 bracket. So I have to wonder if the Becker car doesn't have anything for the 979 here at this particular point.
Okay. Not as big as I thought it was, but a bit of contact always to break us away there. Jake Kennedy has found it straight away, thank goodness. Between the
when you went,
drivers.
oh, I was like, I think you wanted the same thing. Actually, that's giving that car a mechanical black flag then.
Oh, again? Seriously? Wow.
Very minor contact has resulted in a mechanical black flag. Actually, there's been 2 bits of contact from this, so wait till you see this. There's been front contact and then rear contact for the green car of Julian Castro, virtual drivers by Simware.
That explains why he was so slow. I somehow completely missed the front-on contact. I just thought it was a contact in the rear from the Project Alpha car. It is chasing down that P2 spot. And,
It still looks straight though, so yeah, I'm surprised that there's been...
These cars... Oh, no, that's not straight,
Yeah, no,
Jay.
it's not straight. Right, definitely not straight.
But, these LMDH cars, they're not particularly strong. We've seen a lot of these cars falling afoul of what seems like minor damage. And, it turns out not to be the case. So, that's another car going to go down to a meeple. WS Racing Esports car has dropped out of, that would have been fifth place maybe, for a pit stop here after 10 laps, which is actually a little shorter than I was expecting for an LMDH car on fuel.
It can also come down to driver comfort. If the setup isn't quite exactly the way that particular driver likes it, he could elect to come down to pit road a bit early, take the hit on time on the track, make a little bit of an air pressure adjustment, see if he can get it more to his liking.
There's also a very long stop for that car, interestingly. 56 seconds stationary in the box versus we've seen around 30-second odd stops. So I'll have to keep my eyes on that there for a second, I think.
Watching Thomas Freeman, his lap times, so in comparison to Lob, Yildirim and Martin Meyer, he's lapping around about 2 to 2.5 seconds quicker, so he may close in. It's 12 seconds at the moment. I think he'll close that in very, very quickly.
That's more than doable in a stint here, so could become a 4-way scrap then for what was...
Might actually be another car involved too, because this car's just got a slow down penalty.
All right, then.
Look at who's closed in now. Look, just behind, there's the DPR car and the car of Yildirim as well. So we've ended up with what could turn into a 5-car battle in the next few minutes.
This is going to get very interesting as our race leader will sneak on by there. No, sorry, that's not the leader. That's a completely different car entirely. Nope. It's red. That doesn't automatically make it the same. Curious to see here. 282 from that Mercedes with not much tow. BMW, 286, but a big rollout for Darren Lobb. And they've finally picked up the pace into the low 357s on that last lap. Versus, what was the pace again for last lap? Delta V, 358.5. Australia Wide Racing, 357.0. So, looks like maybe for the first couple of laps of the stint, and this actually isn't too much of a shocker after the last time I drove here in a GT3 car. These they take a while to switch on with fresh tyres and full fuel before the pace appears to pick up.
Taking a look at track temperature at the moment, it's relatively cool. I don't know the exact temperature in centigrade, Jay might have to help me out with this one, but it's 89 degrees Fahrenheit on the track at the moment.
1.7.
Cool.
It means nothing to you, and your number means nothing to us. But when we say them both, I think it covers everyone.
Hopefully. It may be that one weird dude that likes Kelvin is kind of also lost. But anyways, in regards, I think it's still a little bit too warm to try any kind of double stinting shenanigans in the GT3s, if that's a viable idea later on, maybe when the sun goes down.
Definitely double stint around here at Le Mans. I have done it in of all of the GT3 cars, a Ford GT3. That thing, if set up correctly, is actually a literal rocket ship in disguise. It will do 300 kilometers an hour on approach to the first Mulsanne chicane in the slipstream, which is a bit absurd by GT3 standards, but apparently American V8 power for the win there, and something older.
As a man in the United States of America, I will say amen. I love me some Ford. But speaking of GT3s, I do have to inquire, since you say you're a GT3 expert, how do you make of having so many BMW GT3s in this particular category? I only see 2 other non-BMWs in this field, where it's like 1 Mercedes, 1 Ferrari still running, and everybody else is in round badges.
Yeah. Whether I still consider myself a GT3 expert, maybe a question mark on there. But what I can say is that the consensus out on the street is apparently that the BMW right now, as we're here Danny Morgan, apparently doing a bit of wheel work and not quite what he'd like. Makes things a bit interesting there for the 95 and allows Michael Peterson to close right up in that second place car. But GT3 cars, BMW, solid pick, good straight line speed, but can be outrun by the Ferrari depending on setup configuration. But a very drivable car, the BMW, as long as you're not abusing the right foot and the turbo torque doesn't get you that way and cut in with the TC all that much. So I can see that being the main reason why teams would go for the BMW in leaps and bounds. The Ferrari, if you can handle a mid-engine car, can probably be dialed to be slightly quicker in a straight line, but then you've got to be more mindful of the balance in that car, I would say. The Mercedes, probably close to the BMW, but perhaps a little more front-heavy with that long nose. As we see our top 2 in LMP2 bolt for the pit lane here after just 9 laps, apparently, since they came in. That's a little shorter than what my numbers of around 10 per stint have been saying of late.
I think that a few teams have realised, hey, the safety car could hurt us if we're in the wrong spot on the track, in the wrong position, so let's come in 1 lap early every stint just in case. I think that's what a few teams have realised, that if they get caught in the wrong spot when the safety car is called, their strategy of staying out and running the fuel completely empty could be negated. So I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I've been thinking since pretty much the start, that a few teams have realised, hey, this safety car could hurt us rather than help us.
Fair point to make there. I mean, yeah, safety car, if it's going to get called, will be deployed when the outright leader in LMDH is entering the Porsche curves. So, and then once everyone starts stacking up behind the LMDH, waiver eyes are only given to the cars between the class leader, or between yourself and the class leader. Between the outright leader and the class leader, or ahead of the class. No, that's just the way it is. Because class leader is the first car to slow down and basically act as the safety car on track. Here's a good example of actually.
Something happened. I apologise.
Oh, yes.
Again, and I think you've just realised and seen it yourself.
That's not good.
The WS Racing number 32 car, I think they're out of the race.
They're sitting in the pit lane for quite a while here as we go to do a replay into Indianapolis. Oh no! Yeah, that'll do it.
Ow. That
And,
is major broken
Valorous-
toe leg.
The Valorous Motorsports 37. How did they, Jay, end up all kinds of sideways?
Oh,
Across
I'm
the
going
road
to
in-
try and work that out.
Yeah, the number 43 LMDH, Ryan Hardinger.
Oh my goodness, you wait for this.
That never fills me with confidence, but
Whenever I hear that, I think chili bowl flip counter.
Look, I think this is better than a chili bowl flip counter.
oh no!
He hit a
Oh.
landmine. Oh my goodness. That's some leftovers from a time long ago.
We do
That
know
is
about,
that is really unfortunate.
because yeah, there's nothing in their power to prevent that.
That's
And I just-
that tire
Can we
bundle
get-
was like a trampoline.
Can we possibly get an onboard with the WS Racing car one more time? Try to see maybe in a slow mo of it, and just watch that that poor Valorous Motorsports car just rebound across the road. Reaction time would have been non-existent, unfortunately. So there you go. Okay, go right, and then nope, it's been flung back in front of them, and boom.
To put it into overall comparison, that is, I would say, a Kaizo Mario jump where you have to know that car is going to come right back at you, because if you do anything else, it's going to hit you. And that's major damage all the way around for both of those race vehicles.
And with no fast repairs in hand, and a lot of teams, I think, well, we've lost the Wizards LMDH, the Ryder Engineering Esports, and the Rukanor Racing Red. Well, those three LMDH cars completely. The Aerokinetics and WS Racing Esports GT3s. And that's it for now. Actually, an impressively low attrition rate, 54 starters, 49 still running. Despite some cars taking very lengthy pit repairs.
Something's just happened to this 310.
No.
What exactly has happened to this one? It was
At
going
the
slow
S-
through the S's.
S's. It's found the grass under brakes.
This is pretty spectacular, actually.
Thankfully, it's not a curb. Oh no, it gets worse. I've just kept watching the replay. And that's
Yes.
a lot worse.
It was a good save, and then it got really bad really quickly.
Yeah, you're not going to enjoy watching this, Lynn. It's like, oh, I've done it. Good job, us.
And then he puts wheels on that same curb, and around she goes. We've seen that curb throw a couple of cars around here and there.
It's broken the right rear suspension off of BMW already in this race. To put it in perspective, so that 310 is extremely lucky, is what I'm going to say. Mirko Fincato, count your lucky stars that car has not gotten more damage than it seems to have acquired, although now 4.6 seconds behind P10 in class and 2.8 ahead of the attempting recovery. That is the Mark 1 Esports 46. Now in the hands of Lee Vandenberg after a couple of torrid moments for Timothy Phoeben in the second stint of the second driver for that car today so far.
I was fixing to say, that car recently had a driver change, so it's entirely possible that they might not have had a chance to get warmed up beforehand before hopping right back in, since you are able to step into another session to run some practice laps before you can jump in the car. So it might be entirely possible that not quite up to speed yet with how the car was doing at that particular point.
It would seem to be the case. I mean, yeah, it was just a minor error overstepping the line. So
And it wasn't a
Yeah.
very big overstep either, like maybe a centimeter of tread touched the grass and the car completely freaked out.
Yep. Is the dramas on the brakes. So looking here at the potential fight between Penguin RC Simulation, Not in Vain Racing, who are rapidly hunting them down. I've just also noticed I'm still tracking the MAG Performance SRT GT3. It's been rapidly rounded up and passed in quick succession by the Mark 1 Esports BMW. So unfortunately, that car is seriously down on straight line speed and will be so until they come to the pits, which they're not due to do for another 6, maybe 7 laps. And that's going to be a world of pain for that 310, unless they choose to
I think they're gonna have to come in.
Change
They
their
are
strategy.
coming in right now. Oh no, they decide not to. I would imagine you would want to stop.
They
this
threw you the
meeting
fake.
ASAP. Yeah, that's just
Left over
downright-
from Indy last round.
Yeah. Sorry. When you said Indy, I thought back to when I drove my race, and it was like, yeah, I was kind of a bit silly on that one.
Also a bit of trouble for the JE Motorsport Team Blue LMP2, but they also blinked out in the middle of watching my replay, so not sure if that one's worth a look at on the actual broadcast for the 021. So instead we'll have a look at Daniel Mulkenray, who's now sitting in 3rd place whilst this pit cycle carries on. They've just come out of the pits. We've got the Dingus racing cart into the pit lane now, 6 laps into a stint. So they are way off sequence to the rest of the others in the top 4. They're actually on strategy with the garage's French by Hyperion Esports car in what is now 4th, the number 45 for them. So yeah, there's a lot of, LMP2 could be an interesting one here, because a lot, say, your L's the H's, short of, well, the top 7, sorry, 6, apologies. Top 6, pretty much same strat. LMP2, definitely a bit more mixed on stint lengths and such. GT3, we're looking at pretty much all the same except the 997.
Somebody has gone sideways in Dunlop's. ST racing with DE just a few seconds ago. I was misplacing an LMP2 on the same pit cycle as Motorsport Team Scats and Oatson Motorsports when I noticed ST Racing had gone sideways into the first Dunlop chicane, and yeah, that's under braking. Fortunately enough, there's a lot of real estate out there. They're able to get it back going, and they take the time to wait, make sure the coast is clear before, well, moving forward. And I would call that a safe rejoin.
Well,
now, where were we? We were doing LMP2 pit cycles.
Yeah, just having a look at where drivers are at. It's a little bit more mixed up in LMP2, I think. Like, for example, Dingus Racing is only just now... oh, hang on. Has Dingus had a moment? No, they're just coming out of the pits and timing doing what timing does best tonight. Which is...
Your timing is really confusing you today, isn't it? It's, you're struggling with it. You're struggling with this endurance timing stuff going on. You're used to sprint racing, and with your timing screens the way you've got them set up.
It's just the fact that it keeps giving me crash alerts, so I go to check, just in case. But no, it's a car rejoining the track with the pit coming out of the pits, and it goes, oh, they're slow on track.
Because they're going slow past other cars.
And, well, that means that the track detection is a bit wonky here at Le Mans, and I blame that instead. Anyways, speaking of pits and such, the NetRex Grand Prix Black, our lone Mercedes of the GT3 field, has come in for their service now after 12 laps out on track, and puts them a couple of laps out of sequence of the rest of the field. But alas, they can get some fuel and tyres aboard that car there now. We just saw for a moment flash up the gap between the leaders has come down even more on this lap. It's at 1.5 or less than 1.5 seconds. Yeah, Project Alpha, Daniel Booker is absolutely flogging it. We've also got this here on screen, Project Dynamics 711 with Aaron Smith aboard, being chased down, I believe. Well, is currently, I don't think they've switched. No, not seeing anything there. So that's a chase by Brian Pigmans in that Samsung Canaan Esports number 7, as both cars look to continue making their way up the order in LMP2 here.
just barely outside of the draft range, I would say, but with a whole second in hand on the previous lap, Project Alpha's definitely got the pace to be able to catch up here. We got a replay incoming from the Motorsports game staff car 95. What are they doing?
Slow down right there. Little mistake, slow down, lost that spot.
That is an unfortunate little switcheroo in the Ford chicane right there.
Say I've made that mistake, but it's been that long since I've raced. I don't even remember if this track was out on iRacing when I last raced endurance racing.
I'm not allowed to do endurance racing, so I couldn't tell you.
Dan was there the last time I raced, and that didn't go 100% to plan, and the time before that was 4 years previous. So, yeah, it's been a long time since I've raced. I don't think I've actually done a race at this track. I've watched a lot of racing here, but I don't think I've actually done one.
Well, that's unfortunate for you in that case. I'm actually just quickly browsing the Majors Discord, just seeing what things are going on here. Had a couple of messages come through.
There's been a protest come in for car number 38 for serving a slowdown on the racing line incident, so may have missed that one.
I'll have a quick look at this one here. Yeah, lap 52. Oh, it's the satellite racing car has been lagged in this one, car 38. And yeah, it's the feast.
Yeah, lap 52.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, end of lap 52 at the Corvette curves. Might want to pick it up actually, and then yeah, just parks it. Oh, it's the contact spin that ends up with the four chicanes that Lynn picked up. It starts because of a slowdown on the exit on the Corvette curves. That's why everyone catches up to them, and it was the fiercely forward racing car, which was waiting and then waited, and all of a sudden the satellite car has absolutely parked it in the Ford chicanes. That seems to be what really causes the whole contact, based on what I'm looking at off this clip here. So that's been called in. We've also had now nearly an hour ago with the incident between the car 831 High Caliber Autosports machine and the 124, which is the fiercely forward car that's ended up a lot further down than I was expecting. I feel like either I missed something or just, now my brain is really starting to go cuckoo.
Oh look, my brain's well and truly gone. Caffeine hasn't helped, sugar hasn't helped, food hasn't helped.
And I've wandered in late, so I may not be of much help either. Even I'm getting secondhand.
Look, it's 3:15 on Sunday morning. Normally at this time, I'd be waking up to go and work on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, and my brain is not liking the no sleep, but producing and talking as opposed to just working on a show. So it's been, I'll tell you what, it's been incredibly fun. These 4 hours has flown by, but the brain's starting to really struggle with it. I think by at the end of tomorrow, I don't know how much my brain will have left capacity-wise.
But
is it tomorrow? It's today, so I shouldn't even say tomorrow because it's today.
Tomato, tomato. That's the beauty of 24-hour races on sim racing. You can have people from the United States, you can have from Australia, the cool people in New Zealand, from Europe, all over the place, and they're all coming together, participating in the same event at the same, relatively the same time, and it's just a good old time with everybody involved. Unless you crash into each other, or you hit a tire barrier, and then you bounce back out, and then it's mess.
It's just heartbreaking for everyone, and as Dan said, there's a change for the lead there with the Project Alpha car going through. I just tried to go back and work out how the Delta V racing car lost so much time, but I can't quite see an exact reason. Just looks... Not sure. Have you they've lost 3 seconds apparently on this lap from what I'm saying, but I can't quite work out where they've lost that time.
Yeah, Okay, hang on, let's have a look here.
I think maybe they've lost a little bit of time coming on the Mulsanne just with that compromised run traffic.
Yeah, and with these cars not necessarily having manual hybrid deployment, they don't they wouldn't be able to boost themselves back up to top speed once they get around any
They
kind
got-
of particular traffic.
They got stuck behind the DPR car in the S's. Oh, and then they tried to crisscross underneath them at Tetra Rouge, and they lost a lot of their normal momentum there, trying to sort that one out there with Darren Lobb behind the wheel of the 979, and then quite literally easy picking, it seems, for Buka in the that Project Alpha LMDH. So there's your answer, and now that he's through, has put the foot down to try and break that toe straight away.
He's trying to open a gap up at this particular point. It is within 1.5 seconds, which is about the maximum range of the draft down the Mulsanne. Able to get a better run off of the Ford chicane down into the Dunlop section. Yeah, and you can see with the last lap times, absolute major difference. A 325 flat compared to a 328.4.
He's a
What did
little
you see?
deep there. He's just a little deep, a little bit of tyre smoke there at the Dunlop chicane from Buka here. Actually not looking anywhere else at the moment. So that's just disrupted his momentum a little bit, but seems to have gathered it back up pretty quickly. So right there, a lap ago, yeah, Julian Plumet just came across the DPR car. Who's behind the wheel again? I said Darren Lobb. Unfortunately, just all wrong timing, and they're not able to get around the left side of that BMW when he wanted to, so had to back off and flick right, and that really killed the run, just like that. And yeah, look at that, down Tetra Rouge, first part of the Mulsanne. It's only about a tenth or so, but that was a gain there by the number 71 over the 111. So maybe we're seeing here also a difference in car setup, and perhaps this Project Alpha car a little more trimmed. Oh, no, it then proceeds to immediately contradict me by watching this gap close back down. Hooray! Thank you.
Could also be a switch in ERS deployment for the Delta V car. Maybe turning on the juice a little bit, trying to close this gap back up, and then switch it back off. As to my understanding of the hybrid settings on this car, you are allowed up to 4 ERS changes between a build setting, a normal run setting, and a push setting.
Yes.
Definitely don't want to be switching that button too many times in a lap, or you will be stuck in a suboptimal setting.
Yes, most of the time, you obviously would just leave it at the balanced configuration. I guess if you really wanted to, switch the build at one point if you wanted to charge up for part of the lap, and then flick it back over to the attack mode to dump the battery per se. As this gap will hold just under a second, it seems. So maybe, yeah, whether they're set up differently or whether it's just the minutiae of one car in, one car out of corners and such, I guess I can't quite put a finger on it right this second, but because this is, yeah, gaining and losing time here and there. Well,
This car's just come out of the pits and come straight out into a battle, which is going to be very, very difficult for Graves, because you'll have cold tyres, and that Dingus racing car has had good pace throughout this race. And actually, another car getting in there, that's an LMDH, who is actually fighting them for outright position, but that won't last very long. The really slow motion racing car, they're a lap down off the last lead.
And what gets dicey in that particular instance is while the LMDH is technically in a class ahead, when it is for overall position, the LMP2s are not going to get blue flags for that 29 car, so they're not necessarily going to get any kind of heads up that, hey, this car is going to have different specs than us and will be able to outdrive us, but it looks like they've been able to get around it very clean thus far, putting the battle back in the hands of the 710 and the 92.
that is one of the tricks that you need to master in multi-class endurance racing is, yep, sometimes you're going to have a faster car not actually be passing you. Well, sorry, but let's rephrase that to just sometimes you'll have a faster class car coming back by you for outright position. And so, yeah, you've got to have preferably a spotter, well, a spotter of some kind, whether that be a digital assistant or whether that be a teammate, to make sure you're aware of what's up when they go by, as we will check out another battle here. Now,
This hasn't closed as much as I thought it was going to.
fair point. I just think,
I mean, the last time we looked, it was 12 seconds, and it's now down to 3.5, but I thought that might have closed a little bit more, a little bit quicker.
well, I think part of the answer for that is that these guys ahead here have now started sort of getting into a rhythm with 356s, 355s, even from the number 41 up the road. And Thomas Freeman's last lap, a 356.7, was actually the slowest of anyone in the top 6 in class, as there's an LMP2 on the pit lane. Is that the
The
project?
Bright
The
Esports
Bright
car.
Esports once again coming down on its
Because they're out of
off-
sequence of everyone else. Remember, they stayed out under the safety car where everyone else came in, so they're completely off sequence for every other car in this class.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing. If it's you by yourself and you're maintaining pace with everyone else when you're on the track, it could pay off in the long run. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on the Samsung Canon Esports car, just a couple of tenths back is the Project Dynamics 711. As they get back onto the Mulsanne straight, they'll be drafting their way into the next chicane.
Ryan Pigmans and Aaron Smith. I feel like they switched places whilst we've been looking somewhere else, but no, that might not be the case. Not seeing any issues there, so never mind me. As we'll watch them into the first of the chicanes here on the Mulsanne chicane Daytona, as it is now called. Their way down the second section as it's another LMDH, sorry, closing up on them. That'll be which one of those? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Would that be? No, that'd be Robert Towler in the 712 Project Dynamic Academy, but negotiating some GT3 traffic in the meantime for all of these prototypes first in the form of that GT3 BMW, which I can tell you is the Obsidian Edge Black, currently running 7th in the GT3 class.
But did you notice the 712 backed off of the 711? They are team cars, so it's possible that Robert Teller is playing it safe, not wanting to interfere in his teammates' affairs. Because it could be, well, now he's been going to make a run, so let's see if there's a little bit of a team tactic here. I could see the 711 try to take the slipstream right here, maybe get a good run into Indianapolis from here.
And the other thing to note, of course, is that these new LMDH cars, and we're really seeing it here at Le Mans in particular, they're not that much quicker on VMAX, thanks to the fact that they are, for all intents and purposes, refined, well, manufacturer-styled LMP2 chassis, and then given a hybrid powertrain, which gives that extra kick out of the corners. But yeah, once the hybrid tapers off, and the manufacturer's bespoke power plants are performing similarly to the spec motor that lives underneath the hood of these LMP2s.
Yeah, my understanding is... Oh, sorry.
So yeah, 4.5 litre naturally aspirated V8 by Motorsport engine manufacturer Gibson, living under the hood. It's at 560, maybe 600 horsepower. It really depends, I guess, on exactly what era of bop we're living in with these cars in this day and age. So exactly what the approximate power output would be. But LMDH is probably no more than 30 to 50 horsepower higher, I'd say. Do I give it a slight edge?
Thereabouts. In a straight line, I would expect the LMDH to have better overall pace, but in a draft, I mean, they're going to be very similar, and LMP2 can stick with them if they need to be.
with, and speaking of, it's now traffic time has actually come up on the Australia-wide racing
Oh.
GT3, and that's an error from Brian Pigmans. He's going to lose his rhythm and lose his spot as Aaron Smith takes full advantage of the opportunity granted. That will completely kill the run, and there you go, you've got the 101 virtual drivers by Simware LMDH arriving on the scene. So that will completely kill this lap for Thomas Freeman, who's just done a 3:55.7, gets in the rhythm with the drivers. He was roughly around, but now he's just gone and lost 2 seconds or thereabouts on this lap to the cars he was chasing.
Thereabouts, and that's going to be very difficult to make back up over the remainder of the stint, especially if they lose touch in the draft.
He got that gap down to what, about 1.5 or
Three.
2 seconds. So he was closing down. Last time we looked, it was at 3.5. So, I mean, he has got good pace, but they're coming up to the end of the tyre stint. So if he comes in, he might be due to get out of the car. I'm not 100% sure, but he's been in the car for 2 full stints at the end of this one. Unlikely he's going to go for another one, I think.
Looking back at their stint history, it looks like Mark Custers took a double, Oskari Kakinen took a triple, so it could go either way if they bring a 4th driver in on this next pit stop for him, or if Pigmans takes another triple as well. As the 818 makes his way to pit road. Is this a regularly scheduled stop?
Yes.
Looks like it, yep.
It's the end of their 10th lap, so yes.
Meanwhile, plenty of action on track indeed. And speaking of some of it, here we go. Team Willig versus Dingus Racing now. As
They've just changed positions there.
I'm looking for drama for your P2 LMDH car. Trouble on the start of the Volsana Tetra Rouge.
Wow.
3-class chaos, ripping the front end off this car, and it is Meatball, and almost certainly he's going to park it in tow. He's done, or at least going to go a long way down here, as it's let's go back. Well, we'll just stay with this one here. So all's fine and normal. It's up at Tetra Rouge here, Lynn, where this goes horribly wrong, and there's nothing I think that Julian here could have done. He just completely falls afoul of it being a 3-into-2 moment once we get up here.
Yeah, I have flashbacks because I experienced this exact situation a few years ago, trying to make their way around the LMP2. The GT3 it's way too far out, and the LMP2 tries to take evasive action, but there's a car in the way, and that ripped the right front off, which would have made it unsafe for that vehicle to make its way back. That is at least a 6-minute to 7-minute tow that they're going to have to wait out, and extensive repairs, because that's completely rearranging the assembly. And you can see the 888 on screen right now. They also sustained quite a bit of damage because that car is bottoming way out. I have to imagine that they have some excess drag. It's somewhere on that car that is causing them to scrape along the ground.
Is that the curse of the leader, Dan? I think almost every car in the LMDH class that has led has ended with a mechanical black flag or had an incident or lost the lead due to something that they may not have had full control over.
Yeah, it really is starting to feel like that now. Notably, that wasn't in the lead at the time.
No,
which
but it
makes
had led.
It had led into. I know it had led. It is probably the exception to. It just feels like the exception to the rule almost at this point now that you shall be in the lead and you shall be cursed with a foul, an accident, not entirely like doing everything right, waiting for after Tetra Rouge, and then the 54 GT3 tries to swing back across and not get a slow down. The 888 makes sure to give space to avoid netcode, but there is a car that was setting you up as well, and they've acted on self-preservation, and it's gone very, very wrong. Yeah, that Gazex Racing Team car has not been immune to the wars. There's now another LMDH, this time the Satellite Racing car will try and set them up. They're going to have to be mindful. Oh, no. Nearly had another repeat there.
That's another car that has led a lap that's had issues.
That's true, yes. Actually, wait, has it? Oh, goodness, I'm trying to...
They are a lap down, so I'm pretty sure they must have. Based on our theory. Oh, I think they did at some point, did they not? And yeah, Sai led a little bit when he was in the car.
Jay, can we get the replay up for the 111 again? Because we've had someone in the chat asking about it. Nate Stewart, unfortunately, must have missed our replay.
Let's get another look this time.
On board. All right.
Yeah, I imagine looking at the onboard. This is going to be a very, very short reaction time that he has to work with. Starts going to the inside, but then, boom, door closes almost immediately, and there's not a whole lot you can do in that circumstance outside of anticipating what that GT3 car is going to do. And truth be told, it's difficult to even for a GT3 to predict what a GT3 is going to do.
I mean, yeah, I see what the 54 that it's the Medicus Kiwi Racing green car was doing. I mean, it wanted to get back to the left and avoid the slowdown for Exeter Tetra Rouge. And yeah, the angle is yeah, just and yeah, the 888 worried about the sort of the return angle there from the 54. Reacts to compensate, but isn't able to account for the car ahead, the car behind, and yeah.
And there's only so much you can do looking in the rearview mirror. Like at that particular point, the GT3 is most likely looking at the exit of the corner, realizing, "Oh no, I'm to the left of this particular line. I'm going to get a slowdown. I want to avoid that slowdown." They start, darting back over, thinking it's just the LMP2 there, but then all of a sudden the LMDH arrives on the scene at the same time, and then it's just lane change city.
And yeah, by J's and I's counts, that's the fourth car that has either been leading the race or led a substantial portion of the race and subsequently been meatballed.
Car 7's in the pits along with the 77, and I believe that is a driver's change on the 7.
Yep.
Good call there, but also on scheduled stops for those two cars. So nothing too out of the ordinary there. Michael Peterson, Daniel Malkin-Ray probably in at the end of this lap as they're on their 10th now. Pushing these cars to the limit on their low fuel here. Yeah, the only exceptions to cars that were leading the race and haven't been meatballed, of all of them, was shockingly, the 55 wannabe SRT, Jay, that never got a meatball. They just had to take a lot of optional repairs, it seems. That
They've got
might be
themselves
the
back
only...
onto the lead lap too, by the way.
And they got back to the lead lap. Yeah, they are sitting only just on the lead lap at the moment. They're about 6 or 7 seconds up the road. But hey, every bit counts. It puts them in the perfect position for if another caution was to come at some point soon-ish, that they would be able to take full advantage of it in the process. I think that's the only car that has led this race to avoid a meatball. Because, yeah, unfortunately, just seen Henry Alloy there. Yeah, I know, Henry. Yeah, you guys in the high caliber Motorsports car meatball from what looked like such minor contact in the rear. We've lost... hang on, who else have we lost again from the race? I've got to run through the roll call here. Ryder
76,
Ryder
the Ryder Engineering
esports car. I feel like, did Rukinor Racing get a lap led at some point, maybe?
possibly.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I've got it now.
Both of our brains have stopped working. I mean, they weren't working the best. They don't work the best at the best of times, but the fact that we've been awake for what feels like forever and it's now 3:30 a.m. You're going to get delusional Jay and Dan commentary in the next 90 minutes. They're either going to be very entertaining or very, very bad. But it'll be worth watching either way.
it could be bad and entertaining at the same time. I guess
Oh, I
it
think
depends
it
on
will
how.
be.
It depends how much cringe our audience tonight actually wants. I'll try not give it to you folks.
Oh, I will. I gave it to everyone yesterday in
So that's that.
yeah, Scott's. That was some beautiful pun work.
Well, you are a dad, so I would expect the dad jokes
Look,
to be
yeah,
on
100%. And I will say that when you go and have your second, the dad jokes game rises a new level.
Okay, I'm just gonna go through the LMDH cars. One of the SRT.
I thought you were about to say, okay, I'm going to go and find some dad jokes.
No, I don't need to do that. I have you for that now, apparently. Right.
Leaders in LMP2 have just pitted too, by the
LMP2
way.
in on their sequence. See, I'm just going to do a bit of a roll call and go through the cars that. Well, this is based on grid order. So wannabe SRT just took optionals to avoid the meatball. Satellite, I think, just dropped back enough that they avoided the meatballs. I'm watching some side-by-side in the Porsche curves that thankfully didn't go sideways. Valoris started P3. I'm trying to remember if they actually got a chance to lead in this race. I don't think they did because the wannabe car was really strong in the opening phases. But they've been meatballed. Reiter did lead at one point. They got meatballed. Hang on, what was the car that made contact with wannabe? I'm trying to remember which car was chasing them down at that point.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah. having a head scratcher on there. Oh well. But yeah, look, it just seems that we've had a very nasty race. You don't want to lead, basically, it feels like, because there's a clock that just starts ticking in the background.
It's kind of like the Tour de France, where whoever ends up in the Miles Jour just ends up having a big old target on their back, and inevitably one of the, the rough riders in the peloton just comes and messes with them. Changing subjects entirely, because this is going to get really awkward real quick. Car 95, they have a new driver at this particular point. Marino Morella has taken over from Daniel Mulcahy, who I believe has done a double stint. So we say hello to them in that interestingly liveried red and blue machine.
I can see as well, this car is one of the few that's actually had 4 drivers jump in. 3 cars that have had 4 drivers jump in.
Bit of driver cycling here for Vicky. I'm going to guess, is this possibly another one that Jason found? No one. Andres in the garage is French by Hyperion. And the 54 Medicus Kiwi Racing Green, David Richrath behind the wheel of that one at the moment. So we've had a little change in the back.
On a polar opposite of that, there's one car that has had the same driver since the race start. This one.
That's getting interesting. Jesper Eriksson. Okay,
4.5
the Bright
hours.
Esports number 30. You can certainly get into a rhythm here at Le Mans, but that's some serious mental and attention stamina right there.
I mean, doing better than us, isn't he? He's
I
still
can't
got his focus, and we definitely do not.
The only thing I could think of, at least for this Bright Esports entry, is it's possible he is the only one that can take this particular shift at this point. So he could be going his entire run at this particular point, and then when he finally hands the car over, that's it for him.
That is very possible. It's a bit like you, Dan. You're handing over the broadcast rest of the weekend. Little mistake for the race leader. And that's not intentional. You after our other broadcast on at the same time. Little mistake here. Watch how far from the apex this car is.
That's not the line, sir.
That is significant understeer coupled with extra steering input equals left rear or left front lockup. And that's going to result in a little extra tire wear and a little bit of a time loss, but compared to other incidents that we've seen as they make their way towards the pit road, as they enter the alternative 4 chicanes, I would say that was a very minor issue compared to what some of the other leaders have experienced this race so far.
About to say that the positive is that he'll be about to come in for some fresh tyres, and right on cue he comes in. Hey, Dan, are you ready for this?
Have you got for me, Jay?
What did the skeleton say to the bartender?
Oh no, you're starting.
Yep.
On actual full spec dad jokes. Oh,
Yep.
Dear Lord. Yeah, I
I'm
don't
gonna have
know.
a bone to pick with this one.
No, it's not that. But I've got a better response. I'll have a beer and a mop, please.
On that note, new driver for the Project Alpha car, Leonard Sarthe,
Thank you.
has jumped into that car right there. It's gonna be a little bit of an extended service for the 71 car, but they do have a bit of a gap coming as everybody else on the LMBH side has also come into the pits. The Penguin RC Simulation LMDH is also substituting in a driver. Michael Gonzalez is stepping into the 71. There is also a driver change on the RD Sim Sport. New driver, Peter Sidcar, is going to be taken over from Neil Testers. And then we still have a couple of seconds to wait for Not in Vain Racing to... But apparently they're going to stay out on a sequence.
They've already done their stop 1 lap shorter than the top 3 is the answer there.
Okay, so a tactical decision right there. But top 3 in the overall running and the LMDH. New faces, same places. And now we're kind of starting to see a bit of an endurance aspect come into play as the gaps have significantly expanded out overall. What used to be 1 or 2 second gaps between cars, now it's whole half seconds or half minutes. 17 seconds between Project Alpha and Penguin RC, another 35 seconds back. You find RD Sim Sport.
Now that's changed around since we last checked in on GT3. Warwick Sharp has jumped aboard the Australia-wide racing BMW, but in the past little while they've been able to get past the Delta V Racing number 395. Both those drivers at the moment are about on pace. So when did that happen exactly? That's fighting over...
It actually happened as they came out of the pits. They've done it in the pit cycle.
Oh, well, there you go.
1 second quicker pit stop. So I think that's where they've done that.
We've also had a moment for the number 13 Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Vertex. But first, the 101 LMDH, which has unfortunately been in the wars a couple of times, and that's a bit too quick, sir. Oh dear. Snap, and around it goes. Thankfully,
Missed the wall.
whilst the BMW GT3 had to play dodgems, that's far more avoidable than getting hit.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to dodge a car that thinks it's a ballerina than a car that thinks it's a high explosive anti-tank weapon.
Yeah. Also, another one we might perhaps want to look at is number 13, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Vertex had a moment at the first of the Mulsanne chicanes on lap 69, which it's still currently on, as they're now around at the Porsche curves. I think I saw this happen to an LMP2 early in the race. I didn't get a chance to have a look at it, but yeah, car just completely lost itself.
Here we
on
go.
the way in here, as we'll get it, and
Too much curb.
Combination of the brakes and the curb on the way in have done that one up. Oh, there we go. Just now I see there on my replay screens the virtual driver's simware car as back to live and back to exchange, or swap positions back between these two BMW GT3s. Florian Renault ahead of Warwick Sharp once more.
Gap was a lot closer just to it all. So why. So much. Oh, I'll take that back.
I was fixing to say that gap was a lot bigger earlier. I'm looking at the 4.
Well, the Force
In the
just exited the pits, so...
Oh, okay. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, so I think just the pit cycle has managed to let the 4 close back up on the 440 here. Meanwhile, GT3 leader, car 28, Yannick van der Zand has a 3.4 second lead over the 979 of Darren Loeb. Take a look at the last lap times. You do see that there is a significant lap time difference between first and second. 979 is looking to close the gap here. Just 1 quarter behind at this particular point as they enter onto the Mulsanne.
So yeah, order in that GT3 class has sort of shuffled in the past little while. Yeah, Darren Lobb getting that Simrings.com DPR BMW up to second and detaching it from the Becar Anola Win Arior number 41, and also has put the Blocco Motore number 83 in between him, and you can see here starting to continue to close on down the gap to the class leader Yannick van der Zand. Up the road, but not by much, even with a bit of... Oh, excuse me, here comes a big old yawn. It's gone.
Oh, now you're going to get me doing that.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually,
Yeah,
it's not
me
good.
doing that too, and I've been up the soonest.
Yeah, I don't want to be doing that because yeah, we've got an hour and 20 minutes to go here, and definitely need Jay awake to be switching the cameras.
I'm going to press the button, so I'm the one that has to stay awake. Then I'll probably feed the baby duty after that. So,
So
Hey,
let's talk numbers. Darren Lubb is doing really good. Last couple of laps, both in the 356s with a 463 and a 151 most recently. So they're going to be closing the gap. Who are we on? Oh, okay. I'm confusing poor Jay now.
well, you don't need to say anything to confuse me. I do a very good job of confusing. Sorry.
Fair enough. Anyways, getting on to the... Now I'm the confused one. What is this straightaway again?
Golf course straight?
That's what we're going
Question.
to... Okay, yeah.
I wasn't aware this one had a name, but that makes sense. It would.
Anyways, on the run up to Indianapolis. In comparison, Arvin's just up the road is getting into the corner now. And I'm looking at the corner speeds. Darren Loeb is getting a little bit quicker off at that corner. Ever so slightly, so I think this gap is coming down slowly but surely.
Good to see what the lap time is once again at the end of this lap. And,
In regards to stint lengths as well, if you're curious around that, they are identical, both pitted at the same time 4 laps ago, so same length pit stops as well. Usually means that they took tyres identically, so everything's identical. The only thing that's different is the car setup and the driver, so always interesting this phase of the race, I feel, when new drivers that haven't driven the car come in, and in other cars, drivers that have sat in the car for a while that are in a bit of a rhythm come in. You've got different pace of drivers. It really can mix up the field a little bit, which we've already seen in every class so far.
But at the same time, they could also be on 2 different objectives. I mean, if you know you're not necessarily as quick as the guy behind you, just run your pace. Let him spend his time catching you, passing him, and then just take your time. Keep the car intact. How many cars have we seen in this first 4 hours or so just absolutely throw the race away, in a moment? Lots of them.
sure have. At this rate, though, Darren Lobb puts in the car's new fastest lap at 3:55.4.
Not far off the class's fastest lap overall.
And not far off indeed. Best lap for any of the class cars would have to go, based on
37.
37. Yes. Actually, that's a very much a strong outlier, I'd have to say, for the class.
By far the best lap of the whole race.
Yeah, but for the others that are circulating and on the lead lap, 55.2s. Team Shazoo. Yeah, that's the blue BMW. That looks. That was the one that we were trying to find earlier. Yeah, Blockomatore. But actually, it's the Arventus racing car. That is the slightly better, fastest lap of the lead lap cars. 3:55.212.
But that was set by a different driver, so
Yep.
it maybe Tobias might not. I mean, he's within a couple of tenths on a couple of different laps, but he might not necessarily have the same pace as Thomas Cox did earlier when Cox was in the car.
All of the variables that come with multi-class racing. It's happened again.
Oh no.
Yeesh.
At this point, shall I just like put my mic up and start muting, and you could just fill in the gaps? Or is that just going to be worse if the suspense suddenly just there's silence in my mid-sentence?
I can scramble for filling dead time if you need it, but in the meantime, we are looking around. We are into the LMDHs. We are looking at the Not in Vain Racing Orange car and the RD Sim Sports nose to tail briefly. There is a little bit of a separation going on as
At RD Sim Sport, the previous lap too, remember at the exact same point I said I thought these cars were a little bit closer. The RD Sim Sport car has lost ground 2 laps in a row at the exact same spot.
Well, it just got held up by an LMP2 on the entry to the Porsche curves. So
that time I'll let it off.
You'll let the car off. Oh, how generous of you. I'm sure the RD Sim Sport crew are so grateful.
Peterson, sick car. I'm so sorry for butchering your name, good sir.
We
He's
all
back
have
in the
bitched
car
names
after
today.
Yeah. As we look at a replay right here, the 95, is that a change of lead position, I believe?
That was for third. Because we have the
Pride Esports and Oatson cars have cycled back to the front and their little pit stop shenanigans.
Well, actually, interestingly, Outson and Motorsport Game staff are on the same cycle, but they've now gotten separated by about 7.5 seconds. Garage is French. He's he's pretty much on the same cycle as the Bright Esports car. So it's getting a little mixed up there at the front of the LMP2 field.
But at the same time, that's also sorry to cut you off there. But that's also another case of driver warmed up versus new driver coming in. Michael Peterson in the Oatson Motorsports car appears to be running a triple stint in that car compared to Marino Morella, having just hopped in the car, probably still trying to come to grips with what the car is doing at this particular point. As we look back towards the GT3 lead,
closes that little bit more as Lob continuing to pump 355s onto the board versus a 357.6 for your class leader. Which isn't doing them any favors. Question, Jay, for you from the YouTube chat. One of our viewers has noticed the little color bars there in between the class color bar and their positions. Now, I'm going to take a stab at you've left it on car color.
Yes.
And
so if whatever the iRacing default paint is set to, that is the color that is coming through. So if people haven't made that the same as their livery, that is why they are different color. You can see all these 2 cars here. It's pretty much right color. So so whatever that color that comes up, it's the same color that will come up on the bottom of the screen next to the driver name as we're going to see this change of position finally.
Is that a slowdown?
Yes.
Sure. Yep, can confirm.
That was an underwhelming overtake.
We get those sometimes, you know.
We do. I mean, we've still got 19 hours of overtakes to come. But yeah, so the color bar there is the iRacing default paint color number 1. So if you're wondering why it doesn't match liveries, it's because the iRacing default paint, if we weren't using trading paints for the liveries, that would be the main color of the car.
And the more you know, folks.
That's why you always make sure that your iRacing base paint matches your colors of your trading paints livery.
Because then you can be nice to your broadcasters.
So
And you get-
helps
and you-
us and
and
then
you-
helps everyone.
And then you get kudos from the broadcast booth, right back to the team leaders. Because in this particular instance, in multi-class racing, it is on the team leaders to paint the in-sim livery the same as the trading paints livery. So that way, this all lines up perfectly.
You can tell, obviously, with these two cars, neither of them have done that, so that's why they're coming up as red. So if we were to take the paints off and...
Well, I'll hold up something there for the Not in Vain car. It's mostly blue, but we do have...
I mean, I suppose if you
got
look
a
at it
little
from the
red
other
on
side,
the
you look at it from the other side, it is red. So yes, this is definitely pink and black as opposed to red.
But I do have to say, that is a swap for position. Am I imagining things again?
No, that's correct. That has happened. It has to have happened somewhere.
Usually things do happen somewhere.
Down into Indianapolis on the last lap. Ooh, small mistake for the what's that team again? That's the Not in Vain racing car. But as a result, job done. And it was indeed on the last lap. Good. I'm not completely fooling myself. And as a result, here it is.
Got a replay
on the
right here?
replay.
Found himself a little bit of gravel. Didn't completely slow the car down, but it was just enough to let the RD Sim Sport.
It actually got
grip.
quite messy after this. So you see just ahead there is another car, which is an LMP2. They close up very, very quickly to the LMP2. Obviously the Not in Vain car here closing up very quickly as well. It almost ends in tears for both of those cars. All three of these cars.
Okay, that wasn't a great entry of the Porsche cars either. Took a bit too much of the Astro perhaps, and that wobbled the car. As we get through
Up here.
Porsche, then coming into Corvette, that's never a great time. We've already seen.
So
Okay.
that car sort of held up the RD Sim Sport car, and they almost made contact into exit of the Corvette curves there. So obviously didn't happen, which is great. It could have ended a lot worse, but now race on for sure.
And this fight is just going to carry on and on. This is pretty much the best battle on the track in terms of overall position. Well, actually, there was a switch in the LMP2. I just noticed on the timing board, 95 in the 30 car.
Well, 30 cars come in and is doing a driver swap.
That will explain everything. Finally, we finally get Jesper Eriksson some rest here, as we welcome Daniel Holber to the Bright Esports car. That is a
Nearly
monumental
5
effort from
hours.
Jesper Eriksson, almost going the entire broadcast stint with us, but bails out right at the top of the hour.
Almost 5 hours on the clock behind the wheel of an LMP2. That's not something I can say many people can do.
I'll put my hand up. There's no way I could do that.
I tried doing 6 hours at Daytona once. I was a little sleep deprived, which probably didn't help things, but
When aren't you sleep deprived, though, Dan?
I like to think sometimes
Very occasionally.
I have okay sleep cycles. But I
Triple
most definitely obliterated mine for this weekend.
Mine as well. 888 GazX racing team comes into the pits after completed one stint so far for Florian Statman. Or Florian Statman, I should say. I added a D there. That's a state, not a name. Switch back to this LMDH battle. Still relatively ongoing, although the gap has increased between the 4 and the 440. Looking at the lap time difference of about, well, they're dead even on the previous lap time, so this is probably a recent development in terms of gap being built up. And also RD SimSport has the benefit of a draft from the Hydra Race number 13, able to scoot on by relatively easy. That is going to make a small complication for the Not In Vain car right here as they get right up on him at the exit on this third Mulsanne straight. Going to be able to get around him at the same relative ease, but it's also into a harder braking zone, so I don't know if this is an overall benefit for him or not. Meanwhile, at the LMP2 field, Project Dynamic 711 and the Samsoid Canon Esports car re-engages in conflict. Currently, the Project Dynamic 711 being carried by Aaron Smith, and Mark Custers has rejoined us in the Samsoid Canon car.
Actually, a few battles starting to unfold over this this stint of the race. So another one here in the GT3s as well, the Valkyrie and the Medicus Kiwi Racing.
Yeah, this one lone Ferrari in the GT3 field has currently survived. There is one that is out of the race, unfortunately. This one took quite a bit of a whack earlier on, but they've managed to survive and carry on thus far. Nose to tail right now entering the Ford chicane. As you see in the background, a prototype car has decided to dive into the pits. Not sure the ID of that vehicle. The 124.
Obviously forward black car.
Haven't talked much about this vehicle at this particular point. As we keep on with the 777, which is and I'll say this as painter bias, this is an absolutely lovely little livery that they've put on the Ferrari for this event.
Dan and I will both agree with a what do you say when it's different on both sides? Oh, my brain's not working. Asymmetrical, yes, that's the one. We're both fans of asymmetrical liveries when they're done properly. Often they aren't, but this one is done very, very nice.
Yeah, I do like nice clean lines as the main work. Then a little bit of extra special on the left side at least. I've actually caught the right side in all of this. Yeah, obviously trying to give this car a moment. We get here. Oh no, it is
same design, just inverted colours.
Yep, inverted colours, same design, and the proportions work out rather nicely despite.
Oh, look at that! The sister car's coming past as well.
And there you go, Valkyrie Sports' LMP2. Oh, sorry, Valkyrie XP is the LMP2 car, and it's they're both called Valkyrie XP. XP? Oh gosh, I think I'll be.
I think we'll just go with Valkyrie. I can't get any more words out other than that.
Valkyrie XP Bonduel, right? Yeah, because look, yeah, I could go on. I could massacre another team name, another driver's names.
But meanwhile, opportunity has arisen for the 54 right here. They get side by side with the 777 right here, and they're going to get out in front thanks to the 777 having a bad exit and being forced to run off onto the shoulder, which is not the nicest place to be on this particular Mulsanne straight into the braking zone. That is a position change for 40th overall, or 41st, excuse me. I tried to throw Obsidian Edge Black off the cliff.
Warwick Sharp in the sorry to cut you off, Dan. Warwick Sharp in the Australia-wide racing car has just lost this spot here to Cody Webster in the Obsidian Edge Black car, and I'll tell you what, that's actually quite a nice overtake. We've seen a few attempts at overtakes there, but most of them haven't been as clean as that one.
Yeah, that was textbook, and also pulled it up just right to deny the crisscross on the
These two are
corner
back at
exit.
it. These two are back at it.
And of course, they're back at it again. Aaron Smith and Mark Custers now. For the
Doesn't matter which
century.
drivers are in these cars. These two cars are going to be together all the way to the end, I feel.
Oh, you say, okay,
I've ruined it
Jay-
for both of their races. I apologise.
Jay's,
I'm walking away.
Jay's placed his bets on that one. As
And one pits and the other doesn't. Project Dynamic has decided to come into the pits, and I think that is a shortstop. I believe.
yeah, or 9, that's
Into their 9th lap. So yeah, it's probably 1 lap short.
But I wonder if it's a case of, since Custers has just gotten back into the car, he wants to get a full stint in just to see how the car feels at this particular point. Because I know the commentary curse is strong between you two, but I'm just going to mention it has been a while since we've seen a safety car, as that LMDH barely squeaks by the Samsoi Kanan car. And we almost had another one of those little coming togethers between the 3 classes. Although we might yet have one as the LMP2 gets around. Here comes an LMDH. And he's going to have to deal with the full throttle momentary chicane. Nothing wrong with that moment at this particular point. But here comes a GT3 falling back. LMDH is going to get through. Samsoid Kanan. Mark Custers is going to have to wait till the exit of the corner to be able to get around him. That is the Team Shazoo car, currently driven by Mert Benders. They're a little ways down the running order, but they're still in the race, and that is the main thing that you have to keep in mind. It is 24 hours. You got to go twice around the clock to see what you get.
that you do. And whilst they've been hit with a nasty setback here to start things off, yeah, there's a lot of potential depending on how things play out in the next little while. Towards the back of the LMP2 field, J.
Oh, this is going to get a little dicey right here.
Yes, okay. Pit stops don't matter. We've got action on the road. We've got, there you go, Blocker Motore. Just letting some LMP2s go by there. And then trying to fend off Becca, Anila, Win, Arior. And so we've now got Tobias, Marquardt, and Batuhan Ayodes. And yeah, I've just...
Glad you tried because I wasn't even going to.
It was good. It was going to be a difficult call to make with this particular driver is a member of the International Club, which
I can tell you
if
where he's
don't
from.
know- Ah, we have stats. Jay, take it away.
Turkey. Turkey.
Well, I'm
I can
very
see. I can see why that country would be in the International Club.
I'm very sorry to Batuhan for obliterating his surname, and I think maybe I'll just refer to him by his first name for the remaining hour that we have here to bring the opening 6.
Oh, we've
to
done
this
5
lovely-
hours.
I know. Well, no, not quite. Hold up. We've got 25
Well, I mean,
seconds to go.
We have done 5 hours and 20 minutes live. We did go live 15 minutes before the official green flag, and then there was a little bit of pacing time.
Yeah, that's the icing on the cake, the filler, if you will. Well, is it filler if it gets us going?
I don't know, but you're making me
it's
hungry
appetizer.
talking about filler.
Yeah, appetizer. That's a yeah. That's the right description. That's probably a good way to put it. Yeah,
Oh,
filler-
here's a big lunge for position. Was that a let by? I want to say by Tobias.
I reckon Tobias
Yeah,
may have
I-
had a slowdown there.
Quite possibly. I have to back up and look real quick at the Ford chicane because the cut would have had to have been.
there. Yes.
I'm just looking at it right now. I think we'll just stay live. Yeah, I think he chopped the inside of the second Ford chicane off a little too close, and that's why that particular car has had to back off a little bit.
Right, LMP2s onto the pit lane. Samsung Canaan Esports, Project Dynamic, Valkyrie XP. All sitting on the lane, and 2 are away and rolling once more. Behind the wheel of the Samsung car will be Mark Custers, Aaron J. Smith. And that Project Dynamic car has come back out the second ahead of Samsung Canaan. So despite trying the undercut, it has not worked per se. So yeah, they're going to be going back at it again in any second now. Just give it some slipstream, and
I reckon I said that, didn't I?
that Canaan car will be right back on the bumper, methinks. Well, look, either they're treading water or they're just... Hang on. New fastest lap of the race. For which car? In LMP
32.
23. It's,
The
where am
32
I?
car.
Car 32, the WS Racing Esports entry, just popped a 323 flat. They are 26 overall, but they are on a lap by themselves, so it's going to take them still a long ways to go for them to start cycling their way back through the LMP2 category. But still, very quick lap, very good time. That is also a very long stint for Lucas Kwasnick, being in the car since about lap 34-ish, so that's about another 3 hours.
Now on the
yeah,
76th lap, so that would be, yeah, close to 3 hours, I would say.
Every stint of 11 laps is around 38 minutes for these LMDH cars in green flag conditions. But lap 30-something, that might have been back with the safety car as well, so
Yep.
that would have
Been pretty close.
Would have chewed on some time there. So yes, indeed, he soldiers on. Try and hustle and put the car somewhere of extra utility. Not utility, because they're in one piece. They're still going. That's good. They're just out of, well, it's not where they would rather be at this time.
But
Little moment, sorry, for the 310 Mag Performance car at the start of its 70th lap, and it's having a big old moment at the S's, and it's kind of happened again in the sense that he gathered it up.
At the
of
same
sorts.
spot again.
It's happened. It started a little bit earlier, but yes, that is the same corner where it drove he spun, picked it up, and
hit
then
that curb.
spun off that curb there. I haven't actually seen what started this here though. 997 Mercedes of Netrex gets involved, or does. Oh no!
Oh, that
That's,
is a big impact right there. Fortunately enough for the 310, well, I say fortunately enough, he didn't hit anything. That is an improvement.
About building sandcastles at the end of the incident.
I can make a prequel joke, but it's really dry.
We don't.
And
need-
the crowd goes nothing. Anyways, and they're having another further.
Oh dear!
Ouch. And that is an instant
And decides that will do the car. Okay, yep. Meanwhile, I just watched an LMDH and GT3 car nearly kill themselves. Yeah,
Take a look at this incident again.
that's
this
not a good
Mercedes-
look. Yeah, not a good look for the Merc car, and it's also not a good look when you consider the Merc is 2 laps down on, or was 2 laps down on the Mag Performance BMW at that point. I get the feeling they might not be too impressed
Feeling
by
we'll
that.
see a little message pop. Scored soon.
Yep, that's
Mechanical
a
black
fair
flag as
point.
well, no surprise.
Yeah, that was a pretty big impact. I wonder if they suffered a little bit of damage in that initial contact that resulted in them, well,
I think it's
No.
just too hot there.
yeah.
Hmm.
and then immediately towing out so we can get a quick look at the Ferris wheel that is assembled somewhere. Did we import that all the way from Daytona?
Not that exact one, but it is very, very similar.
I was
Nothing
about to
like
say that would be a neat little Easter egg if that is the same Ferris wheel. But if it's not, I mean, it's still it's a very carnival atmosphere that it brings to the show.
Sun also starting to get quite low in the sky.
It is
Has-
8:20 virtual time, that is true. Track temperature is down to 28 degrees Celsius from 32 degrees when we checked in a while back, so 4 Celsius. I don't know my Fahrenheit, but
On my
that's
screen, it
like-
shows up as 82-degree Fahrenheit track temperature, so it is prime hooligan hours if you want to go set purple lap times, as we just witnessed earlier with the 32 car WS Racing Esports popping off fast laps. But
It's happy
meanwhile,
hour, isn't it? Happy hour time.
it is happy hour, but it is neither happy nor an hour as it usually stands. Meanwhile, back in the LMP2 field, we have the 45 here on screen right now, being chased down. Are they being chased down or are they chasing down?
Oh
they're
no,
being-
big trouble for one of our GT3 cars at the Porsche curves. The Blocco Motore 83's gone off massively backwards into the wall.
And that has ripped off all sorts of assembly pieces with that vehicle. At this particular
Sent
point,
them
lost a
backwards.
bumper, lost a deck lid. I'm surprised the wing is going to be still attached. Take a look at the replay right here as they head down.
Oh no, completely solo. It's gonna just
And that is an absolutely terrifying moment right there
Oh,
in a virtual or a real car, because you lose all the traction from the tires and you have nothing with which to stop with except the Tech Pro barriers right there. Immediately coming into the pits, I suspect this car is going to have extended repairs. Surprisingly, that is not a meatball, but it's really, really wounded, I would imagine.
and
the
it's
amount of
like-
time they're going to be stopped for will be effectively be a meatball anyway.
And so that's now, and that's another car. Now, has that car led the GT3 class?
I don't think it matters.
I don't. Well, Jesus, this doesn't matter.
No, because that theory was only for the LMDH, was it not?
It's like saying, well, I'm just going to apply the Arnage theory here, where it's now infectious and spreading
Okay.
because they're all
To just BMWs.
Speaking of,
I mean, it applies to the Mark 1 car from
True.
GT3.
let's take a look in the protest category. Split number 2, car 87 protested car 69 for avoidable contact. No further action. Net code. This was a while back.
You said 87. Did you not there in that one? Oh, we had 19 new ones since I last checked the channel.
A while ago. Remember when that? I think see that.
The post initially came in around 11 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
About
So-
two odd hours ago.
Yeah, so very long time.
I remember the incident, but I don't remember what happened. Lots has happened since then, as our race leader is in the pits. Perfect Alpha car is in. Will we see a driver swap here? I'm going to say no, will be my prediction here.
Yeah, that driver's only been in the car for a stint. That is also going to drag the Penguin RC Simulation car in and the RD Sim Sport. So your
the-
top 3 are all in on the same lap.
Yep. End of an 11-lap stint, all coming in. And I think as well, all 3 of these drivers will stay in the car. They've all just got in the car for their first stint, so you would expect them all to continue on for another stint.
That would most likely be the case, barring some sort of calamity off the track that has necessitated one of these drivers to hop in at this particular point, but we won't know for a little bit. Meanwhile, on the race course, we are looking at the 440, and we'll wait to see if they decide to also pit as well.
They
They're
pitted
making
at
their
the end
way-
of the previous lap, so they've just come out on their fresh set of tyres.
Okay, so this is a tactical pit stop. Let's see how they handle this cut. I see the Penguin RC car has just exited the pits right now, so they're probably not going to be able to jump that position. RD Simsport is also just leaving. I think that's going to put these two cars close together, probably about 3 to 5 seconds between them.
The Not In Vain car can get a little bit of help with some draft, get a little bit of help in regards to the tyre life and entire performance while they're cold. Might be able to close that gap down, but yeah, they might be just a little bit too far away at this phase of the stint. Still a long way to go. As you said before too, we don't know about safety cars. We know that there's a possibility of at least, of up to 3 more. But we don't know if that number that was generated is 1, 2, 3, or 4 in regards to how many safety cars we'll see. And from there, when they will come. We might not see another one. We could see one with an hour to go. We just literally have no idea.
The only thing that is for certain is that there will not be a safety car within the last 30 minutes. That is the only thing that I know of. And meanwhile, we have a pit cycle in the GT3 category. We have a new driver jumping in to the 979. Darren Lubb will leave that vehicle, and David Reynolds will jump in as well. There's also a driver change for the number 28 Arvinus Racing car. Dan van der Ven will take over from Yannick van der Zan.
Oh, you did very well there. Well done.
Also on the pit sequence, the number 41 comes into the pit, but Baton will remain at the wheel of that vehicle. And this likewise for the number 395, currently 4th in class, Florian Renault will remain at the wheel. And from the looks of the remaining pit cycle, everybody is going to stay in their race vehicles at this particular time.
Battle for P9 in LMP2 has really closed up. The Dingus Racing car, which we know is doing the complete opposite in regards to strategy. They're pushing the fuel out a lap longer than everyone else. They get a safety car positioned in the perfect spot for them. They're out and away the class of the field, but safety car, when it came before, did not help them, unfortunately. So we're hoping if another one comes, it comes out a little bit more favourable for them.
But in the meantime, for that number 92 Dingus Racing, Ibrahim Alawai jumped into that car a stint ago. So again, another new driver, relatively speaking, but they lose the position to Hydra Race, but again, long way to go. Probably still trying to feel the car out and see what it's doing.
Our only driver from Oman in the event as well.
Thought you throw that up there for a second. I was like, yes, right, there we go.
I thought that this was our driver from Oman when I went through the list earlier today or yesterday, whenever it was. A lot of hours ago now.
Lo and behold, so it would be. Let's just see how there are some things happening on track. We've got some GT3s in the pit lane. Or was it just a GT3? A GT3, I should say. The next Rex Grand Prix car has just come into the lane. Also looks like we're about to get a car. It's just come back out. Beta Frost. The 51 BMW has been in the pits for 5.5 minutes. Nearly 6. And we're going again. GazX there. The flying Stratman will drop back in behind Willig. as they swing around the outside on the run to Lamont. Meanwhile, it's still
An overtake's done nothing.
Geodesic and Dingus.
They broke a little bit of a gap there, did Geodesic, the Hydro Race Geodesic car, and now they've
Oh, no.
lost all of that ground. Dingus have held on to it.
Unfortunately, that is going to be assuredly a slowdown right there. So not only did he lose time over the curb, he's also going to lose time having to give up some time to the man upstairs who has said, "You cut the course. You need to give a little bit back."
A 32 car here coming into the pits. Now they've just left the pit lane, coming back in. This is a black flag for speeding in the pits.
Ooh, you don't usually hear much about those, especially when all of the cars come equipped with a pit speed limiter. I wonder if he got a little overeager disengaging the limiter. Or
Often
perhaps...
with a driver swap, you turn the pit limiter off because there has been known to be an issue where if you leave the limiter on, that driver getting into the car can sometimes have an issue where they can't disengage the pit lane speed limiter. So maybe that is what happened there, but pit lane penalty, and it's a long stop and hold for that penalty, 40 seconds.
Ooh, I wonder if he accidentally left some pit service on.
Yeah,
Because there is a known thing where if you decide to take pit service at the same time as you serve a penalty, it will tack on a little bit extra time to penalize you for trying to catch a fast one.
I think that's is that the second or third black flag we've seen for speeding in pit lane as well? We've seen a couple.
You know what? I actually haven't been keeping tabs on the entries tab and black flags.
Meanwhile, hold the
yeah.
phone. Battle for the lead in GT3 with a 021 LMP2 kind of barging into the mix. Like, yeah, excuse me, gentlemen. I know you're having a spirited battle, but I'm going to cut it on through. They have to tuck back into line.
See you later.
That is the case.
Dan van der Ven leads David Reynolds after the driver swaps and stops for our 2 GT4s. Still got another 41, only about 5 seconds back from the leader here, so could be a three-way fight if these two get into it. Yeah, the clock continues its relentless march onwards. I need to not look at that and think about only 40 minutes to go.
Look, I'll be honest, I am struggling myself. Brain is not functioning correctly, and that clock keeps staring me in the face with its literal countdown, telling me when I can go to bed.
It's tempting, I guess, to look at the clock. I'm just going to try and look at the cars instead. And then I might just zone out for about a minute. And just
it's saying that I've just heard the baby crying, so I probably will just concentrate on the cars a little bit. Let the partner look after her. No, I'm not that mean to just leave my partner to look after the baby. It's just I want some sleep after we finish. I've made it sound like I'm really mean-hearted in regards to that. Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you're on your own on that one, buddy.
Yeah, I know. All right. She's not actually awake and watching, or awake and can hear me in the other room.
Oh, well, your funeral. Actually, no. Please don't make it your funeral. Then I suddenly have to take over all your work as well, and
You don't want to do that.
it's a lot more. That's a lot more responsibility all of a sudden.
David Reynolds in the Simrigs DPR car has not been able to stick with Dan van der Ven, so that may be over, and we may see Bhutan number 41 car close in and take second position back here. I think. I think this is going to be a positional change very, very quickly.
Oh, mistake from the Samsoid car at the first Mulsanne chicane. I think it looked like it went straight on. And yep, it actually had just gone and passed Aaron Smith, and then immediately went and flubbed it and had to go give it back. My camera cut away as he was going into the gravel. It was rather odd how that happened.
I think the overtake happened because
Slow down.
Slow down
Maybe?
potentially, because that's
Yeah.
very, very quick, and he's just well and truly outwork himself. He's also done something that you don't often see, is that's driving the whole way through the dirt. Usually, if you're going straight on and miss the apex or miss the corner, you take the escape road and go through the little chicane that's there with the tyre bundle, but he just drove straight through the dirt, so hopefully he hasn't got any floor damage from that.
I mean, the other thing is if you...
Instantly, a driver will want to avoid trying to hit anything. I think that split-second calculation of looking at the chicane, looking at that escape route, probably thought he was going to hit that tire barrier, so he just decided to take a little off-road trip and live to fight another day in that particular regard.
Yeah, just a note here. Basic Ollie back behind the wheel of the
Has he not gone too well in the Porsche All-Star race?
number 39. Well, it's 4:30 in the morning for us. I was under the impression All-Star race
It started half an hour ago.
started half an hour ago. So you remember the schedule.
Oh, I know what time I have to be on to start and work on those shows, so yes.
Yes. I don't. Yes, or just don't. Period. For now. That maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Who knows? But I'm gonna go with you know best in this case. And if he's back half an hour after he's meant to have started, that's a little bit too soon.
Either that, the other possibility is he decided to not race in All-Star this round so that he could concentrate on this race. Which, we can tell that Casey Kerwin has not taken that option, considering he's leading the championship and wants to win that championship. Yeah.
I have to go on a full-on tangent with that one. What do you think of them switching cars for that All-Star race, for that finale?
That could be, as in they've gone to the Porsche Mission R for the final round. I think it's cool because they've known about that the entirety of the schedule. They've first 3 rounds they did it in they do it in. They've done it in 3 different cars. So the GTE, the GT3, and the GT3, the GT4, the Porsche Cup, and then the Mission R for the last round. They also did the same last year as well. They did the LMP1 they did for 1 round as well. So they have mixed it up all season. They did that last year, and I would say they will do that again in the future for the All-Stars, mix up the cars throughout the series. It's a way for them to showcase their products within iRacing, which I think is really cool.
I got you, because not paying that much attention to that particular series on the outside, it kind of looks a little weird when it's like, wait a minute, that looks something different than the last few times I've seen those tweets come up on my feed.
Yeah, so yeah, they have run a different car every 3 rounds, and then for the final round they've done the Mission R for the last one. So yeah, it's actually been very
DPR.
fun series. Yeah, the DPR car. What has happened to them?
A big old moment in the middle of the start of the Porsche curve there, and they got caught. But it was a self-spin, or self-slide, I should say. Oh! Both the wannabe SRT LMDH that's trying to get back on the lead lap and recover.
Looking at the replay right now.
Oh!
Full on drift mode in traffic. Fantastic work by everybody to not hit each other and collide. Although I will say these rear tires are probably very upset at that particular moment.
Maybe, just maybe. Unfortunately, just struggling. It's a little greedy. Nope, that's not fine. Back. For a second, we're looking to a little greedy curve. Turn 1. Turn 2. Some up curves. Turn 1. Start turn 2. Oh, then traffic with an LMDH. Wanting to get through.
LMDH wisely backing out before the corner, not to cause any further havoc, and they will be able to get around safely. Meanwhile, if I could shift gears a little up to LMDH, speaking of which, top 4, Not in Vain and BRT, I believe, have swapped positions very recently.
No, I think they've been in this order for a little while.
Yeah, no sign of a change for a while, which means that the BRT. Oh man, Ollie Furnell is absolutely flying.
That's a personal best. That's a personal best at a 3:23.9 previous lap. Definitely catching up to the Peter Bogan car, who only just ran a 3:25 on previous lap.
Yeah, I think that is a case of Mr. Ollie here. Basic he may be. Getting into his stride here in these cooler conditions. And starting to lay down some speed. As they'll swing past an LMP2 and a GT3, both.
And the BRT car wisely backs out of it a little bit just to make sure that they make the corner, because when you are up against another car's draft, it is possible to lose a little bit of brake grip in that airflow. But
is he going to send it?
Is he?
He sends it
to
before.
the cone, and he waits.
Little lift. Gonna play the longer game here. Stay in behind, see if maybe the two of them can go catch P3. Which, based on last lap around, is definitely doable. 3:26.7 for the RD Sim Sport of Peter Sikdar up there.
Right in the slipstream. He looks to the outside and goes right around the Not in Vain car, just wisely backs off, lets the position exchange happen into Indianapolis. Move the BRT car back up into 4th position again.
Right, Esports car has just come into the pits and made their pit stop out of sequence with everyone else, and that's got very close.
Very close for position, but again, same thing. Lets the car around completely. To make
mistake.
Sure that, but if you make a mistake, it's a free lunch. If you can get there, gets the draft, but he's going to get pinned by this GT3. They barely nudge over in time, but has to give up the fight for the time being. The ABC of this battle in a little bit with warmer tires comes back alive.
Meanwhile, at the Dunlop chicane, had an LMDH there, lob it up the inside of the Dinkus Racing LMP2 that thankfully wasn't too dramatic. It was just a little hectic. But all's fair in love and war, or racing, as it were.
I don't know, with the way some of these cars have been bashing into each other, it might as well be a little bit of tactical warfare.
I'm thinking, yeah, that is true. But, oh, hello, the 83 has been able to resurface. Was only in the pits for 2 minutes, apparently, which would have been its repairs from that stop. So that's actually very impressive duration, despite speed of that rear entry impact. But on strategy here for this number 30 Bright Esports car, I was kind of thinking at this point maybe, and whilst he's full on fuel compared to everyone around him, be dragged around in a straight line for the extra speed and not have to do as much work, given that just will be losing out on acceleration, potentially a bit of handling, and all the things that you could want apart from the straight line, because that should be fairly well sorted by the low downforce configurations these drivers are surely running.
Yeah, if he can keep up with this car, this Hydro Race car in front, in the corners with the mass difference, then the straightaways would be able to allow him to make up the gap, as the LMDH ST Racing with DE used to counter, cycling their way through 6th overall, and generally a really quiet run since we haven't mentioned them much this afternoon, and evening or morning. depending on your time zone. Navigate around the LMP2 traffic into the Dunlops. And they cycle their way through. Easy as you go. Meanwhile, on screen, Satellite Racing is coming in for what appears to be a regularly scheduled pit stop. About 2-3 stints in right now for Alexander Russell. Keep an eye on that vehicle on the sideboard. And does not appear that they're going to change drivers. Meanwhile, back on screen, the number 13 Hydra Race Geoseg Racing Vertex machine, having opened up a 1.5 second gap on Bright Esports, able to essentially break that draft on the long Mulsanne straight. So I think the Bright Esports car in this particular case will have to wait for the cycle to finish out before they're able to cycle back around.
Third car in this stretched out battle with Luke Becker piloting the Project Dynamics 710 LMP2 as wrangles that car down into the second Mulsanne, try to get the car onto the power. A little bit of opposite lock there in the initial getaway out of the corner there. And then probably toe, but also wanted to stay with the crown of the road there for a moment as well. So pick what you want. Get all the way down to first gear for these cars. That's a mistake though from Holmer ahead. That's going to enable a fairly easy setup, I think, here in Indianapolis. And he closes up with the toe. He's going to be able to pull out by the first of our little bends on this straightaway. This should be a pretty done deal now for 710, I'd say.
Bit of an unforced error, I think, for the Bright Esports machine on this particular stint. This 710 at the moment is about 2/3 of a stint off sequence with the Bright Esports car on the light side. So while the 710 will be able to have a couple of laps to jump out ahead, we'll eventually have to see the 710 come in sooner rather than later, and then Bright Esports would have to pick the position back up. I wonder if the Bright Esports car here is still coming to grips with the fuel. Yeah, because they just came out. So they're probably still cold tires. Meanwhile, holding the phone, the 711 is in the pits for a pit stop and a snack.
Oh, if they're snacking.
Are you snacking?
Pit lane is the right time to do it. No, I'm not snacking.
No, neither. I actually forgot to go and buy snacks. I'm going to have to buy some before next stint.
Gosh, darn it. Nobody brought snacks.
I really want to go and have another can of energy drink, but I know I shouldn't considering Baird is calling. Sleep deprivation is real. Don't want to encourage that any further.
Yeah, because that clock on your wall is going to melt, and then it's going to attack you, and then suddenly you're transported 30 years into the past. You're going to be 30 years in the past. You're going to be playing on the Super Nintendo.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Wouldn't complain with that.
I'm just saying. I've seen dreams get kind of messy. Joe, to completely get off of that topic, that before I fall into a rabbit hole of Earthbound references, Finn Adders has jumped into the Project Dynamics 711. You'll see him just ahead on the road from the view of the Project Alpha leader overhaul. There they are. They're both there. This is a return to the car for Mr. Adders, having jumped back in, being relieved by Aaron Smith.
He did a middle stint. They pitted just before the safety car came out, and Finn was in the car there. Then they obviously got the wave around as well. Yeah, that's when Finn was in the car. He did a double stint at that phase as well, and back in the car now. Also, I'm glad we're not far off finishing up our stint, Dan. I'm actually a little upset that we're not going to be broadcasting any night running for this year's event. So we might have to tweak the times for next year's event and maybe do some night broadcast.
Well, as you wish, I guess. It's a special kind of crazy for us.
As in, like, the nighttime running of the Le Mans race is always very...
Well, I'm just referring to the actual timing, as in, like... Because presumably we'd still want to broadcast the opening phase of some description.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to do both. Not both at the same time. I think 6 hours is where my delusion is well and truly kicked in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of possible solutions to the whole thing. If we expectation is to get some portion of the race start, then pick up some of the night running.
I will say,
yeah, I was just thinking, how long have we got until simulation sunset tonight? Let's have a look.
I would say we're about an hour away from sunset, yes?
Sunset, according to the UI, is set to begin in a virtual hour, yes. And so, it's probably 2 hours from now, so it gets to about the 8-hour mark before we're properly dark. Maybe even 8.5 or 9 hours in before it's proper dark.
I will say it is an absolute monster effort, not only from y'all at SimSpeed, but also our other broadcast partners, Global Sim Racing Channel, Grid Vision, Radion. That's a lot of overall race hours in the top 4 splits being covered this particular edition. So hats off to you guys. I appreciate y'all letting me kind of tag along here for this little bit of the stint.
We appreciate you jumping in and saving our sanity.
I don't know if I can save you from your sanity. It's been a long time since I've been a support main.
I'm well and truly insane, and anyone that knows me knows that is the case. But yeah, shout out to all of the other broadcasters who are broadcasting their own races at the moment as well. GSRC looking after Split 1, and Radion TV looking after Split 3, and Split 4 being looked after by Grid Vision. The man hours involved, the amount of live hours, the amount of prep that's gone into this event from the broadcast side is huge, and then the amount of prep that's gone in from the event organisers as well. This has been a fantastic event, and we're not even halfway through yet, but the fact that there's been so much interest from the iRacing community to get behind this event, from teams all over the world getting involved, it's been incredible, and to be a small part of it, I think is pretty cool, and officially can say that we're part of the biggest hosted event on iRacing in iRacing's history, which is very, very cool.
Yeah, something like 500 plus teams have managed to pre-qualify for this particular event. 10 total splits, which is absolutely crazy. We were thinking in the competition committee that we might get, maybe 7-8 splits total, but no, it hit 200 entries, it hit 300 entries, and then our eyes started getting big when we got to the big 400, and then it's like, oh my goodness, that was a lot of cars out and about. It was absolutely insane the past 48 hours of entries trying to get pre-qualified for this event. Just absolute total the total amount of track time being invested for this event is just mind-boggling amazing. You could probably run this particular layout a whole year straight just with how many people have been driving and practicing, qualifying, and now in the race.
Being the stats nerd that I am, it might be worth us going through and trying to work out how many laps have actually been run, the total distance that has been driven in practice, qualifying, in the race at the end of this event, because I reckon that would be an absolutely outstanding number to see. The total distance travelled in pre-qualifying, practice, qualifying, in the race. It would be incredible to see. Mind-boggling, that number, I would suspect.
It would put an absolute dent in the total amount of laps driven in iRacing history, I would imagine.
Seeing my overlay software is telling me that we're predicted to reach 422 laps at the current race pace. So the leaders do 420 laps. If we say that there's 40 finishes and we maybe get on average 400 laps, that's 1,600 laps of racing. You think that everyone's had to do practice and pre-qualifying on top of that. That's huge numbers in regards to laps done this event.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely amazing seeing everybody come around for this particular event, because endurance racing is for everyone. It's not just for a select few, as some would argue, but that is another argument for another time. I'm just happy to see this many cars, this many drivers on the field. I'm happy to see this many people watching on the broadcast. Hi guys, I see y'all over there. Y'all are awesome. I'm glad to see everybody's here.
We've seen from race control the incident we saw in regards to the Mach 1 esports car at the restart. Now, race control has finally been able to get through the backlog of incidents. They're about an hour behind at the moment, but drive-through for car 83 for that incident, and then also a drive-through for the Mach 1 esports car for unsafe rejoin after that incident. So both of those cars will be getting a drive-through next
Oh,
season.
speaking of the Mach 1,
Mach
they
1.
just got dinged.
Mr. Kennedy.
Sorry, Lee. Lee Vandenberg there in the Mach 1 car. You sending me the hate mail.
Yeah, we mentioned them, and then they get turned by.
Might have to send in another protest.
The project
Yeah.
711 was the car involved. Yep. As we'll go to the replay and turning in for the corner, and nope. There is no way around that. It's an open. Well, it's just an open and shut case where LMP2 has poked nose in way too late.
So that'll be an easy penalty for race control to dissect as well, I would think.
Yeah, for sure. We have a few minutes left on the broadcast, but we still got fights going on the circuit. Looking at LMP2 right here. It's constantly coming back to this Samsoid Kanan esports car. They're always in the mix of one thing or another.
Well, they are still around that 711 Project Dynamic car, aren't they? They're still there.
Yeah, and they seem to swap the position back every now and then, so they're always in conflict with each other. So I can see this going much further into the night as the hours and the minutes tick away.
95 car just ahead of them has just come out of the pits as well, so that's why that car is in this group. Might see the fourth driver in that team in their car in the next little bit as well.
But it will be a while yet. Marino Morella is still in that vehicle at this particular point. I would suspect. How many drivers do they have qualified?
They had four registered on that team. So Moreno, obviously in the car at the moment. Daniel Falconray and Casey Kerwin, and then Daniel Gray as the other one. Hold on to it, and he has. But that's a little bit of a nervous moment just as Daniel Gray gets in to start watching his team car. Having a little bit of a moment. Would have been a little scary.
And you saw on the stream the little flash of the headlights. It's like, I did not appreciate you doing that. That was a bit rude. And now, if you're Morella, you're seeing a little bit red. You have to be trying to calm yourself down, because this fight is not over by a long shot. Just gotta settle down. Make sure you keep the car in one piece, because both of these vehicles have been in contention for the overall at any one point in this race. They would like to keep it that way, but it's going to be a while yet.
I think that we've not quite hit the quarter distance marker. Quarter duration marker? Actually, that makes more sense, because distances could be affected by potential future cautions. I mean, saying that, we've had one. Maybe that's all we're going to get for this race. So many ifs, buts, and maybes as to when and how they'll be deployed. As this time it's an LMDH spinning at the Dunlop chicane after trying to force its way in and making contact with an LMP2. 38 Satellite Racing entry. Alexander Russell behind the wheel. Poking his nose where it didn't look like it belonged. Except this time, his car spun, so self-penalizing per se?
Yep. See it right here. A brave dive underneath the 777 right there. Gets into the side of another prototype, and that kind of contact generally does not end well for the car arriving late to the scene. Thankfully enough, I don't believe that has caused any damage to any race vehicles, so looks like everybody will be continuing on, minus a little bit of an embarrassment to the 38.
66 has only just cleared the slowdown from that incident as well, so they had to avoid that car that was spun around, and took them a long time to clear that slowdown, and they finally have. So a little bit nerve-wracking that they may not have been able to clear that in time, but they have. The downfall for them is that the RD SimSport car has closed in very, very quickly and taken advantage of that wrong place, wrong time moment for the Penguin RC simulation car.
And the other thing it is brought back into play, well, they're on different laps, but having the satellite car right there on your rear wing is not going to be too comfortable, I would imagine. But the main thing to keep in mind with slowdowns is you get maybe about 40 seconds overall to clear whatever slowdown penalty you get. And if you're in the fastest class, it is going to take a bit of effort for you to clear that slowdown. We did have to see them slow way off pace, off the light racing line to be able to get it cleared in time, basically leaving it up to the last second to try to get rid of it.
That they are, as we check in with Obsidian Edge Black, number 12, Cody Webster. Florian Renault in that Delta V Racing. BMW at bay up for Porsche curves. One more time with feeling. Still looking somewhat happy. LP2 car there in the background. Going to wait for this long right sweeper to do the sweeping around the outside.
And this could get a little bit dicey with the garage's French LMP2 car coming right in. Well, perfect timing. They're able to get around. So, looks to be an easy entry into the Ford chicane for all three vehicles.
Can we just shout out to that livery, the Wayne's World livery, the Obsidian Edge Black? It's got like the Hot Wheels style flame on the side, the Wayne's World sticker on the end screen banner, and then you've got the Wayne's World characters in the air vents are as well. That is very cool.
That is clever use of the vents right there. These vehicles currently cycle around in the top 5 of the GT3 category. We see Delta V in 5th place. Florian Renault still at the wheel. Gentlemen, I look at the clock. I look at that KFC off to the side. When are we going to get chicken?
Oh, look, I don't think they're open here. Well, actually, they probably are. It's a Saturday night. They probably are open. And the Dirty Bird. More a Red Rooster fan than a KFC fan. Nobody outside of Australia would know what that is.
Yeah, that one went right over my head like a flying bird would.
So, Red Rooster is an Australian fast food place that is very similar to KFC, except they sell more rotisserie style chicken opposed to deep fried chicken. But on top of that, they also sell, like, have veggies with it as well, so that you can get your peas and corn and things like that to have with your rotisserie chicken. But they also then do really bizarre fish fillets and things like that as well. It's a very, very weird mix of food. But chips, or what we call chips, what you call French fries, are way above. I'd say they're almost god tier. Dan, what are your thoughts on that? It's taken us 6 hours, but we finally got into the food chat.
This is probably the worst time to be asking me questions about food because I'm now.
Yeah, you're starting to get hungry.
No, it's not the hunger. It's the caffeine having worn off now. I'm actually.
You got 8 minutes, bro. You got 8 minutes. You can get through it.
Actually, saying that,
2 laps. 2 laps. Think about it as 2 laps.
I have been definitely dozing, but I might have just come back in time, having started talking. Can you summarize the question again, and then we're going to
Red Rooster chips, god tier.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty solid agree right there.
So
yeah.
imagine your French fries from KFC, but not soggy, with a really nice salt on them. I'm seeing the as well.
A little bit of contact there between those two LMP2s, and Morella, another car, gets on the headlights too, saying hello.
Enjoyed the last 20 minutes, has he?
No, not at all. Contact with the Samsung Canaan car. Now that Project Dynamic 711, a bit of elbows out to get through at Arnage, just off the side of camera. Yeah, I mean, my mum seems quite partial to Red Rooster chips as well. It's actually kind of funny. It was what night? It was Wednesday night this week actually. I come in for dinner, and for some reason they all thought I wasn't going to be at home, even though my uni semester is over until I'm on break. I'm on my mid-year break from uni, basically.
You see on the replay
That got a bit messy there, didn't it?
It was very brave late on the pass right there. Anyways, we were talking about French fries or chips or whatever you want to call those fried potato thingies.
Deep fried potato pieces. So we call all of the deep fried potato things chips, whether they come in a bag that's oil or whether you get them hot. They're all chips. At the end of the day, they're all deep fried potato.
Bag of chips, hot chips.
Or
If it's Macca's, they're fries. But that's.
They're still chips.
Well, okay, fine. I accept the terminology of calling McDonald's fries, Macca's fries.
Clint agrees with us in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I do see that.
Red Rooster chips are best ever. Now, sadly, since I've become celiac, I'm not allowed to eat Red Rooster, or KFC, or Hungry Jack's, or Macca's, or any of that stuff. So, Nando's are the go-to for me now. They're also god tier.
Yeah, well, that's a fairly solid backup. As in amongst all of this food chatter.
Do you have Nando's over that side of the world? You ever heard of Nando's?
No, the closest thing we get to something called a Nando is Fernando Alonso.
So Nando's is Portuguese.
Okay.
Done as a takeaway.
Interesting.
Oh, this is messy.
A little messy. Okay, and the outs and cusses. I'm done with this.
I'm not getting involved in this.
We'll happily take the slipstream. Good work. Portuguese seasoned / spiced chicken.
It almost feels like it's Mexican as opposed to Portuguese sometimes.
I'm trying to imagine the flavors, and that is an interesting combination when you mentioned
Think hot,
Mexican.
and then go hotter. Whatever you think of the hottest, you can think of, go a little bit hotter.
Oh, so you're talking about in American terms, you're talking about going into the specialty.
Well, their base sauce is called peri peri.
Yeah, but Jay, their base sauce is also called lemon and herb.
That's the sissy sauce.
That's it is.
That's the kids' sauce, and then your base sauce is peri peri.
Or just mild, or whatever we're going to go
I think the mild is called peri peri, isn't it? And then you've got the medium and the
mild,
hot.
medium, hot, extra hot. I think
Yeah.
that's the basic naming convention. I don't remember
and
the last time I went.
the mild is hot, and then the extreme hot is, holy crap, you've just burnt your mouth.
I'd like to think mild wasn't so bad, but definitely extra hot was something special.
Yeah,
I think
extra hot is.
I think for some reason I think because I decided I would on a whim. I was like, yeah, I'll try some extra hot whilst out with friends. Good thing was there was a Ben and Jerry's upstairs, so we went there for dessert. That kind of resolved the afterburn issues.
Yeah, generally a dairy product is what is recommended to remove chemical heat from the throat area. As we see the really slow motion racing car coming into the pits, Peter Balassa. Have not talked a lot about that particular car, and it looks like they will make a driver change at the very end of the broadcast window. Ambros Estevan will jump into the car for the first time. That is their 4th driver. I'm sorry to run away from the food topic because it was getting a little bit spicy for my taste.
Oh dear, no.
I tried. I wanted a pun.
Look, you've got to get a pun in off the end. Well done. I just realised. You know what I've just realised? I was thinking, I could go make some. This is on for 3rd and 4th in class.
LMP2, careful. Yeah, we've got.
Yeah, but true. You know the awkward moment when you go to make toast and you don't have any Vegemite?
That's unfortunate. I'm not more. Okay, confessions time. I don't have all that much veggie tonight in my regular appetite.
Are you a toast boy though?
I will do toast. Yep. Partial to either just butter or peanut butter at the moment, depending on my.
I'm a big Vegemite and cheese fan. Oh.
Okay, so you and my dad would get along really well at lunchtime. But you're also saying Vegemite and cheese on toast, whereas my dad's just like Vegemite and cheese sandwiches is like apparently the bread butter gospel kind of thing. Staying on the food.
Oh, big dive.
Okay, no, never mind. Never mind.
Oh,
There's a
boy,
lot.
just send it.
Shut the door. We're not only it's not even 6 hours in a race and we're going lob. You call Nando's hot. Apparently, yes, we need to start going to things like proper hot sauces with like Carolina Reaper peppers. Is the recommendation if you want actually hot? And yes, I would agree. That would, based on what I'm seeing, that would classify as I would like to burn my mouth. I'd like to burn all of my senses today. Is it just me, or we're literally about to wrap this thing up and things feel like they're just kicked up a gear?
I'm hungry, I know that.
I think what has happened is everybody has heard us talking about food on the track, and they have decided, wait, we get a spinner.
Oh, David Reynolds has gone
83.
broadside slide in the DPR Cup. How has that happened?
I believe there was a fender-to-fender contact, and
Yep.
it was a big old slide.
Well,
I
it's
was about to say they've heard us talking about food, and now everybody wants to get their stints up and over with so they can actually go get some chow as well. As we see, right in the right rear, overcorrects, slides over the curbing, technically gets a slowdown, but since you're basically already stationary, it's not really a penalty per se.
Although to be bit of contact between the fiercely forward and geodesic cars, LMDH on LMP2 at Arnage. I still feel like a point to David Reynolds there for having that car slide in and just be facing up the straight perfectly. And with that, given there are 10 seconds left to go on the clock, I do believe that will be where we leave things. 6 hours is now complete in the Majors 24 for 2023 here in Split 2. A massive thank you to everyone who has joined us in this opening quarter of the race. Drivers, we had interviews here along the way as well. Has been awesome. But it's now time for us to go and recharge and rest up. And at least in Jay's case, he'll then be able to come back and bring you the final
I'll be
6
here.
hours. Yeah, I'm going to bugger off because, yeah, we've got other broadcasts to simulcast tonight on SimSpeed TV. So in 12 hours' time, just after 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which will work out to something in the order of about...
We'll be back in 12 hours. Just flick the clock 12 hours from now and we'll be back.
I know I was gonna try and run something. I know it's about 3 a.m. US Eastern Time, because for some reason I've now got the US conversion in my head, and GMT is 10 hours back, so that'll be what 7 a.m. For anyone GMT, and from there you can probably figure out your clocks. But my name's Danny Yeaman. That is me done.
Thanks for jumping in, Lynn.
24, 23.
Yeah.
Big thanks to Lynn Kinchelo for keeping us somewhat on the straight path until we just finally derailed it in the final 10 minutes there.
I had to get it away. Sorry.
We
Sorry, boss.
had to just hop on the food train, and it was technically my fault. I apologize. I saw the KFC. I wanted to make a reference.
I mean, yeah, trust me in the sense I don't think we need to. We're not apologising or anything for that one there. But yeah, that will do us here on SimSpeed TV. Thank you all for joining us in this opening half. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage from Split 2. Make sure to check back in 12 hours' time for the final 6 hours of the Majors 24 for 2023. And well done to the Majors series for putting on this event once again and for supporting Medicine Sans Frontières and Doctors Without Borders. In other words, for this year's events. Until later, it's bye for now here from us at SimSpeed. Take care and have a good day.
Bye.